Sports banner?
Is he?
So I know Davis is, obviously LeBron is. Rich Paul, his lifetime friend, is the CEO of Clutch Sports. I'm fairly certain Doncic is under that.
Okay, but let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Saying no. Monty's saying no. I mean, but still, the fact that AD is and that LeBron is saying that he had no idea. Are you kidding me? Rich Paul didn't pick up the phone and went, now, LeBron, I know we've known each other since childhood, but there's something big that I'm doing behind the scenes that I'm eager to tell you about, but I feel like it would be a conflict of interest if I talk to you about. Do you want me to just keep this under my cap, or do you want me to, do you want to hear about it? Anyway, and you're telling me that LeBron went, no, you keep it to yourself. I'm going to go to dinner with my family.
No, guys. LeBron is involved in the NBA's decisions. Understand this, just like Michael Jordan was. When Michael Jordan orchestrated his sudden retirement to play minor league baseball and then his return to the sport and everything else, he was getting compensated from not just the Bulls. He was getting compensated by the league. He was getting compensated by the networks. He was of that kind of value. Now, I'm not saying LeBron is at that stature, but the idea that you are now looking at an NBA that's at the crossroads. Their numbers have been down. Your two biggest superstars are reaching the end, and that would be LeBron and Steph. And so now the question is, how do we move forward? We need the Lakers to be healthy. So the league's working with LeBron James, right? Okay, LeBron, what are your plans? What are we looking at the future? We need you to still be involved in this league. I like to get into ownership. Okay, great. Where you might be interested. So we mentioned this whole Vegas thing. Yeah, but we got to take care of the Lakers, man. The Lakers need to be good. I agree with you. He knows. Hey, if I'm going to be an owner in the NBA, the Lakers have to be relevant. So let's make a deal. We'll make a deal. Yeah, but the Lakers can't afford this. They can't make this Doncic. He goes, I'm telling you, Doncic is me. He has the same skill set as me. He can be that dynamic, and he's only 25. Make the deal happen. And this is how this deal happened. I mean,
I can't.
Where is Adam Silver? Where is Adam Silver?
You will be questioned about this because whenever there is such a shocking trade, obviously this is going to be approved by the league. You know, the commissioner's desk saw this trade before because, like we know, everything that the ownership does.
Well, how do you justify approving this deal?
Why do we need Adam Silver to step? Like, why do you want Adam Silver to step in and be a nanny?
Well, it's not a matter of that, but he is the commissioner of the league, and he will be questioned about
this. Well, I mean,
this.
the trade already went through. The Mavs announced it, so it's approved. It's done.
Well, the league can step in, and we've heard deals done that have been undone.
Well, yeah, but not that
David Stern did it several times, actually.
Not that were officially announced.
No, I agree with that. It would be unprecedented, much like this trade. I mean, this is the most shocking.
I think teams should be allowed to make bad decisions.
There's no question, but listen, okay.
Bo,
no. You're 100% accurate. I agree with you. Teams should be allowed to make bad decisions.
As long as it favors your team, you're right.
And as long as the intent isn't nefarious, isn't anti-competition, isn't collusion of some sort. This isn't a situation like, hey, Lakers, Brass, Pelinka, Jeannie Buss, whoever. We really want to suck and make it so that our fan base hates us so badly that we can uproot our team and move to a different city. Like, that would be nefarious. That would be malfeasance. You know, you have the Lakers on the other side going, great, where do we sign?
I just feel like if this was not the Lakers that the Mavericks went to and said, hey, do you want to do this? It wouldn't be a big issue. But because it's the Lakers, everybody's asking for things that have never happened before.
Okay. Bo, on the other side, that list you showed me on the Durant deal, I want you to read that off on the other side. But first, let's find out what is trending
Nothing
right
else.
now.
That's it.
Right.
Just that story.
So, Monty, she's excited because now the Clippers are 8-2 with Kawhi in the court.
Yep.
So she's not worried about the Lakers. They have no bigs right now. Short term, the Lakers don't look very good. We don't even know when Luka's going to play.
Short term. And that's really how I looked at it yesterday. Immediately, I text Kerry Rhodes because he's a Mavs fan.
Oh, yeah.
And I just was like, what is happening? And I was texting Bo, and I was like, this trade is bringing out the best in Twitter. What people were tweeting now was hilarious.
Yes.
For hours and hours. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I don't know You're right. Short term, it looks like maybe the Mavs got the better side of it.
Very
like
short
right
term.
now.
Yeah.
But in the long scheme of things, yes, Luka Doncic is the future of basketball. He can be the face. And you put him with the Lakers. I mean, what a win-win situation for the Lakers in the grand scheme of things. Now, we'll see what happens with all of that. Apparently, there was rumors that, LeBron's now going to go to the Warriors, and this is just the first step in getting rid of him. But Chris Haynes tweeted this morning that, no, LeBron intends to remain a member of the Lakers past the February 6th trade deadline. So we'll see if anything else happens, because this is just wild, guys. It's so wild. But I loved every second of it.
I loved it.
Thoroughly enjoyed it.
When you talked about X and the reaction from everybody.
From everyone.
I mean, everyone.
Everyone and their
world
mom.
leaders. I mean, we're
Yes.
taking a break to react to this deal. And of course, a lot of people thought, again, that Sham's account was
hacked. Nobody wanted to believe it
right.
when it first came out. I mean, Patrick Mahomes was tweeting about it. Bleacher Report just tweeted a DJ at a party stopping the music to announce the trade at this party. This is where we are, because nobody could believe it. So crazy. I'll give you some scores. We do have some men's college hoops going on, which yesterday, by the way, in men's college hoops, 11 ranked teams lost, the most on any single day in AP poll history, including John Calipari and his Arkansas team upsetting number 12 Kentucky 89-79. Right now, Ohio State is beating number 18 Illinois 27-23 with about 7 minutes to go in the first half. In women's college hoops, Aces star Asia Wilson in the WNBA, she had her jersey retired today by South Carolina. Yes, Bam Adebayo was there. So the rumors of them maybe dating, yes, he was there. And the Gamecocks are right now beating Auburn 72-53 with 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. And of course, Fever star Caitlin Clark is going to have her jersey retired by Iowa today after their game against USC. That just tipped off, which is why I'm wearing my Caitlin Clark Iowa shirt that Iowa Sam gave me.
Whoop, whoop.
That's right. And that's it, guys. Did you hear about the trade?
Yeah.
Okay,
good.
Which one?
cool.
Is that official?
It is official. Yes,
Right.
The Mavs tweeted it. They said, "Welcome, Anthony Davis."
Unbelievable.
Unreal.
All right, well, Monty, keep checking out social media because
Don't
that's
worry.
what everyone's talking about. Once again, we are live from the TireRack.com studios, Fox Football Sunday. Hartman and Ornberger. All right, Bo showed me a list. So when the Nets made the deal with the Suns, where Durant leaves the Nets to go to the Suns, 34 years old at the time. Okay, we're talking about now a 25-year-old Doncic. Give us a list of what the Nets actually ended up getting in return for a 34-year-old Kevin Durant.
Okay, so the Nets turned 34-year-old KD. This is all per Eric Slater. He's a Nets beat reporter for Clutch Points. They turned 34-year-old Kevin Durant into Cam Johnson, Zaire Williams, a 23 first from Phoenix, a 25 first from Phoenix, a 25 first from the Knicks, a 25 first from Milwaukee, a 27 first from Phoenix, a 27 first from the Knicks, a 28 first swap with the Suns, a 28 first swap with the Knicks, a 29 first from Phoenix, a 29 first from the Knicks, a 31 first from the Knicks, and a bunch of second round picks from 25 to 2030. And the Mavericks turned 25-year-old Luka Doncic into Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a 29 first.
Yeah, so
from
you're
the Lakers.
talking, if I was counting correctly there, not counting the first swaps, at least 11 number one picks.
13 picks total, so yeah, 10 first rounders.
Yeah, 10 first-round picks. Yeah. 10 first-round picks.
Yeah.
10 and seconds.
10.
And Dallas gets one first-round pick. One! I mean, come on.
For an All-NBA superstar.
5 straight years,
Yeah.
first-team All-NBA going into this year. At age 25, 1 to 10? I mean, this again, where is the commissioner to at least answer questions on how this is feasible that this trade is approved?
Well, is it... I don't think that we want to start the slippery slope of having commissioners be like putting their hands into league business like this.
You do understand there was the Ted Septian rule.
Yeah, I understand that.
So
yeah.
where he ended up trading all these, for future picks, and they had to actually step in.
Yeah, you can't
and change
swap
the
first.
rules.
Yeah.
That's how the Lakers ended up with James Worthy as the number 1 overall pick on a trade they had made 7 years before.
I don't know. Like, so back in 2020 when the Rams traded for Matt Stafford, if the Niners had an issue with that, they should have complained to the commissioner and Goodell should have stepped in to stop it.
Yeah, look at it again. There is a long history, and look at you're taking it from a guy that's been around the Lakers forever. But the Lakers have gotten favorable deals time after time.
Yeah,
after time
the
after
Lakers
time
aren't the
after
only
time.
team, though.
They are by far the biggest beneficiary of one-sided deals in the history of the NBA.
I would argue there has not been a bigger beneficiary of luck and deals than the Golden State Warriors, adding Kevin Durant to a team that won 82 games or whatever it was, or 73 games.
But they didn't even need him.
Well, and also,
but they added him because they got lucky.
We should investigate what that trade deal looked like. I mean, wait, did he sign as a free agent?
It's because Steph got hurt early enough in his career that they could sign him for cheaper. And then I believe it was because of the lockout, the cap smoothed just enough in that offseason for them to fit Durant. You do know the
Lakers got Shaq for nothing.
Hey, that happens.
Yeah, it was like a 2-hour window.
Should we investigate the Clippers for collusion when they got Paul George and Kawhi Leonard?
Hang on a second, though. That Durant was a free agent signing.
Yeah, he was. But they still lucked into the rules
I get it.
Changing enough for them to get him.
That feels lucky. The Lakers could also just be lucky.
I mean, I think part of it too,
yeah,
like
somehow.
NBA GMs are so obsessed with this idea of flexibility and having as many picks as they can get, that they're then scared to do anything with them. Like the Thunder have had all these picks for decades, or for a decade now. They've had all these picks that they haven't turned into anything yet.
Really? How are they doing right now?
Well, they're the top seed in the West, but have they won anything?
I will give you an example.
What do you say? They haven't done anything. They went from the bottom feeders.
But have they won a championship?
Well, not yet.
Not yet.
But they're certainly one of the favorites this year.
But they could have traded some of those picks that he's stockpiled to win.
I'll give you an example, Bo, of kind of what you're saying. Right? So, yes, if it were a different team, we'd probably feel differently about this. The Deshaun Watson trade, to use a different sport. Deshaun Watson was available for hire. He hadn't played because of all, what was unraveling about him in his personal life. But he was the belle of the ball for that offseason, if you remember. All these different teams were, vying for a trade package with the Houston Texans for his services. And their assumption, whoever was going to win this sweepstakes, was going to have one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Right? That was the assumption at the time. I know it has worked out very differently for Cleveland and for Deshaun Watson in the aftermath, but that was the thought process. So the Cleveland Browns not only trade, is it 2 first-rounders to the Houston Texans for Deshaun Watson, which now looks like Houston won the deal hands down because of how bad Deshaun Watson has played on the other side of it. Plus, they gave him that guaranteed contract. And then you look at what Houston has turned it into. C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr. out of Alabama, who's been one of the better defensive linemen. But just
to interject for a second here, the reason they gave up so much is there was competition for the services of Deshaun Watson. Right now, all we seem to know about this deal is that the Mavericks called the Lakers and say, are you interested in Luka Doncic? I mean, if there had been any hint that Luka Doncic was on the market, you don't think a guy like Shams would have known about it? You don't think anybody would report the idea that, believe it or not, Luka Doncic is on the market? That never happened.
So this
was one call by the Mavericks to the Lakers saying, are you interested in Luka Doncic? And the deal was done just like that.
Yep.
This is what we have. A notion that Doncic had provided the Dallas Mavericks the runway to move on from him, in part because it was way too, as one can graciously exit Dallas by allowing them to get something in return for him. So he apparently started the conversation.
I don't buy that.
Why the Lakers? Why would, if you had put Luka Doncic on the open market to the highest bidder, which is what normally a team would do if you're trying to get rid of a superstar in the prime of his career, you would put him out on the open market and see how much you can get. Mm-hmm. And they didn't do that.
I mean,
they just wanted to specifically call the Lakers and say, "Can you give us Anthony Davis?" Sure.
It's either collusion with the Lakers to get them a superstar, or Nico Harrison is a bad GM.
And you know what?
Which one is more likely?
I would argue this.
Because do you remember what his first move was as the Mavs GM?
I do not.
It was letting Jalen Brunson walk for nothing.
All right, listen, he could be a bad GM.
And when he was an executive with Nike.
Okay, who pays him? Adelson pays him.
Adelson.
Okay, so he is doing what Adelson is telling him to do.
Yes, that's what I was going to go.
I think 100% that the Mavs had no intention of paying him the Supermax money.
Right. He was due 5 years, $345
They're doing
million.
everything they can as they send him out of town to make it look like.
Let's hold the thought.
Are we all like under the spell that never in the history of the NBA have things been promised either to a coach who obviously is under contract with an ownership, there's no union that represents coaches, or that a general manager who is a part of the front office has never been told explicitly, this never leaves this room, but ...
How much
I want
tampering
us
has
to
been going on?
Suck this year and the years to follow so we can make it so we can move on from this hellhole we consider a city, so we can move our team to a different market, because we've seen this time and time again, and every single time it happens, we know on the outside what's happening. Oh, this team's tanking for a draft pick. Oh, this team's tanking because they want a new stadium and they're threatening to move. Oh, this team's doing this, and it seems so obvious, but everybody on the outside of the ropes is making assumptions, and everybody on the inside of the ropes is saying, we would never do that to our fans.
Yeah.
We love Dallas.
They're trying to do a reverse major league. They're trying to do a major league, right, where they just stink and they move to Vegas, but Nico Harrison is such a bad GM. He messed up and got a good player.
No, he's a great GM because he's doing exactly what the owners tell him to do. Yeah, how was it amazing that the San Antonio Spurs pulled an inside straight to get Wemby on their team? Remember that one? Pulled an inside straight. How did that possibly happen? All right, we'll continue on with this. And yes, we are going to be beginning our breakdown of the matchup. And it's going to be a very interesting matchup. In fact, I've got some very interesting thoughts myself about who's going to actually win.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield,
break it all down here
this
on
is
Fox
Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling, brought to you by
time to react.
Score big savings with a Hy-Vee Perks membership. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. Wimmers Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Also brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. And by U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Now, welcome to Hawkeye Wrestling.
Good Sunday afternoon, and welcome into the pavilion at the Xfinity Center as we get back to wrestling action. The Hawkeyes make the trek about a 25-minute flight from State College to College Park and get ready to take on the Maryland Terrapins in another Big Ten matchup here today. Stephen Grace, Mark Ironside saying thanks for joining us. And Mark, I had asked you Friday night, would you want to go home and recoup or get back on the saddle? And your answer was get back in the saddle, so let's see how these guys respond here today.
You know, just thinking about that a second ago, just watching these guys out here warming up on the mat right in front of us. It's kind of nice today. We're right here at the head table, mat side, and usually, like, Penn State, we're way up high in Bryce Jordan Arena in a suite. Cover Hawkeye Arena, we sit up in the press box a little bit of ways up there or whatever, but we're tight and close here today to the action. But watching these guys warm up and stuff, it's like, man, I tell you what, if you're an athlete and you just got done wrestling in a big old duel like that and things did not go your way, it's like the last thing on earth you want is to have to wait for another entire week to compete. You know, if they had to wait all the way until next Friday night to compete, that'd be a bummer. But have the opportunity to be able to drive up here, or I should say fly. The team flew and fly up here real quick and get another match in on a Sunday. This is like a blessing. This is what you want, and it gives you an opportunity to right wrong a little bit and get back on the mat, get back on the right track right away, get to feeling good about yourself, and honestly taking out a little bit of probably frustration, especially if you're a guy like, Parco or something like that, it put a lot of points up on the scoreboard. And if you're a guy like Ben Keeter, you got a tough matchup today with number 12 Nevels. This is a great opportunity for him, and this is what you want. And this environment here, we're in this like auxiliary gym It's in a beautiful gym.
Yeah.
It's not big. It probably holds about 1,000 people.
1,300, I think they said.
1,300 people. It's sold out in here. It's a great opportunity for fans. I cannot believe the amount of iWrestling fans that are in this building here right now. I mean, there's a lot of iWrestling fans. But just to have an opportunity to be this close to the action for these fans and the environment, it's cool for the athletes. So it kind of takes you back to your grassroots of high school wrestling and a big dual meet, and a rivalry dual meet. Not that this is a rivalry, but just all the fans on top of you, and it's a cool atmosphere and environment.
Well, this is a Maryland squad. Coach Clemson's been here for a few years now, and they've not been necessarily towards the top half even of the Big Ten, but he's trying to change those things around, and they would love nothing more than to come in here, and even if they can win a couple of matches against the Hawkeyes today, anything for them to get some building blocks and keep trying to get that program going. That's what the Hawkeyes do. They're that target for everybody in the country.
Absolutely. Anytime you step foot on the mat, you know that the opposing team is going to bring their best efforts for sure, and that's what we're going to have today. They're looking at winning. They have potential, on paper they could possibly win, 3-4 matches today, and especially too, we don't have Teamer in the lineup today. We don't have Drake Ayala in the lineup today. Those are two tough matches, even if Teamer and Drake are in there. So those are opportunities that these guys could, possibly sneak some victories in. But Caleb Peterson's going to go at 33, and Estrada's going to go at 57, and we got faith in those guys. Those good opportunities for those guys as well, too. So it should be a really fun and exciting dual meet here today.
I had a chance to track down Coach Brands outside the locker room. They've got women's basketball going on today as well. So a lot of noise in the background, just trying to find anywhere that there's not people walking through this building. But get his thoughts on what to expect here today. Real quick, let's take a look at our Hawkeye Women's Wrestling Update presented by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino and Golf Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City. Hawkeyes with 5 champions yesterday at the Grandview Open. Ryan Murphy, Ava Bayless, Reese Larramendi, Naomi Simon, and Haley Austin. They will get back in action on February 22nd down in Indianola for their regional qualifier for the national championships. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, located just minutes south of Iowa City, is proud to be the presenting sponsor of Hawkeye Women's Wrestling. Thank you to Riverside Casino and Golf Resort for your partnership with the Iowa Hawkeyes. We'll take a timeout. We'll be back with more from College Park right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Celebrate the snowy season at Coralville's Winterfest on Sunday, February 2nd from noon until 2 p.m. in the Iowa River Landing. Enjoy free indoor and outdoor activities with horse-drawn carriage rides, snowshoeing, s'mores, a scavenger hunt, the Johnson County Historical Society Museum, and more. Then, from 2 to 4 p.m., enjoy youth activities at Extreme Arena with your purchase of tickets to the Heartlanders hockey game. Bring your skates for ice skating after the game. More info at coralville.org.
This is Jordan Sekefetz here for my dad Brian and his True Blue crew at Dodge Street Tire. If you're wrestling with your car or truck, let their crew take care of you and your family with honest and quality award-winning service. For over 30 good years, Dodge Street Tire have been champions for Hawkeye fans everywhere, pinning down prices and problems for their neighbors. Don't let your vehicle's tires and troubles keep you from achieving your goals. Dodge Street Tire at the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community. I've served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Now, back to University of Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling.
Welcome back to the pre-meet. Time now for our talk with Hawkeye coach Tom Brands, presented by Hy-Vee. And, Coach, back on the saddle here today is...
learned and moving on. That's where we're at. Lessons learned and moving on. We do not just forget and move on. Lessons learned and moved on. So that has to be said. And then the most important thing is Maryland here in front of us. And we're going to start at 125. And we're fired up to get back on the mat. And we got to have a good performance. We got Nebraska looking ahead Friday night, and nobody's looking ahead, but sometimes you look a little bit ahead, and so we got to right the wrongs and put the train back on the tracks and all the metaphors and, nice fancy sayings that, help you get realigned and get moving in the right direction. But really what it comes down to is 10 weight classes, getting on the mat and doing what they can do and scoring a lot of points. We got out-hustled in some cases, and we got outscored in some cases, and those are things that you can control. You can control your attitude and your hustle, and we got to be punching first, and we got to be punching last, and we got to be punching in the middle, and that's where and what it comes down to.
And the good thing is still some time left here in the season. Not a lot, but still opportunities to learn and grow from those opportunities.
Yeah, and I don't even look at it that way. I look at it like next event, and we're here, and that's what's important. It's not about how much time's left, and what it's about the next event. And are you going to do what you can control? Believe in your shape, believe in your scoring ability, and go do it. And it's got to be 7 minutes. It's got to be 7 minutes. And that's a spirited competitor. That's fun to watch, and we're going to need 10 of them today. Starting at 125, I think I said that. We got some, other guys in the lineup. That's by planning. And hey, we're looking forward to it. How's that?
Sounds good. Thanks very much, Coach.
Thank you.
It's Hawkeye coach Tom Brands, presented by Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of Hawkeyes Wrestling. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Back with more of the pre-meet right after this. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit the newly renovated guest rooms at Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. Stay within walking distance of Extreme Arena, home of the Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of Hawk Talk with Jan Jensen and Fran McCaffrey. Come together at Hyatt Regency Coralville, where everything you need is right here. Hey there, sports fans. Hungry for a legendary experience? Look no further than Bumps Restaurants, proudly named after the legendary Bump Elliott. Nestled right at the Finkbine Golf Course on Melrose Avenue, Bumps is your go-to spot for mouth-watering meals. Present your ticket from today's game at Bumps and get a buy one appetizer, get the second appetizer free deal. Offer good through the next home game. See you soon off Melrose Avenue at the Finkbine Golf Course. Bumps Restaurant, a legendary place with legendary food.
Shop Grand Appliance for a hassle-free appliance buying experience that includes Iowa's best selection of brands, unbeatable prices, and knowledgeable sales, delivery, and install experts that can simplify every step of your purchase. Need it fast? Grand has thousands of appliances in stock every day and can deliver and install faster than those other guys. Experience the Grand difference online at grandappliance.com or in person at their Davenport or Cedar Rapids showrooms. That's Grand Appliance, the appliance expert since 1930.
Hi, Hawkeye fans. This is Nelson Brands, West High alum and current Hawkeye wrestler. The Brands family has trusted Dodge Street Tire for longer than I've been alive. Whether it's tires for our trucks and cars or expert mechanical service, Dodge Street Tire are winners in our book. That's why we trust Brian and his crew to do it right. For more than 30 years, Dodge Street Tire has been tough as nails for the Brands family and our community. Dodge Street Tire, on the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
Now back to University of Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling.
anthem in the books. We are about ready for wrestling action between the Hawkeyes and the Terrapins here this afternoon. Starting off at 125 pounds, Joey Cruz for the Hawkeyes, sophomore at 11-7, takes on Tyler Garvin, a freshman at 4-13. At 133, Cale Peterson, the nod today for Iowa, a freshman at 5-2, takes on number 11, Braxton Brown, a junior at 15-2. At 141, Colin Schriever, a senior at 3-6, takes on Dario Limas. He is a freshman at 7-9. At 149, second-ranked Kyle Parco, a senior at 13-1, takes on Michael Pizzuto, a freshman at 5-6. At 157, freshman Miguel Estrada for the Hawkeyes, 13-0 on the year. We'll have either number 6, Ethan Miller, a junior at 16-0, or Kevin Shork, a junior at 1-4. At 165, number 2, Mikey Caliendo, a junior at 13-1, takes on Alec Yerniak, a freshman at 2-8. At 174, sixth-ranked Patrick Kennedy, a senior at 8-2, takes on Branson John, a freshman at 9-11. Gabe Arnold in the lineup today at 184, fifth-ranked freshman at 11-1, takes on number 11, Jackson Smith, a junior at 14-3. At 197, top-ranked Stephen Buchanan, a grad student at 14-0, takes on Chase Mielnick. He is a senior at 10-11. And we'll close it out with the heavyweights. Number 11, Ben Keeter, a freshman at 10-3, takes on either number 12, Seth Nevels, a grad student at 13-2, or Sam O'Brien, a junior at 0-4. One more quick timeout. We will be back with wrestling action between Iowa and Maryland right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
This is Leah Pesha, and I've been saying, hit a deer, call Premier for years. But it's time for something new. It's still where you need to go for deer divots and door dings, as well as damaged dashboards. That's what my dad Nathan's driving at and dreams about. Why not say, when your car is dinged, be a deer and call Premier? I think Dad's going to love that. Premier Automotive, North Liberty's premier auto body repair shop.
Be a deer and call Premier Auto Body in North Liberty.
We're not just fighting for a cure. We're sticking it to cancer at the Iowa Heartlanders Stick It to Cancer Night on Saturday, February 15th at 6 p.m. He scores! His first hat trick! Oh, he sucks him on the ice with his jersey over his head! We'll have a lavender out at Extreme Arena with a lavender pom-pom giveaway and special pyrotechnics and effects only available at Stick It to Cancer Night. Grab $10 online youth tickets, and we'll see you at Extreme Arena for Iowa Heartlanders Professional Hockey.
This is Jordan Sekefetz here for my dad Brian and his True Blue crew at Dodge Street Tire. If you're wrestling with your car or truck, let their crew take care of you and your family with honest and quality award-winning service. For over 30 good years, Dodge Street Tire have been champions for Hawkeye fans everywhere, pinning down prices and problems for their neighbors. Don't let your vehicle's tires and troubles keep you from achieving your goals. Dodge Street Tire at the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
Hi, this is Mike Graff from the Graff Home Selling Team, the #1 real estate team in Eastern Iowa. If you're looking for a marketing professional in the area, look no further. That marketing professional is Marty Mason with iHeartMedia. Marty has represented our marketing needs at GHSD with passion, vision, and dedication for many years. The results we see because of Marty's hard work has surpassed our marketing efforts from all other sources combined. We count on him to get things done. He works with us, and the results show it.
I'm Marty Mason, ready to work for you. Call me today, 319-360-6909.
Your home for the Hawkeyes and Iowa sports. This is AM 800 KXIC, Iowa City.
Now, back to University of Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling.
College Park, Maryland at the Xfinity Center Pavilion. Stephen Grace, Mark Ironside. Starting lineups just finishing up. Hawkeyes and the Terrapins. Quick update from Carver Hawkeye Arena. Caitlin Clark Day. They're retiring number 22 today. Looks like she suited up again, Mark. It was 18-4 at the end of the first quarter. The Hawks leading number 4 USC. That is the score about 2 minutes gone by in that second quarter. So
that's fantastic. I bet Carver is just rocking right now.
I heard there was
Caitlin
people.
Clark energy, man.
There was people that had tickets that they weren't going to use, and they were getting a pretty penny.
I bet.
People wanted to be there for that today.
Well, hopefully they can continue and they can produce. That'd be a huge win and a great day to have an amazing win like that. So almost kind of a storybook day or win.
Captain's out. Meeting with the referees, Jimmy Chin and Nick Grosso. We do have the superfan, Robin Ficker, straight across from us, right by the Hawkeye corner. He's been waving his Maryland flag, and he's had his eye over on the Hawkeye bench more than he has anything else going on. 23-4 now. 5 more points for the Hawkeye women. Let's see if Joey Cruz can do that same thing here. Cruz taking on Tyler Garvin, a freshman with a 4-13 record.
Well, we got an opportunity with a 4-13 record here, and Joey Cruz is, he's been doing pretty well all year long. And the thing is, when he wrestles someone that he can control, it's not like he stops at a 3-point lead and just kind of cruises. No pun intended. He continues to keep just plugging away and putting a lot of points on the board and trying to build his leads, and that's what it's all about.
In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Corn grows feed for our livestock, food for our families, and clean-burning fuel. For your drive to the game, drive clean with Unleaded 88 and support Iowa corn farmers. Go to iowacorn.org to pump it up with Unleaded 88. Shot right off the whistle by Garvin.
Joey Cruz really came across hard on Garvin, swatting twice with his left hand. And Garvin that second time just dived right underneath that swat and dove in on the leg, got his hands up, but Cruz got his leg back right there. Know that both back up to their feet, but Cruz coming across, wanting to be very physical right out of the gate here.
Maryland, a lot of youth on this team. Garvin's a true freshman from Rising Sun, Maryland.
Alec Clemson, the head coach for Maryland, has done a pretty good job with this team over the last, I don't know how many years he's been here, probably 5, 6 years, I suppose, yeah. Something like that. They did beat Michigan, which was a big win for them here this year.
Cruz staying on Garvin over on that far edge of the mat. Big snap, but not a lot of room in this out of bounds. And so Cruz not really wanting to follow through with anything.
Well, you got to be
trying to get him back in. There's a sweep.
Yep,
gets one hand to the leg. Now gets the second. Elevates it up.
Pull him in. Bring him in. Give yourself some room.
Turns him, dumps him back towards the center and covers for 3.
Good mat awareness right there by Joey Cruz. Got in on that nice sweep single, elevated up into the air, and was able to pull him back in, not all the way to the center, about halfway there, and gave him some room to work with, and was able to trip him up for a 3-point takedown.
Well, he did a good job. He pulled him not very far, but then he turned him to try to trip him back towards the center. There's the intentional escape. They go out of bounds, head back to the center. 3-1 is the lead.
What's this referee's name again?
Jimmy Chen.
Jimmy Chen. He did say, I was in the locker room when he was having the meeting with the team. He did talk about top position. He said, if you are not working to improve, I will call you for stalling.
Good. There's another shot there by Cruz. Same shot, different side of the mat, this time over in front of us. Gets down to the ankle, limp arms out of a wizard, reaches across for that far ankle and covers for 3. Now looking maybe a cradle right here on the edge. Unable to get it. Gets back behind the hips and covers. 55 to go, first period. 6-1 is the lead for Cruz.
You hear Jimmy Chen yelling, "Wrestle here, gentlemen." That's kind of what he was referring to from the top position in that meeting. That's what he said. He would tell that top position. He would try to let it know that, hey, he wants to see some more action. He doesn't want to just see, riding on top.
Cruz gives the escape, pushes Garvin into the head table. Head back to the center, fresh start with 40 seconds to go. 6-2 is the lead for Cruz. He's got 35 seconds built towards his riding time. Goes back for that sweep. This time Garvin keeps that leg back.
Need to try and work harder here to get to the legs one more time in this period and get a takedown. A 9-2 lead would be a good lead for him. There it is. Nice sweep again. Same shot as he hit before, and there's a 3-point takedown. And
finished it 3 different ways. Same shot, but he finished 3 different ways.
Well, that time there, Garvin, honestly, he just kind of gave that one up. Cruz got in super deep, and just like he had before, and Garvin got taken down before, and this time he honestly didn't really fight it very hard. But that's a big takedown for Cruz right there towards the end of the first period there. So it gives him a 9-2 lead with, where's the riding time at?
47 seconds.
It's on the separate clock
down here. Cruz will start down to begin the second period. Works up to his feet. Trying to push those hands down, sags the hips and gets out, squares up for the escape. Shot by Garvin. Reshot there by Cruz.
Same
again. Thing.
Up in the air with it, trips him up, three-point takedown. And we could have taken him probably, honestly, to his back there, Steven, and held him right there. We got to be thinking ahead a little bit for some near-fall points. That would have been a good opportunity to try and hold him right there on his back, because when he tripped him up, Garvin went to his back, but we just kind of didn't follow quick enough and let him off. Now we're coming out front, trying to work an armbar, posting over the head with our knee, but came back around behind.
Cruz looks up to the clock, sees he's got his riding time up over a minute, gives the escape. 13-3, a minute 15 to go here, first period. Garvin took a finger to the eye. They stopped the action momentarily. Gets it wiped out, get back to action.
Nice snap by
Big snap
Cruz.
there by Cruz, yeah. Garvin, another attempt, down block by Cruz. Into a front headlock, trying to get that go behind. Garvin throws the right arm out, stops us. Cruz throwing that underhook in, trying to circle around. He's got that right elbow trapped, able to hustle, work it out, looking for a cradle, can't get it. As Garvin just bellies back out to give up the three and nothing worse.
Well, he got his takedown.
39 to go here, second period. He's going to cut him again.
This will do it, too. If he gets another takedown this period with 30 seconds to go, that'll end the match.
Taps the head, looks for that sweep. There's a shot. This time Garvin uses that length, gets to our leg, but we're able to get it back. Front headlock right on that far side of the mat. Now Cruz going to back towards the center.
Well, you got to let him in more, though. You can't, got to let him in more, Cruz. See, now we're going to go out, but we just wasted 10 seconds right there.
There's a stall call on Garvin.
11 seconds. Can he end it here in the second period or not?
Yes.
He's got a low single attempt here. We got to get a little something going there.
Garvin backing out right off the whistle, so it will not happen this period. 16-4 will be the lead as we go to the third. Garvin's choice, he'll start down. Garvin gets set. Cruz covers. He's either going to have to get a tilt here, Mark, or he's going to have to get a couple of takedowns. Looking for that far side cradle.
Well, Garvin's got our wrist. We weren't able to get it locked up right there. Now we're just going to intentionally release him. Go back to our feet and end this with the takedown and attack.
16-5 is the lead right now.
So now he's going to need 2 takedowns. Better end this with attack. They're trying to get into that leg again. Didn't get there.
Bad shot there by Garvin. We get him into that front headlock. Continuing to try to circle for this go behind. Garvin staying with us. There we get around behind him. Cruz is going to cut him right away. Push him out of bounds. Head back to the center. 19-6. Minute 37 of riding time. 1:05 to go here in the match. One more takedown will do it.
Nice
double leg, cuts off to the single, steps over.
Elevate here. There you go.
Whizzer thrown in, looking to limp arm. Now goes up to the head.
There
Clears out of that limp arm. Now elevates it up high. Somersault attempt by Garvin. Able to fight that off as we came out front. 40 seconds to go. Same double. Cutting off to the single, right on the edge, right in front of us. Steps over the ankle again. Tight whizzer thrown in by Garvin.
Got to elevate or pull him back to the center. Drop down that ankle, pull him back to the center. Come on, get to the ankle, pull him back to the center. Or get off the mat, one of the two. Stop wasting time right here. There you go.
Does with 20 seconds left. Hawkeye coach is telling him, Cruz, you got to get one here.
Well, fingers right there for Garvin. It should be dinged for that. He's not going to get it. It's going to be 26. Should be another stall point, though.
So 20-6 with the riding time point. Hawkeyes go on top 4-0. Iowa Lottery Weekend coming to Carver Hawkeye Arena. You could be there. Play the all-new 9s in a Line scratch ticket for your chance to win cash, or enter non-winning tickets into the VIP club for a chance to see Hawkeye women's basketball take on UCLA or catch men's basketball or wrestling. Simply visit ialottery.com/VIP for details and play today. We move to 133 pounds. Cale Peterson for the Hawkeyes taking on number 11, Braxton Brown, junior at 15-2.
Tom and Terry both giving Cruz kind of an earful there for not getting that tech when he had plenty of opportunity to get that tech.
Yeah.
Plenty of clock time to get that tech. Even done it, honestly, in the second period. You have to manage the clock. You got to know where you're at on the mat awareness and clock management, and he should have had a tech for sure because he's shown that he was clearly capable of getting the tech. But you got to know where you're on the mat. Too much wasted time on the edge.
Brown coming off a loss last weekend to Bird of Illinois, 7-3. His only other loss was to Seth Romney of Cal Poly.
This would be a good match for Cale Peterson here.
Yeah.
Really good opportunity, even though he's 25, you know. What did he weigh in at today?
Like 131, I think. 31 and a half, maybe. Brown, a couple of high crotch attempts, but Peterson able to keep the legs back. Brown circling back towards the center. Peterson stalking him as they make their way all the way back to the center. Brown working a double wrist lock. Peterson's right arm. Clears out of that. A lot of non-tie. Now as I say that, Cale comes across, gets his left hand up onto the collar. Half attempt there by Brown. A minute gone by, first period, no score. Brown.
Cale Peterson had the 2-on-1 there, but he didn't have the angle with it. He was out front, and then Brown snapped us down to the front headlock. We're down on our knees now. We got to wrestle through this position here, Cale. We're just hanging on to his elbows right now, trying to wait for a stalemate. I'd like to see us, though, come up to our feet and just clear out and not hang out and let the referee call a stalemate here. Keep wrestling through. There you go. Now he's getting elbow and wrist. There's stalemate.
1:27 to go, first period. 133-pound match. Peterson for the Hawkeyes, Brown for Maryland. Hawks lead 4-0. 20-6 major decision for Joey Cruz.
They just said Brown's a four-time Texas high school state champion. It's a long ways from home, from Maryland to Texas.
Another half attempt there by Brown. Peterson with the down block, throws the legs back.
Jimmy Chin, the referee, he's from California. He had quite the trip out here from California and all the way to Maryland and back for one dual meet.
The guy's really thinking legs here, Mark. Just, I mean, right there, Peterson just a two-handed shove. There's a stall call on Peterson as Brown changed levels again. He's done that several times, but even when he's doing it, he's not really penetrating much. Final seconds tick away here, first period. Another shot there by Brown, but the period came to an end.
Well, again, we go back to, the other night we're talking about, at least we're calling stalling, even though I don't know if that one was really warranted. I mean, I don't know if Brown was doing that much more of us, and more so it just could have been more action from both guys. But at the same time, you know what? I'm not going to argue. If that's what it takes to get a fire under us and start pulling the trigger a little bit, moving our hands, moving our feet, trying to set ties up, then that's what it takes. If he was doing his job, we wouldn't have gotten called, right?
Yep, that's right. Peterson goes down. Brown throws a leg in right away and flattens us down. Peterson
trying to build his base here.
Crossface thrown in by Brown. Peterson hanging onto that wrist. Trying to turn that leg over with that crossface. And Peterson almost rolled all the way through and almost put himself in worse danger. Now comes out with an underhook look, gets the escape, but he did give up the 4 count.
Well, now he's got to go. He's down 4-0, 4-1 now with an escape. Now it's time for him to go. But the thing is, a takedown ties the match.
Right. Well, when he had that leg Turk in, he didn't really have a good crossface, and Peterson tried to bump through, roll him the rest of the way, and that allowed Brown to kind of get both legs around his hips to hold him there a little bit tighter. But then Peterson was able to keep adjusting, get the escape, not before he gave up the 4 count. 38 seconds riding time for Brown. 45 seconds remains here, second period. Peterson's got to go to the legs, Mark. He hasn't done it yet in this match.
Yeah, he's got to get something going. I mean, he's 30 seconds to go here in the second period. Cannot wait till the end. Yep. As I said that, you can hear Terry Brands yell, "Don't wait, Peterson. You got to go right now." There's another shot right there by Brown.
I mean, Peterson's just doing a lot of pushing, getting him over to the edge, but he hasn't thought about the legs, and then there allows Brown to get in. We try to roll him through, almost get that neutral danger, and we bail out and give up the 3 instead. Right at the end of the period, Brown will take a 7-1 lead into the third. Brown's choice, he's going to start down.
I don't know where our offense has gone here. Come on, Cale Peterson. He was an offensive machine.
Explosion by Brown right off the whistle. Up to his feet, switch back both ways. Gets the escape. That'll make it 8-1. Peterson with a snap at least, but and he's just really been more worried about hand position.
Well, I mean, the thing is, he's just not doing the things that you need to do to set a shot up. You know, if you've noticed it straight on the entire time, there's really no angles attempts by Brown. He's in deep in our leg right now. He's already got a major decision with the riding. Well, he doesn't have riding time, but this will give him a major decision if he gets his takedown. And then cradles us up. We reach for an ankle there, put ourselves on our back. That's not very smart of Cale Peterson right there to go for that ankle and basically put his own head to his knee, and there's the fall.
5 minutes and 57 seconds the time of the fall.
We gave him that one. You just cannot do that. We literally put our own head to our knee right there. You just cannot do that.
Maryland goes up 6-4. We'll take a timeout and be back with more. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
This is Jordan Sekefetz here for my dad Brian and his True Blue crew at Dodge Street Tire. If you're wrestling with your car or truck, let their crew take care of you and your family with honest and quality award-winning service. For over 30 good years, Dodge Street Tire have been champions for Hawkeye fans everywhere, pinning down prices and problems for their neighbors. Don't let your vehicle's tires and troubles keep you from achieving your goals. Dodge Street Tire at the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
This is Coralville City Administrator Kelly Hayworth reminding you to shop and eat locally. Now, your favorite Coralville businesses offer more options for finding what you want for your home and family. Local restaurants, bakeries, and breweries have perfected carryout and delivery. Coralville shops continue excelling in personalized service. They take pride in helping you find the perfect item or gift for any occasion. Thank you for infusing Coralville with your shopping and dining dollars.
Hey Hawk fans, ready to elevate your game day experience? Introducing Daydreamer Cannabis Infused Beverages. Made locally in North Liberty, Iowa, Daydreamer is your all-natural, low-calorie lifestyle beverage made with real fruit. It's light, healthy, and alcohol-free. Just what you need to keep you relaxed when the game heats up. So grab yourself a Daydreamer. Sip local and dream big. As always, enjoy responsibly. Visit us online at enjoydaydreamer.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed. Limited time. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Now, back to University of Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling.
In College Park, Maryland, 141 pounds. Colin Schriever for the Hawkeyes just gets taken down by Dario Lemus, freshman out of Clovis, California, with a 7-9 record. Schriever able to get up to his feet, get the escape, though.
Had an underhook on us, threw it by, far knee tap right there from the feet, and then basically ran us right over there and got around behind for a takedown. Schriever almost had a takedown, though, earlier on Lemus. But I think it was, I looked down at my paper for a second. I looked up. It looked like a slide by. There's a nice little low single shot by Schriever right there on the edge. Beautiful shot by Schriever, but they go out of bounds, and I don't know how.
I think his foot went onto the hardwood. There's not a lot of space off the edge over there, and I think his foot went onto the hardwood, so they stopped the action. We'll get back to it again, Colin. Working that inside collar on the right side. Hawks trail 6-4. Maryland with a pin at 133 over Peterson. Cruz with a major decision at 125.
Nice shot right there by
the inside
Schriever.
high crotch. Trying to elevate. Somersault attempt there by Lemus. We trap him, looking for that neutral danger, but then he grabs our leg. Could not hold him there. And probably going to go to a stalemate. Each guy has the other's legs.
Nice shots, though. Good shots by Schriever. Just needs to get better at finishing there. A little bit quicker finishes. He was doing a lot of the right things, and at the last second, Lemus is able to do a somersault and roll through and create a stalemate.
35 to go here, first period. Schriever down 3-1.
Schriever just has to stay on the attack. He's put 3 great shots together. There's a stall warning against Lemus. Good job by the referee for seeing that. Said Schriever's been coming across doing a lot of the attacking.
Inside of 10 seconds to go, first period. Schriever tries a little pass-by attempt, but couldn't clear the arms. Period will come to an end. Lemus leads 3-1. We can all help prevent suicide. There is hope with the 988 lifeline. Call or text 988 now. Schriever will start down to begin the second period. He was out in 10 seconds after getting taken down in the first. And caution on red. Schriever exploded up, but Jimmy Chen saying he must have covered or twitched somehow.
I think it was his right hand that went to the elbow, never really went to the elbow.
Right
nice
away,
escape
Schriever
for
to the escape.
Schriever, yep.
Taps the head, looks for that shot, but Lemus throws the legs back out of the way. 3-2 is the lead for the Maryland Terrapin. Talked about it a little bit on Fridays. There's Schriever. High crotch, cuts across to covers for 3.
Great finish on the double that time. Hit the single, cut off to the double. But the thing is he didn't get his head down to the mat. He kept his head up. Good job.
He's going to intentionally release him, get back up to their feet. Look for that same shot again. Stumbled a little bit. Gets reestablished. Minute 10 to go here. Second period. 5-4 is the lead for Schriever. Lemus snaps, clears the tie. We come back across. Schriever changed levels. Couldn't clear the arms, though, as he looked for that leg.
Got to get back to those legs. There you go. Good job, Schriever. Good job. Right on the edge, though. Can he finish on the edge? Wrap up that other one. Dang it, out of bounds. So close.
Well, he started high crotch left and then came back to the right side. But they were right on the edge, and he tried getting that other ankle lassoed up, but couldn't quite do it. .30 seconds to go. Second period. Schriever a 5-4 lead. Flurry hand fighting there. Circle back towards the center. Schriever tapping the head a few times. Fakes, but won't follow through with anything. So it'll be 5-4 Schriever as we go to the third.
Now, if I'm Schriever right now, I want to try and really put a ride on, like a big ride on here. You only got to ride him for a minute, and that gives you an extra point for ride time. Lemus up to his feet. Schriever brings him back down. Lemus tries to roll. We suck him back in. Lemus back up to his feet. Schriever brings him back down, and then they go out of bounds. Good job by Schriever staying with him there. Just need to get him down. We need to get him down to keep him flat, get him flat to the mat, and then start working something here. Scores 5-4 right now in favor of Schriever. If Lemus gets an escape, makes it 5-5. Ride time not a factor. That's why that ride time point would be big. And then Lemus tried to turn into us there. And
Almost got a suck back.
Schriever did a good job, went around the opposite way. Now we got him flat to the mat. Now let's see if we can work here.
He's got the forehead lever in the triceps of the right arm. Trying to work it up onto the back.
See how now we're getting somewhere. Flat to the mat, working that arm bar over there, trying to get it on the back. Lost it. Chops him back down again. Continue to keep working him here. Lemus up to his feet, though, and Schriever staying with him, though. Lemus tries a switch, a little switch action there on the edge. Can't get it. Schriever doing a good job here in this top position. We're at 53 seconds right now. This would be big if he can ride him out for another 7 seconds. Good job by Schriever. You gone this far, finish it out. At the bare minimum, 7 seconds.
Yeah. Lemus gets set. False start on Lemus again. It's his second.
Come on, Schriever. Forward pressure.
Lemus
Pick him up,
to his
pick him up,
feet.
pick him up, put him down.
Schriever bumps him back to that tripod. Does get his riding time up over a minute. Lemus still in that tripod. Schriever around on the left side. Standing switch attempt again by Lemus. There he hits that sit out into the switch and gets the escape. We're tied up at 5, 45 seconds to go. Schriever does have riding time.
Now Lemus is going to be forced to come at Schriever now. Schriever has not been hit for stalling. But don't stop your wrestling. Schriever's been doing such a great job this whole match. This is not a time to start wrestling on your heels and backing out. Now, don't hit anything risky.
There's a nice go-behind attempt. Head to the outside shot on the edge of the mat.
Lemus shot from a ways away. We almost got around behind him there.
21 on the clock as they go out of bounds. Fresh start.
Okay, stay in there and at least circle. Keep your hands down. Come across low.
Lemus, front headlock
Circle.
right on the edge.
There you go. Good job, Schriever. Attaboy, Schriever.
Circle out of bounds. Head back to the center. 9 on the clock.
Good job circling right there. Stay in there. Stay in there.
And Schriever will get the win with the riding time point. 6-5. Puts the Hawkeyes back on top 7-6. Hawk fans, enjoy your home away from home at Coralville's All-Suite Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton. Relax in spacious suites with free breakfast, 24-hour fitness, pool, hot tub, and more. Perfectly located for your Hawkeye visit. 149 pounds, Kyle Parko for the Hawkeyes, taking on Michael Pizzuto, a freshman at 5-6. Kyle looking to bounce back from getting majored Friday night by Van Ness. First loss of the year for Parco. He just looked a little out of sorts on Friday. Just looked a little tired, slow.
Well, he wasn't ready to go right from the very first whistle. He gave up that takedown right off the whistle by Van Ness. And then he battled back. He got himself right back in the match, got a takedown of his own, and then he just hit a wall, and he got pretty tired. And you get that tired, and your body just kind of shuts down, and that's what it looked like happened. And he's in better shape than that. He got tired early. I think it's just some of the guys let the atmosphere get to him a little bit. There's a nice shot right here by Parco. Head to the inside single. He's elevated it up in the air now on his feet.
Going to the head, trips him down, and covers for the 3.
Very similar to how Cruz was finishing. Same shot, same finish.
3-0 is the lead for Parco.
This is where Parco can rack up some points pretty quickly. It's top position here.
Going to that far wrist, gets that
Here
2-on-1 underneath, and tilts him up over. 2, 3, 4. Rolls over, lets the wrist out, makes it 7-0. Goes right back to work on that far wrist. Trying to get it up onto the back. Now he's working that near wrist as well. Throws that chicken wing in on the far side. Capping that near ankle. He's got a half on the far side.
Can it end it? End it! End it! End it! End it! Dang it!
Missed it. Got another 3
Oh,
count.
dang, that was tight. How do we not pin him there, Steven? How? Get that fall.
Got to be thinking about it. I think he was thinking the tilt. He wasn't thinking tilt him to his back. It's that killer instinct.
It was tight. With a really good hole, a half Nelson there, and it was tight.
10-0 is the lead for Parco.
It's another tilt.
No points yet. That was more, not really set up. It was just kind of a cheap tilt. Now he throws the leg Turk in. Flattening Pizzuto down. Oh, Ficker. Maryland superfan. 10-0 Parco with the lead. Maryland defers. Parco will choose down. He's got 2:02 of riding time. Kyle to his feet. Hand control, escape. Cross, it's a sweep, head to the inside, elevates it, same finish, throws him down, keeps the Turk in that time.
See if we can use it here. He's got to scoop that leg. He's got to use his right leg here, Steven, to scoop that bottom leg up. Use your heel to get underneath there and scoop it up. And then you got to keep your knee up above his knee. Even if you had to reach back.
Going cross face.
There you go. Now he's trying to use his leg.
He switches and
that doesn't do anything.
Other leg.
That doesn't do anything for him.
Now he's going to cut him. Makes it 14-1. Big snap by Parco.
Nice shot.
Snatch down to the ankle. Up in the air. And
there you go.
Covers for 3. 17-1 will be the final score. Hawks lead 12-6. Back in 2. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Hawkeye fans, get ready for the game with Big Grove. As an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes, we're excited to bring you the ultimate game-watching experience. Enjoy fan favorites like Easy Eddie and Citrus Surfer while cheering on the Hawks. Can't make it to Carver? Go to BigGrove.com and enter for your chance to win Hawkeye tickets all season long. Or join us at any of our 4 Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, and Solon, where you can get out of the cold and enjoy warm hospitality while watching the game. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes, all season long. Go Hawks!
Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
Hi, Hawkeye fans. This is Nelson Brands, West High alum and current Hawkeye wrestler. The Brands family has trusted Dodge Street Tire for longer than I've been alive. Whether it's tires for our trucks and cars or expert mechanical service, Dodge Street Tire are winners in our book. That's why we trust Brian and his crew to do it right. For more than 30 years, Dodge Street Tire has been tough as nails for the Brands family and our community. Dodge Street Tire on the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Now, back to University of Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling.
In College Park, Stephen Grace, Mark Ironside, 157 pounds. Miguel Estrada for the Hawkeyes, taking on number 6, Ethan Miller, a junior at 16-0. Estrada, the freshman, at 13-0. No score. Halfway through this first period.
Big opportunity here for Estrada. Great opportunity here for Estrada. No Ja'Cory Teamer here today, this afternoon. I know he's still a little bit dinged up. And I know if it wasn't for Penn State, he probably would not have wrestled Friday night. So, I mean, this is by design that he would probably go Penn State and then sit this one out. And Coach Tom Brands is always about what's most important, is that's the health of the athletes.
Nice shot from a non-tie by Miller and takes Estrada down. Estrada, only the 6th Hawkeye that will have his red shirt burned because he's wrestled past the minimum. Just the 4th that's wrestled in his first year removed from high school. The others, Spencer Lee, Abe Assad, and Drake Ayala.
Good job, Estrada. Good job. Way to fight. That's why I like watching this Estrada, man. He's a fighter.
Takes a shot right there after he got the escape. Didn't get to the leg. Comes up to the leg.
He's just a goer. Just a grinder, you know.
Miller takes a 3-1 lead into the second period. Estrada will start down. Estrada keeping that elbow back, working up to his feet. Miller grabs that leg like he's trying to finish a single leg right here.
There you go, Estrada. Get
that toe to the mat.
There you go. Nice job. Good job, Estrada. Atta boy. Now we got to get to our offense, bud. Heavy hands, heavy. Move him around. Move your feet. Get some lateral motion going.
3-2, a minute and a half to go here, second period.
Make him square up. Make him step. You got to move, guys, and make them move. You got to make them react, and that's when you go. You got to be always thinking 1, 2 steps, or even 3 steps ahead. You cannot wrestle in the moment, Stephen. You can't wrestle in the moment. If you wrestle in the moment, you're never going to be able to fire something off that's worth a dang. Then you're going to be behind. You got to be thinking ahead, moving ahead. And it's not easy. You got to work hard at it. That's one thing I was talking to Patrick about the other day. It's just you're not moving guys out of the way. They're not moving. You got to pick up your pace. You got to really work hard to get angles.
And Miller drops for a shot, takes a finger to the eye. Stop it momentarily. That looks like maybe a little cut, so some blood time. Join the Iowa Swarm. Team up with Iowa athletes to support local charities. Make a difference today. Visit iowaswarm.com to learn more. Also, Dodge Street Tire and Auto, locally owned and operated, voted best of the area for the 10th consecutive year. Proudly supports Hawkeye Wrestling. Trust Dodge Street Tire for honest auto repair and the best deals on Goodyear and Toyo tires. Dodge Street Tire and Auto celebrating over 30 good years on the corner of Dodge and Church Streets in Iowa City.
Where does Elijah Oliver for them wrestle, the assistant coach? Is he Indiana?
Indiana, yeah. $25-pounder, I think it was.
Yeah.
It's like a cut right on the bridge of the nose. Well, we've got a little break in the action. Get back to it. Hawkeye women had a great first quarter, not so great second quarter. They're down 29-28 at halftime.
Jeez, they gave up how many points?
So they outscored them 18-4 in the first, and they were outscored 25-10 in the second.
Wow.
Trying to get that blood cleared off of Miller.
How does it change that fast? I don't. It's just such a momentum change so fast. Basketball's a funny sport. It'd be like, in wrestling, someone going out and scoring 10 points in the first period. They're up 10-1, and the next period, the other guy scores, 15 points to your 1.
Yeah.
Like how does it happen? Like. Just like it's not that like either one guy's dominant or they're not, and both guys can't be that dominant. It's just momentum in basketball, so much momentum.
Yep. 30 seconds left, second period. Estrada trailing 3-2, 157-pound matchup. Miguel. Trying to find that underhook. Not there. Swipes. Now looking for that underhook again. And the period will come to an end. 3-2 as we go to the third. Miller, no hesitation, chooses down.
All right, Estrada. Right time not a factor. Miller up to his feet, hand controls. Now we got to go. 4-2. You're down by a takedown.
Miguel swiped at that high crotch again, but Miller keeping the legs back. Keeps wanting to get to that underhook, and Miller's not letting him get very deep with it. Where you always want to make sure you've got multiple things in your arsenal. We've seen Estrada hit a variety of things, but
he's got that lead leg. Miller does, leading that right leg out there a lot. Man, it's just like glowing. Head to the outside, high crotch sweep, something attacking that right leg or an ankle, picks. I mean, he's really heavy on that right foot, and we're just not getting to it or even really trying for that matter.
Looked like he was thinking there, but Miller controlled our left hand.
Yeah.
Fake. Tapping the head a couple of times.
Starting to pick up our offense a little bit here.
Looks like Miller might be bleeding above that left eye again. There is a stall call on Miller as Estrada takes 3 different shot attempts. 30 seconds left. 4-2 is the lead for Miller. He takes a half attempt there. Estrada tries to reshoot off of that.
He's got to fire, though. He's got to fire. He's not actually fully committing and pulling the trigger.
Hawk fans behind us wanting another stall call. 10 seconds left. Estrada just can't clear the arms. Just unable to create an opening. So 4-2 will be the final score. Makes the score 12-9 as we head to the intermission. We'll take a timeout. Be back with more from Maryland. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Hey there, sports fans. Hungry for a legendary experience? Look no further than Bumps Restaurants, proudly named after the legendary Bump Elliott. Nestled right at the Finkbine Golf Course on Melrose Avenue, Bumps is your go-to spot for mouth-watering meals. Present your ticket from today's game at Bumps and get a buy one appetizer, get the second appetizer free deal. Offer good through the next home game. See you soon off Melrose Avenue at the Finkbine Golf Course. Bumps Restaurant, a legendary place with legendary food.
Hi, Hawkeye fans. This is Nelson Brands, West High alum and current Hawkeye wrestler. The Brands family has trusted Dodge Street Tire for longer than I've been alive. Whether it's tires for our trucks and cars or expert mechanical service, Dodge Street Tire are winners in our book. That's why we trust Brian and his crew to do it right. For more than 30 years, Dodge Street Tire has been tough as nails for the Brands family and our community. Dodge Street Tire, on the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
Hey, Mom, I've been meaning to talk to you about some new COVID information I saw online.
Uh-huh.
I read that black folks like us with certain conditions like diabetes, heart disease, mental health conditions, or being 50 and older, like you, are at high risk.
Boy, you sound like a commercial.
I'm just saying. I know you love your ginger teas and essential oils, but remember, there are treatment options for COVID-19.
I promise if I get sick again, I'll call my doctor to ask about my options.
Visit WeTalkWeRise.com to learn more. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Has your car insurance gone up recently? It's hard to know where to search for the best deal. Compare.com is an online insurance marketplace that makes car insurance companies compete for your business. With Compare.com, you'll get access to quotes from dozens of well-rated insurance carriers in your state. Drivers could save up to $900 a year. Take the wheel and start driving to big savings. Go to Compare.com now. Average potential savings based on initial quotes received by 18,330 customers seeking insurance through Compare. Actual savings may vary depending on state of residence, individual circumstances, coverage selections, and insurance provider. Savings results are not guaranteed.
Now, back to University of Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling.
Maryland by a score of 12-9, getting pinned at 133 and just losing 4-2 there. We got a tech at 149, a decision at 141, and a major at 125 to give us our lead. And still a couple matches on paper that look pretty good here coming up in the second half. But Hawks have been coming out looking decent so far, Mark, in a few of these matches, but still a little bit of room to improve in some others. And, you know, not our full lineup, but still trying to find those opportunities when we can.
Yeah, I mean, we left some points out on the board at 25. Should have gotten a tech fall there for sure, even in the second period. And then we weren't able to close the deal in the third period. And I know that's like, you know, pretty bad when you're starting to complain about a tech fall. You know, if we don't get a tech fall, we should definitely have a tech fall there. But that's the thing is that, you know, you're that close and you're very capable of doing it. You want to finish the job. 33. Cale Peterson just didn't represent. He didn't represent himself at all in that match. He never gave himself a chance from the very beginning, and then, you know, he ended up getting cradled up and pinned, and that was in his own doing as well too. And you just don't. I mean, that's common knowledge. You don't put your head to your knee and get out of position like that. And Brown made him pay for it. He locked up that cradle nice and tight, and it didn't take long. The second he got him over, bam, it was done. And Peterson basically put himself in that position and just, like I said, he just didn't really give himself a chance to represent, and he didn't get after the attacks like he should have. And 41, Schriever wrestled okay. He came back. He ended up giving up a takedown early. Got in on a lot of shots, just couldn't finish them on the edge. This mat's a decent size. It's not like it's a tiny mat, but there's not a lot of room off the mat, you know, to where if you want to finish a shot out of bounds, there's just not a whole lot of room. So it just need to know where you're at, mat awareness. He ended up winning. Did he win it on riding time point?
Yeah, riding time point, 6-5.
You know, he's better than that too. We left some points out there for sure. Should have scored another takedown or two in that match, and not giving up the takedown that he did. 49, Parco. You know, he ended up getting the tech, but you know, he had the fall. He had the fall, Steven. He had him on his back tight and a half, and we just allowed him to roll through right there. And you got to smell blood. You got to go after it. You put the clamps on him. You end that. Silence the crowd. And that was an awesome opportunity for him to be able to try and get a fall. We don't see a whole lot of falls. That would have been a great opportunity to get a fall. And then 57 Estrada. I mean, he was in the match. We lost 4-2, but we were in the match, but we were really never in the match. We never put ourselves gave ourselves an opportunity to really win the match. We were never in on a shot. We were chasing him and we were half-shotting him and stuff like that, but we really never dedicated a shot and committed to a shot to where we were going to shoot to score. And it's a little bit kind of like Cale Peterson. You're not going to win like that. So, especially against a guy like Miller that's good. He's ranked 6th in the country.
Yep.
So, we're not here to wrestle guys that are ranked, 6th in the country close and call it good. That's not what this is about. And Miguel has to, get a little bit more confidence in his abilities. And, he's good enough to beat a guy like that. He needs to believe it and commit to it. So go down fighting. So we got the top half of our lineup coming up. It's pretty solid. A couple good matches coming up, 84 heavyweight. So kind of curious to see how those pan out. And it's a great environment here. I love this environment. I like this gymnasium here that we're in, or this auxiliary arena or gym. And then also they had to bring more bleachers in. The doors got cold, and they're bringing more bleachers in. So that's what you want to see. You like to see the doors open because they have to bring more bleachers in because the place is packed and people are standing, and then need to find places for people to sit. And that's why I like this environment.
Yeah. 12-9, Hawks with the lead. Another quick timeout. We'll be back with the second half right after this. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Hey, Hawkeye fans. This is Monica from Monica's. Randy always told Chef Sal and me that family comes first. So I'm here with my son to invite you to stop by before or after your favorite university event. We are proud of our Hawkeye coworkers, including Sal's daughter, Miss Sarah, and hope you know that if you are headed to Carver or Hampshire, our awesome food, full bar, and Monica's family await. We hope to see you soon. And what do you say, Meyer?
Go Hawks!
Hi, Hawkeye fans. This is Nelson Brands, West High alum and current Hawkeye wrestler. The Brands family has trusted Dodge Street Tire for longer than I've been alive. Whether it's tires for our trucks and cars or expert mechanical service, Dodge Street Tire are winners in our book. That's why we trust Brian and his crew to do it right. For more than 30 years, Dodge Street Tire has been tough as nails for the Brands family and our community. Dodge Street Tire, tough as nails, on the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Yellowstone fans, your journey into the Yellowstone universe starts here.
Let's go to work.
Join Bobby Bones on the official Yellowstone podcast as he dives deep into the franchise's legacy. From exclusive cast interviews to untold behind-the-scenes stories, explore the drama, themes, and culture that make Yellowstone a global phenomenon.
I look forward to it.
Listen now on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the iHeart app, search the official Yellowstone podcast, and start listening today.
Now, back to University of Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling.
Hawks lead 12-9 in College Park at the Xfinity Center Pavilion. Mikey Caliendo about ready to make his way out here to take on Alex Yernick, a freshman with a 2-8 record. We will have that right when we come back. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
This is Jordan Sekefetz here for my dad Brian and his true blue crew at Dodge Street Tire. If you're wrestling with your car or truck, let their crew take care of you and your family with honest and quality award-winning service. For over 30 good years, Dodge Street Tire have been champions for Hawkeye fans everywhere, pinning down prices and problems for their neighbors. Don't let your vehicle's tires and troubles keep you from achieving your goals. Dodge Street Tire at the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
Hawkeye fans, get ready for the game with Big Grove. As an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes, we're excited to bring you the ultimate game watching experience. Enjoy fan favorites like Easy Eddie and Citrus Surfer while cheering on the Hawks. Can't make it to Carver? Join us at any of our 4 Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, and Solon, where you can get out of the cold and enjoy warm hospitality while watching the game. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Iowa Hawkeyes all season long. Go Hawks!
When it comes to sending last-minute Valentine's Day gifts, nobody delivers like Target Circle 360. Get the perfect surprise delivered right to their door with Target Circle 360's unlimited same-day delivery on orders over $35. Start with a dozen red roses, then choose from our delicious assortment of favorite day candy and more. Crush your Valentine's Day celebration by sending something to everyone on your list. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Now back to University of Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling.
Hits a shot, finishes for the 3-point takedown. Second-ranked wrestler in the country taking on Alex Yernick, freshman with a 2-8 record. Yernick tries to sit back into us, able to control the hands and gets the escape.
Caliendo, he literally shot right off the whistle. The whistle blew, and he was, bam, in on a shot. And he got the takedown.
Yeah. Chen stops the action as one of the ankle bands fell off of Yernick. He tries a little duck. Caliendo into a overhook. Square back up, break the tie, come back to action. Then he grabs the wrist, looks for that sweep attempt, but Yernick keeps the legs back. Yernick, redshirt freshman out of New Jersey. Caliendo 2-on-1. There's a little 360 action by Yernick. Gets to both of our legs and takes us down.
Well, that surprised Caliendo, but Caliendo back up to his feet, 1-point escape.
Ties it up at 4, minute 45 to go. It's one of those where you see a 2-8 record. There's Caliendo, a little snatch attempt, and then just keeps the pressure going and gets around behind for the 3. You see that 2-8 record, and you think, might be a little bit easy, but hey, it's still Big Ten Division I wrestling, so
exactly.
You got to be ready to go.
Yep. I mean, that kid didn't get to where he's at being on a Division I Big Ten Wrestling Championship squad by just being an average Joe, you know. I mean, he's got some tricks up his sleeve, and he just showed it right there with that 360 and right back in on the legs of Caliendo. But Caliendo immediately returned the favor, right back in on a shot, and was able to get a takedown. So he leads 7-4 right now. Building on his riding time. He's going to have his riding time here in about another 5 seconds.
Tried getting that 2-on-1. Could not. Yernick's other ankle band falls off, so Jimmy Chin grabs that, puts it into his pocket. Caliendo working that far wrist, trying to pull it down underneath. 35 seconds to go, first period. That riding time is 1:10 and counting. There he looks for
trying.
that roll through.
Couldn't get it.
There is stalling on red.
Trying to tilt the other way now. Can't get it.
15 seconds left. Got a leg Turk. Now goes to a half. Trying to come around on the side to see if he can run that over. Looking at that far wrist. Period will come to an end. Caliendo with a 7-4 lead. University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state. Changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org. Quick update, 4 minutes to go, third quarter. Iowa trailing USC 42-39 now at Carver. Yernick starts down to begin the second period. Caliendo drives him forward, flattens him down. He builds his base, tries that switch, up to his feet, out for the escape. 7-5, Caliendo with 1:53 of riding time. Caliendo throwing the underhook by, gets both ankles lassoed up and covers for 3. Comes right back out front, looking for that far side cradle and almost gives up the reversal. So Yernick is just sneaky out there, Mark. There is the escape finally given up.
Right when you think you're going to kind of start, there's a nice duck. Beautiful duck by Caliendo's got a lot in his arsenal, you know. He's got a lot of good, different stuff. He's quick. He's explosive. It's fun to watch wrestle. There's
high crotch.
Head to the outside, high crotch, left-handed too. Immediately releases him again, back up to his feet.
16-8. Snaps and just an easy go behind. 19-8. Looking cradle, not there. Stuffing that head. Lets him out for the escape. 19-9. I think Jimmy Chin forgot that he hadn't given the escape yet, as there's another duck for 3. 22-9. Escape will make it 22-10. Caliendo keeping that 2-on-1 right on the edge. Tried dragging it right on the edge of the mat. Now snaps. Gets Yernick into his own leg. Now he's trying to break that grip, circle around. Driving the head into the hip area, reaching down, grabbing the leg, breaks that grip, covers for 3.
That's going to do it.
There is the 25-10 tech fall.
Nice job, Caliendo.
Puts the Hawkeyes on top by a score of 17-9. If you're looking for a place to stay near Iowa City and the University of Iowa, Hyatt Regency Coralville offers a memorable experience. The newly remodeled 288-room hotel features an on-site restaurant, new cafe serving Starbucks, beautiful outdoor terrace, and much more. Hyatt Regency Coralville, located in the Iowa River Landing District, and is within walking distance to unique restaurants, luxury retailers, and live events at Extreme Arena. 174 pounds, Patrick Kennedy for the Hawkeyes, taking on Branson John, a freshman with a 9-11 record. Second wrestler out of Clovis, California. Second of 3. Drops for a shot against Patrick.
Nice
Patrick
snap.
down block, snaps. Looked like he almost had a cradle for a second. Tried to switch off, but then couldn't hang on to the leg.
See, that's where we got to score. Patrick needs to score right there. He's on that front headlock like that, gets a leg, and he did not score. You have to be able to score there, Patrick. Stay with it. Stay down on that leg. A little slide-by action by that John right there. Patrick being smart, not getting caught reaching.
Pulls John all the way down to the mat. Clears out, has to adjust his headgear, comes back across, tries a sweep. John throws the legs back, though. Tapping that head, coming into a front headlock. That underhook on the left side. We're on the edge of the mat by the Clemson bench. By Coach Clemson with the Maryland bench. Love to have Clemson have wrestling back. There's an ankle pick by Patrick. Unable to get all the way through with it. Almost got thrown back over, but he keeps that pressure coming forward and then just gets around behind for 3.
That's exactly what he needed to do on that first time he's in on the leg right there. He just stuck with it. He got hipped and whipped off a little bit, but he kept down, stayed down on the legs. He switched from a high crotch to a double, and he stayed with it, and he was able to finish. That's exactly what we were talking about right out of the gate when he hit that snap and got in the legs, but he didn't do that. Good job by Patrick Kennedy making that transition to that next takedown.
Trying to get the arm bar, but John able to throw the hips back up. Patrick comes back to the other side, trying to bump him back, flatten him out, and does. Approaching a minute to go here, first period. Kennedy with a 3-0 lead. Patrick trying to work the other wrist. As soon as he tries working that wrist, John able to ball up underneath of him, so now Patrick will let him out for the escape. 55 seconds to go. Patrick 49 seconds towards his riding time, leading 3-1. John with a half attempt there, and Patrick just keeps the legs back, good motion, and covers for 3 on the go behind.
John shot, head down. We sprawled, and he just didn't even try to fight that off. There's a nice reshot right there by Patrick. Come up, come up. Don't.
Reshot barely got to the ankle. John was kicking away, and as Patrick was trying to get there, now John's able to turn back, crack us down a little bit, lock through our crotch. And stalemate with 17 to go. Patrick, right hand underhook off the whistle, clears out.
Get it,
John
get it,
for a
get it,
shot,
get it.
And would
nice.
Throw the head to the mat and go around behind for 3.
John took a shot, pretty bad shot again there, and he's kind of helping us out a little bit. Well, we're doing a good job capitalizing on stuffing that head and getting around behind. That'll end the first period. Patrick up 9-2.
He's got 1:03 of riding time. Defers his choice. John from Maryland will start down. Hawks lead 17-9 in the team score. Patrick, forward pressure, gets him flattened down. Deep waist on the right side. Now switches off to the left, trying to chop that right arm. Trying to trap that wrist down there. Looking for a tilt there. And gets him over for just a 1 count and lost it. So that'll give the escape, makes it 9-3. John, another shot from a ways away. Patrick can't get around behind on the go behind.
Nice
and
snap.
snaps him all the way to
That's
the mat.
a beautiful
and covers
snap.
for 3.
Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Guy comes up to his feet, starts pressuring back. Boom. That was all timing right there.
I mean, he snapped him down to basically his base and just head to the mat, and he just easy go behind for 3. John with a fake gets Patrick sprawling. Minute to go, second period. Patrick leads 12-4. Another shot. Another go behind cover for 3. Patrick stuffing that head as he comes back out front.
Go for that whip over. Cradle right there. Cradle. Oh, my Lord. He just missed a great opportunity. See how close his head and knees were together at John's?
I mean, it's like he was doing a toe touch stretch. Just bent all the way over. Patrick throws the underhook by. 18-5. Escape 18-6. Ooh, he tried a little lat drop there as John was coming at him and missed it, but he slips around behind and gets the 3. 21-6 will be the final score in favor of PK. Hawks go out 22-9 now. For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by Molly's Cupcakes in downtown Iowa City for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes, a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes. 184 pounds, Gabe Arnold for the Hawkeyes, taking on Jackson Smith, a junior with a 14-3 record. Smith with a win over Edmund Ruth of Illinois last week, 4-3.
That's a big win.
He lost 3 straight matches to Isaac Dean of Ryder, Bennett Berge of South Dakota State, and Will Ebert of Ryder. Gabe chomping at the bit after he did not wrestle on Friday, wanting to get out there.
See if Gabe can put some attacks together here in a row. He's kind of, man, when he wants to do something, he's so fun and explosive to watch. I know who did he beat last from Illinois. It was really good, I think.
Ruth,
yeah. Man, when he hit that shot, I had to go back and watch it later in slow motion. There's a stall warning on Smith right there from Maryland for not circling back in.
Clemson not happy. He's going to come over and say, hey, they're pushing us out of bounds. Maryland bench will get warned. He's got another freebie. back to action here. 45 seconds gone by here, first period. Arnold for the Hawkeyes, Smith for Maryland.
Two minutes to go here. 1 minute gone in the first period.
Again, fingers locked on one side. Working for that hand position inside. Gabe snap. Fighting for that inside position, then tries to get to that high crotch, but Miller throws that leg out of the way. Gabe, another snap. A clear tie. Now both guys walk sideways back towards the center. Gabe, double leg attempt.
Come on, Gabe. Put something together. 1 minute to go here in the first period. Let's try and get a score in this first period. Really work hard in this first period to score. It's going to have to be your mindset when you go out, you know. Doesn't have to be close. It does not. This wrestling match is because he's ranked, what, 10th, 11th?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be close, Steven. There's no rule or law that says this wrestling match has to be close. The guy's ranked at a decent level.
35 seconds to go, first period. Kind of interesting, you got a couple of Georgia natives. Jackson Smith out of Cartersville, Georgia, and he gets to Gabe's ankle. Gabe able to sprawl back up, circles, they go out of bounds, head back to the center. .25 to go. Maryland superfan trying to spur his guy on.
Nice
There's a
shot.
nice ankle pick,
Finish
touch
it.
off to the single. 4 seconds left. Gabe trying to finish, looking to elevate. He's going to run out of time. So scoreless first period. Head to the fourth quarter at Carver Hawkeye. The Hawkeye women leading 51-50.
What a game. Smithy first to Gabe. Gabe chooses down to start the second period. Hawks lead this one right now 22-9, giving up a fall at 1:33 where Cale Peterson got the nod today.
Gabe does a great job. Got to his feet,
So
sagged the
quickly
hips, got the
explosive.
hand control, and then gets out. Arnold leads 1-0.
Then we lost at 1:57 where Miguel Estrada got beat 4-2. Corey Teamer did not wrestle today.
Gabe reaching for that ankle again. 3 tech falls for the Hawkeyes today. Parco, Caliendo, and Kennedy. Gabe coming across. Smith was out of bounds, able to circle back in. Minute 15 to go, second period. Arnold, a 1-0 lead for the Hawkeyes.
Well, this Smith's just wrestling right on here on the edge.
Yeah.
I mean, we got to
Snap, pulling back in. Takes a sweep attempt, tries to turn him a little bit.
There you go. Now go. Now that his butt's to the center. Go. Now why? Yeah. There we go. Or we're in the center now.
Back
45
towards the
seconds
center
to
more.
go. There's a nice
Big
snap.
snap.
Capitalizing.
Couldn't quite get that right hand cleared out.
We got to be thinking about calling Smith for stalling too.
Take another one, Gabe. 30 seconds left. Swipes at that
There's
ankle.
a
Reshot
reshot.
attempt by Smith. Gabe able to sprawl back. Ten to go on the clock. And the period will come to an end.
Well, is Gabe going to try and ride him at all? I mean, this is what you haven't scored a takedown in 4 minutes and 57 seconds. So this would be an opportunity to really try and ride hard for a minute and 3 seconds right now to get your riding time and take that riding time point if you can.
Smith to his feet, and we let him out. So tied up at 1, no riding time. So in essence, it's like a sudden victory period. Other than you can keep wrestling if you get the takedown.
Just wish we put more effort into that right there, like Schriever did.
Yeah.
You know? Just at least try. I mean, if you're taking him up.
That left ankle, or right ankle. Referee Jimmy Chen stalemating him, telling him, hey, let's get going. Quit locking the fingers. Let's get some action going. Gabe dropped to a knee right there. Gabe, another snap. Not following through, though. Takes that high crotch, but Smith able to get that arm down. He comes right back to it. Reshot attempt there by Smith. They circle back. They go out of bounds. Head back to the center.
Oh, boy, Gabe. Good action. Good action. Crowd loves that action. They actually got some action in this match. They're up on their feet clapping and cheering for both guys. Just really good action right there. Great shots by Gabe. Good reshots by Smith. 50 seconds to go in the match. Tied up 1-1. Gabe's gotten to Smith's leg one time, and it was with only about 4 or 5 seconds left in the end of the first period.
And he's working his way over to the edge. Smith tries a little pass-by attempt. Gabe keeps the arms down, blocks that off. 30 left in regulation. Gabe snaps, front headlock. Smith trying to circle back in. They're going to call Gabe for stalling for pushing him out of bounds.
That's horrible.
And
that was horrible. He had to chase him because he was going out of bounds.
Yeah.
Absolutely horrible.
20 seconds left in regulation, tied up at 1. And it will head to sudden victory, tied up at 1. Finish it right here, Gabe. Let's go. Get the clock correct with the 2-minute sudden victory period. Did you see an opening that Gabe could try to exploit, Mark?
Well, he just has to commit again to that leg a little bit more, a little bit heavier hands, get him a step, a little flat-footed. But I'll tell you what, the Smith's really, really quick and explosive. Good
Snap
reshots.
There
we go. This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Now wrestle from here.
Underhook on the edge.
Oh,
come back
come
to the
on.
center.
That was a good opportunity for us to score right there, but
Smith thinking about a misdirection shot there, but Gabe just keeps his hands on him. Minute 20 to go in the sudden victory. Slide by attempt there by Smith. We snap him into a front headlock right on the edge of the mat. Circle back towards the center, go out of bounds. Minute 4 to go.
The referee, Jimmy, he doesn't want to end this match on a stall call. You know, he wants someone to score.
Gabe thinking about a duck right there, but Smith kept his hands on him. Gabe,
nice snap.
Again, right on the edge of the mat. He doesn't have any room to do anything. 37 seconds to go. Throwing that underhook by. Now Smith gets to the leg. They circle out, head back to the center. 25 on the clock. Arnold just draping his left hand up on the collar, snaps him again. Smith able to react, work back up to his feet though. So tied up at 1, flip the coin, Arnold's choice. He'll start down. Each guy got out in 3 seconds.
Arnold got out in 3 seconds.
Each guy.
We let Jackson go in 3 seconds.
Each guy does have a stall call, so they can't really drop to an ankle if the other gets to their feet right away. Gabe does get up and gets out for the escape in 5 seconds. 2-1 is the lead for Arnold. Gabe with the underhook. And it will be...
All right, you got a ride here, Gabe.
Ride for 6 seconds. They change it to 7. Tom not happy because it was at 5. So he's got to ride for 7 seconds. Tom's going to throw the challenge brick. Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more. Don't forget the Wrestling Night in America coming up on February 26th at Extreme Arena. Spencer Lee will be wrestling Ono from Japan. Aaron Brooks against Elite Valencia. David Carr against Daiki Taktani. Austin DeSanto against Seth Gross. Austin Gomez and Bryce Andonian. Jay Ayalo and Marcus Coleman. Nate Jackson, Trent Heidley, and several others on the way. Tickets are going fast. Head to extremearena.com to learn more. Referee's coming around to see.
They'll get a count from the whistle blows when it gets away. They're going to count and see. I mean, they had 5 seconds earlier, and then Clemson, the coach from Maryland, was complaining towards the head table saying that should have been more. So then they put 2 more seconds on. Then Tom and Terry got hot, which I would too. Say, no, it should have been 5. It was 5 seconds. And then Clemson comes over and says, actually, it should have been 8 or 9. So it's going to be interesting to see what the referees come up with here. They might meet in the middle and go like 6.
And that's what they do. 6 seconds. They split the difference.
They're gonna. The Clemson's talking about Maryland. Like
he's trying to decide if he wants to go neutral.
Ride tough, Gabe. Ride tough.
Smith to his feet. Gabe trying to pick him up, looking to return him. Pulls him back down, rolls him out of bounds. They want a locked hands call. They're going to challenge that. Gabe sprints back to the center. Coach Brand's coming over, trying to get his word in as well. 6.5 minutes to go here in Carver Hawkeye Arena. The Hawkeye women lead USC 61-57 now. So they're going to come look at this to see if there was locked hands. Smith had gotten to his feet. Gabe was all the way around behind, pulled him down as they went out of bounds. So the rule is when you're on your feet mark, you can have your hands locking. But if you're down on the mat, basically with a third point, you can't have those hands locked. So curious to see. I mean, Gabe probably would have let go, but it depends on when Smith's hand hit that they would determine that it was technically the third point down.
Well, it's interesting because when Gabe went to return him, and he did return him, Smith's hands I don't think ever touched. I think he actually landed. Gabe kind of like rolled him like straight backwards, pulled him over the top of him, and then they rolled out of bounds, and his hands were still locked, but as both bodies went out of bounds. That's where the Clemson coach is wrong, in my opinion. Yeah, his hands might have still been locked, but both bodies were clearly already out of bounds. The action carried him out of bounds.
Right. That's the same thing I was thinking there. It was not a true suplex like a freestyle move, but it's like he pulled him back over top of himself.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's...
Got fans behind us looking at the replay screen.
If you freeze frame it, it might look like his hands are still locked, but then you got to look to see where their bodies are at, and the momentum took them out of bounds.
So Jimmy Chin makes his way back around. We'll head over to the scores table to announce.
If that's the case, then Gabe's going to have to write him out the whole period.
No locked hands.
See, that's what I thought. The momentum carried him out of bounds.
So Gabe does have 3 seconds riding time right now, so that'll give him the advantage if he does not ride him out the rest of the way.
Just don't lock your hands and don't get called for stalling.
Yep. Smith to his feet. Turns, trying to throw that underhook. Gabe into a body lock, looking to throw him down. Keeping him there. Roll through. Split in the middle a little bit. Driving him out of bounds with 5 seconds left. Slide out with 3 seconds to go.
Nice job, Gabe Arnold. That's a great ride. See, this is what I'm talking about, Steven. Why are we doing this in the second or third period Well, I don't understand why we're not doing this then. Why are we letting it come down to a nerve-wracking overtime, victory right now?
Roll through attempt right there, but
nice job, Gabe.
He will get the ride out. He will get the 2-1 victory. 25-9 is the lead for the Hawkeyes. As the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular reminds you that on game days, your hands are for cheering, not texting. Because game days are built for the Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular built for us. Just got to say, Mark, glad to have you back. It's the first time in like 6 or 7 years that I've gotten a smack of my elbow as you're getting so excited about it. So we move to 197 pounds. Stephen Buchanan for the Hawkeyes taking on Chase Mielnick, a senior, 10 and 11. Little Hank Jr.
Yeah, this
country boy can survive.
Good tune.
Buchanan, a hard-fought win against a very good bar on Friday night. See if he can put some points and light this scoreboard up here this afternoon. Trying to shot attempt right there, couldn't get it.
Nice
Reshoots
job,
and
Buchanan.
comes across
Great
for the double.
job. Good shot.
Tom telling him, hey, if you don't have something good, just let him back up. Trips him down, trying to trap that arm for a quick tilt. Not there, so now he's trying to readjust to see if he can get that 2-on-1. Can't, as Mielnick gets back to his base, to his feet. And Buchanan lets him out for the escape. Keeping the hands on him. Front headlock down to a low ankle.
Nice shot. Nice finish right here. Good job. Buchanan is he's just so calm, cool, collective, and just such a great wrestler. And he's a lot of fun to watch.
Lets him out for the escape.
Smart
again.
wrestler. Nice
High
shot
crotch.
again, head of the inside.
Gets him draped up over. Looking to pop that knee off.
So he's thinking here, which way do I want to go here?
There he's able
thinking
to
a little bit. Hooks the leg. Now he's trying to get his head out. Can't.
Taking his time, though, and does, but allows Mielnick to grab our legs, so we're going to see if we can stack him there for neutral danger. Comes around on the side. Mielnick just bails out for the 3 takedown. 9-2 is the lead. Buchanan does get that 2-on-1 rolled over. And that'll be the 4 count. Lets that wrist out. 13-2 as we approach a minute to go, first period.
Jeez, 13-2.
Now he comes out front, stuffing the head for the escape. Double wrist by Mielnik. Buchanan just clears out of that.
Nice
Taps
shot.
the head, comes to a double, missed it. Getting Mielnik moving,
But
though.
thing is, look at him using his hands and his feet. It's just perpetual motion, nonstop. Mielnik in on a 2-on-1, trying to get a 2-on-1 going on Buchanan, though. We need another takedown here this period for sure. There's a 360 of our own.
Missed.
Nice shot. Another reshot right there.
Yep.
2 shots in a row. That's good wrestling right there.
16-3 with 20 seconds left.
He's going to cut him with 20 seconds.
Coming out front, looking for that whip over.
He got it,
throws
too.
it
Here
over.
comes a fall. He'll get the fall.
And
there
he
it
settles
is.
down.
Nice.
2 minutes and 50 seconds, all it takes. Puts the Hawks on top, 31-9.
See, that's fun. That is fun right there.
It's the way you do it right there. Check out the Iowa Style Apparel retail store located on Edgewood Road Southwest in Cedar Rapids. Iowa Style Apparel offers the latest looks for a variety of local sports teams, including an expansive wrestling section. Check out the Iowa Style Apparel retail store on Edgewood Road Southwest in Cedar Rapids, or shop online at iowastyleapparel.com. We move to the heavyweights. Number 11, Ben Keeter. Number 12, Seth Nevels. The third wrestler from Clovis, California for the Terrapins. 4 minutes to go in the game. Iowa 67, USC 60. So a 7-point lead.
All right, big match right here. Big match for Ben Keeter.
I want Ben to go to his offense in this first period.
What Neville's weighing at?
Let me
You
look
know,
it up.
where'd those papers go? Sam sent us that information, but I can't remember. I think we are 235.
You got to get there. Keeter weighed in at 235.0. Neville's weighed in
Nice
at
shot by Keeter.
262.
262.
He does not look 262, but
he's big. Well, you could feel it right there because Keeter hit a really nice double right there. And once he got in, there wasn't a lot that he was going to do with Neville's. Neville's just kind of pulled him up into double unders. Guy like Neville's, he's going to have to hit him like at angles. There's another shot kind of straight on. Neville's got his legs back, comes up with an underhook, tries throwing us by. Keeter does a good job stepping out of that.
Neville's lost 4-2 to Luffman of Illinois last week. Also lost to Heinzelman of Michigan earlier this year. Minute 25 to go now, first period. Hawks lead 31-9 in the team score.
I want this match bad for Ben Keeter right now. So bad for Ben. Neville's hanging on her head, collar tie. Got about a minute to go now here in the first period. Keeter been in on 2 different shots, but Neville's just too big, gets his legs back and pulls us right up. Circled a little bit there, Keeter did, looking for something kind of off into an angle.
That left-handed inside collar tie. Clears out of it, though. Wills comes back with his own. There's Ben. Hits that sweep, gets head to the inside, trying to elevate. Neville's using that weight, sagging heavy on Ben's shoulders.
We're not in good position here.
Keeter trying to get down to the mat to readjust, get that angle a little bit. Now a whizzer thrown in by Neville's. 10 seconds left. Keeter looks up, knows he's got to try to finish. Trying to step over, gets to that leg, drives it down.
Nice job, Ben Keeter! That
he
was
went to his offense in the first.
Huge
takedown.
Huge takedown at the end of the first period. Great misdirection there. They went down to the mat. They're both kind of relaxed and thought the time was going to – I think Neville just thought the time was just going to tick out and we weren't going to do anything. And then we just kind of sagged and pushed back into it with our head and then kind of went to an arm, kind of a dump with our arms. And a great wrestling right there by Ben.
Keeter's
Huge
choice.
takedown.
Starts down, gets up to his feet. Gets that hand control and out for the escape. 4-0 is the lead now for Keeter. Let's do it again, right? What was it 2 weeks ago? Tom said, let's get a little greedy out there in some positions. Collar tied by Keeter up on the left side. Ryan Morningstar, you can hear him saying, those feet, get him moving. Get that weight going one way and then back the other, and that's going to make it a lot easier for you. Keep that weight off of you. You hear Morningstar say inside. He's got that left hand on the collar, but he was outside of the arms. There's a shot attempt by Nevels, but we down block.
So Keeter had 3 legit shots in that first period, and it took that third one. And if you remember some of our matches earlier in the year, what was it? It was Luffman. Remember how he didn't shoot until there was 30 seconds left in the match? That's why, how bad would you want that first period back?
Yep.
That's a good improvement right there. That's what I'm talking about. He had to shoot 3 times before he scored in the first period. And now, what if that would have been the third period? Now we either lose or go to overtime. Yep. That's why you go early. Now, that doesn't mean we slow down now either.
No. You got 7 minutes. You want to utilize the entire 7 minutes.
That's what you train for.
25 seconds remains, second period. Will be Neville's choice in the third period. This second one will come to an end. Keeter leading 4-0. Minute 42 to go at Carver. Hawkeyes 72, USC 62.
Wow. That's so awesome. Keeter, let's try and ride here. Let's try and ride for a while.
Neville's to his feet. Keeter trying to trip him back down.
Nice. Good job. Way to return him. That a boy.
Neville's bounces right back up. Hand control out for the escape. Keeter has 10 seconds towards his riding time. Big snap as Neville's was coming across heavy.
Yeah, he was trying to push it out of bounds there is what he was trying to do. And we just kind of moved like a, what do you call that, Commodore?
Yeah. Now the
not Commodore.
Not Commodore. Matador.
Matador, yeah, there you go. Matador.
And it was an adore. And
Commodore, I'm thinking of the group. Matador, he just snapped him and moved it out of the way. Just did it again, too.
Minute 15 to go. 4-1 is the lead for Keeter. Riding time not a factor. See him do that, Olay, and then get right back around behind. There's a nice down block. Go behind. And couldn't hang on to him. Nevels grabs our leg, but we're able to get it back. Still in a front headlock.
Let go of the head and go 2 hands to the leg. Oh, no. He tried getting cute there. Okay, we got to get up, Keeter. We got to get up.
Reaches back, grabbing the leg. We had that front head, and we were able to hang on to the one leg, but then trying getting fancy, and 25-pound difference allowed Nevels to just drive into us and take us down. Keeter to his feet. Nevels trying to pull us out of bounds.
Keep diving. Keep going. Go. Nice job, Ben Keeter. That a boy, Ben.
20 seconds left. Keeter leads 5-4. Nevels pushing hard with that underhook. Changed levels. Keeter circles back towards the center. 5 seconds left. Down block. And Keeter pushes Nevels out of bounds. That's going to do it.
Nice job. Nice job. Nice job, Ben Keeter. That's a big win for Ben Keeter.
5-4 the final there. 34-9 in favor of the Hawkeyes. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll have your post-meet right after this. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
This is Jordan Sekefetz here for my dad Brian and his true blue crew at Dodge Street Tire. If you're wrestling with your car or truck, let their crew take care of you and your family with honest and quality award-winning service. For over 30 good years, Dodge Street Tire have been champions for Hawkeye fans everywhere, pinning down prices and problems for their neighbors. Don't let your vehicle's tires and troubles keep you from achieving your goals. Dodge Street Tire at the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
Save big money right now at Menards. Adding Knauf fiberglass insulation to your home is an effective way to keep warm and lower your utility bills by 15%. Plus, you can stack on savings with additional federal tax credits on qualifying energy-efficient upgrades. Get a roll of R13 craft-faced fiberglass insulation for $12.99. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals.
Save big money at Menards.
Shop Grand Appliance for a hassle-free appliance buying experience that includes Iowa's best selection of brands, unbeatable prices, and knowledgeable sales, delivery, and install experts that can simplify every step of your purchase. Need it fast? Grand has thousands of appliances in stock every day and can deliver and install faster than those other guys. Experience the Grand difference online at grandappliance.com or in person at their Davenport or Cedar Rapids showrooms. That's Grand Appliance, the appliance expert since 1930.
Lobs to Owen Freeman. He dunks it through. Catch all Big Ten selection. Owen Freeman and the Hawkeye men's basketball team in action. Single game tickets for the 2024-25 season are on sale. This season's home schedule features Purdue, Michigan State, and conference newcomer Washington. Plan your trip to Carver by calling 1-800-IA-HAWK.
Now, back to University of Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling.
College Park, Maryland at the Pavilion at the Xfinity Center. 34-9 final score here. Hawkeyes with the win over Maryland. Hawkeye coach Tom Branch joining us right now. And Coach, beforehand you talked about learn and move forward, and talk about how you saw your guys out there today.
I think this is more about going to Nebraska, moving forward that way. I think you evaluate this. You know what? You do what you got to do as a competitor. Said it a lot to the team, said it to you in the pre-match. I'm, not telling the truth if I wasn't curious to see how some guys would wrestle. Gabe Arnold was curious to see how he would handle it. He wanted to go. He was disappointed in the coach's decision. He wanted to go. So winning tough matches there, that's a good win for him. We can open it up, though. Here's the thing. There's offense more, throughout. So, Gabe was on him, through the middle of the second period, and then those shots kind of went away, where you're threatening him. And then you're just looking for push-outs and stall calls, and you're not going to get those. And so what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that we got to be more consistent, scoring first, middle scoring, end of the match scoring. And it really has to be more like a pinball machine, and that's silly to a lot of people, but that's the truth. And that's, you know what? When guys wrestle the right way, that's what can happen, and that's what will happen. I'm interested in this Iowa women's basketball score. I'm looking at the score upside down. We're winning by 9.
Winning by 9 with 37 seconds left.
So anyway, but I'm looking at that. I'm looking at Ironside. Ironside, you got anything to say?
Ben Keeter, 3 shots in the first period, and finally was able to finish at the very end there when I think Nevels was just expecting the clock to tick down and just kind of hang out. How awesome is that? And if you go back to the Illinois match, no shots, no nothing, 30 seconds left, puts himself in position to score twice, falls just short. But it's like, man, wouldn't you awesome to have that first period back against Illinois? But look what he just did here. 3 shots in the first period. We don't have to wait to the end.
Yeah, and he got taken down. And here's the thing there. He's over wrestling that. A couple different times now with, those reversals. And that was a takedown situation, but the guy get off and get neutral.
Yep.
And then to your point, he took him down in the first period, ends the period on top, he escapes, you're not going into overtime. And those little details are important. Hey, you said it best, but there's more there. There's more there. I mean, there's a couple times where, it's like you're wrestling conservative and you're there and then you push him away. But
there's more there in a lot of areas. It's good. It was a fun duel. It was fun to watch. Kyle Parko, though, dang it, I want that fall there.
Got to be greedy.
But attack.
We like greed. I think the Maryland coach wants a piece of Terry Brand.
I do, too.
Hey, Hawks win 76-69, final score.
All right. Hey, good job,
Let's
man.
get that plane going.
All right.
Yeah, good job.
Thanks, Tom.
Right.
It's Hawkeye coach Tom Brands back to wrap things up. You're listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
This is Jordan Sekefetz here for my dad Brian and his true blue crew at Dodge Street Tire. If you're wrestling with your car or truck, let their crew take care of you and your family with honest and quality award-winning service. For over 30 good years, Dodge Street Tire have been champions for Hawkeye fans everywhere, pinning down prices and problems for their neighbors. Don't let your vehicle's tires and troubles keep you from achieving your goals. Dodge Street Tire at the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
Hey Hawkeye fans, this is Monica from Monica's. Randy always told Chef Sal and me that family comes first. So I'm here with my son to invite you to stop by before or after your favorite university event. We are proud of our Hawkeye coworkers, including Sal's daughter, Miss Sarah, and hope you know that if you are headed to Carver or Hampshire, our awesome food, full bar, and Monica's family await. We hope to see you soon. And what do you say, Meyer?
Go Hawks!
This is Leah Pasha, and I've been saying, hit a deer, call Premier for years. But it's time for something new. It's still where you need to go for deer divots and door dings, as well as damaged dashboards. That's what my dad Nathan's driving at and dreams about. Why not say, when your car is dinged, be a deer and call Premier? I think Dad's gonna love that. Premier Automotive, North Liberty's premier auto body repair shop.
Be a deer and call Premier Auto Body in North Liberty.
Altorfer Rents is the Hawkeyes' top pick for full-service equipment rental. From tip-off to the final buzzer, Altorfer Rents has you covered. Rent or buy game-changing equipment from trusted brands like Caterpillar, Husqvarna, Wacker, Skyjack, JLG, Solaire, and Magni. Take your projects to the hoop with flexible options and the latest equipment in tech. Let's get to work. Rent with confidence and a team that's always courtside. Call Altorfer Rents at 866-DEMO-CAT today. Now, back to University of Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling.
(34-9), the final score here from the Xfinity Center Pavilion. Stephen Grace, Mark Ironside wrapping things up. Hawkeyes move to 10-1 overall, 4-1 in the Big Ten. And the Maryland Terrapins drop to 8-7 and 3-2. Hawkeyes with 3 tech falls and a pin. Throw in a major decision as well. Gets them to 34 points. And, Mark, you said, get back on the horse after a rough night Friday night. Good positive things here today. Again, still always room to grow. That's what you always know with Coach Brands. But you got another big one as Nebraska's coming to town Friday night. Cornhuskers going to be chomping at the bit once again.
Yeah, they just come off a big win against Wisconsin. That's not saying a lot, but they got a little bit of momentum too. So I just love the fact that we got an opportunity to come in here Sunday, a quick turn, and to light up the scoreboard in a lot of matches. How many techs? 3?
3 techs.
3 techs and 1 fall.
Yeah.
And a couple of big wins. A big win at 84, a big win at heavyweight. So good duel for the Hawks. We put 34 points on the board as a team. And a ton of points on the board as individuals. So, like Coach Tom Brand said, there's a lot more in the tank. There's a lot left out there. A lot of people, questioning the conditioning of the Hawkeyes after the match on Friday night. The conditioning is not a factor. The conditioning is there. It's just a matter of not letting the atmosphere kind of get the best of you and staying relaxed. And there's a lot that goes into a wrestling match. But obviously, the competition level wasn't near the level as what we faced on Friday night, but this is a really good opportunity for us to kind of rebound, and that's what we did. And like Tom said, now on and to Nebraska on Friday night at 7 p.m. at Carver Hawkeye Arena.
Hawks left a couple points out there as well. Felt like, Tom said, he threw out Gabe Arnold. Maybe get a few more takedowns, keep that offense going.
I was going to talk to Tom about that, but I could tell he wanted to get off the air. He wants to get going, and he's got fans to talk to. He's got other interviews to do. It's nice to come over. We're down at the table to take the time. Why are we not riding the third period, though? Why do we let it come down? Why do we not try to ride like that in regulation instead of in overtime when we absolutely have to because the match is on the line? And then we don't have to let it get to that point. It's just that's the frustrating thing with Gabe a little bit right there. He showed what he's capable of doing.
Yeah.
Why do we not do that in regulation? And especially when Tom made a great point that those early opportunities to score takedowns kind of vanished throughout the match. Gabe has to be feeling that going in third period. Hey, those shots aren't quite getting there. I need to put some emphasis on trying to get that minute riding time. Yeah. Exactly what Schriever did, and that's what saved Schriever, and he was able to win on a riding time point.
Yep.
So
no matter how you look at it, Hawks get the big win here, and we get ready to hop a plane and head back to Iowa City. Welcome in Nebraska on Friday night. I believe that's the Pioneer Showdown, so looking forward to that. So, Mark, let's get things packed up and find that plane.
Yep, let's go, buddy.
That's going to do it for us. Congrats to Jan Jensen and the Hawkeyes knocking off USC, and congratulations to Caitlin Clark getting her jersey retired back in Iowa City today as well. Great day for the Hawkeyes, and we'll be back on the air Friday night, 6:45 will be our pre-meet. 7 o'clock will be the wrestling action from Iowa City. Until then, this is Stephen Grace. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Discover the exceptional value of dining at Kingston Steakhouse in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Enjoy aged USDA steaks, delicious seafood, and more in our spacious indoor seating areas. Are you planning a holiday party? Our state-of-the-art venue hosts 25 to 300 guests, featuring 2 full-service bars, a dance floor, and catering. Call us today at 319-536-7898 to book your party. Enjoy daily specials and 2-for-1 happy hour. Visit KingstonSteakhouseIA.com. Savor the experience at Kingston Steakhouse.
Marty, my man. That's Mike Graff, the Graff Home Selling Team, the #1 real estate team in Eastern Iowa. Partners from the start, now friends for life.
Got that right, Marty, because you've been key in coming up with great advertising plans for us and schedules on iHeart stations to get our messages out. When you need a pro on your team, draft this guy. You can count on results when you put your advertising in his hands. Our professional and personal friend, Marty Mason, with iHeart Media.
I'm Marty Mason. Call me today, 319-360-6909.
Lobs to Owen Freeman. He dunks it through. Catch all Big Ten selection. Owen Freeman and the Hawkeye men's basketball team in action. Single game tickets for the 2024-25 season are on sale. This season's home schedule features Purdue, Michigan State, and conference newcomer Washington. Plan your trip to Carver by calling 1-800-IA-HAWK.
Yellowstone fans, your journey into the Yellowstone universe starts here.
Let's go to work.
Join Bobby Bones on the official Yellowstone podcast as he dives deep into the franchise's legacy. From exclusive cast interviews to untold behind-the-scenes stories, explore the drama, themes, and culture that make Yellowstone a global phenomenon.
I look forward to it.
Listen now on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the iHeart app, search the official Yellowstone podcast, and start listening today.
Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling has been brought to you by Hy-Vee. Score big savings with a Hy-Vee Perks membership. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit IALottery.com for details. University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Also brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. And by U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.
We now join Fox Sports Radio, already in progress on 800 KXIC and available on your Amazon smart speakers just by saying, Alexa, play 800 KXIC on iHeartRadio.
I think about the bad boys, the Pistons. Like they were villains, but they embraced it here. You know, there's certain wrestlers who like being the villain. But, you know, what is a villain? A villain is a character or person who is intentionally evil or harmful to others. Villains can be fictional or based on real people. So the intentional part of that, are they intentionally evil or are they intentionally good or great? I think they came along at a time we were like, yes, somebody other than the Patriots. And then all of a sudden it's like now we're waiting for somebody other than the Kansas City Chiefs. But I mean, Patrick Mahomes, not a villain. Kelsey, Andy Reid, Chris Jones. I don't get it. I think we're tired of the story, and that's natural for sports fans. It's like, okay, somebody else. Boy, we're really rooting for Buffalo. Or we're rooting against Kansas City because we want somebody else in there. Buffalo would be great. Baltimore would be great. We want somebody else in there. This happens with dynasties. We get tired, same stories, same people. Everybody's doing commercials. It's a big deal. Every game is the nationally televised game. It's the big one on Sunday night or Sunday afternoon on Fox or CBS. So we're so familiar with this story that
if you want to know what Dan Patrick said next, just podcast it by searching The Dan Patrick Show. And as always, you can listen to Dan Patrick live weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. This is The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Do not be alarmed. Dak Prescott was asked about his feeling about Schottenheimer, right? But what he said when he was at the end of his statement about Schottenheimer really stuck out to me, and it really encapsulates everything with the Schottenheimer hire with the Cowboys. When you say, yeah, my future is tied to Brian Schottenheimer, that's not an inspiring quote. That is a, hey, we all have to suck it up, and I have to suck it up because my future is tied to this guy. When you say your future is tied to someone, that's never a great thing. When you say he's tied directly to my future, this is a warning sign. This is, I don't know how it's going to go. This is all you need that sums up the hiring of Brian Schottenheimer.
You're listening to Jason Smith with Mike Harmon. Weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Ben Maller.
We're going to make the gabagool.
Ben Maller.
The guy's a beast.
The big dog with a big bite.
That was a bag of crap performance.
Ben Maller is going to do Ben Maller things.
Sounds incredible. It sounds better in theory than in reality. Snap, crackle, pop.
It's the Ben Maller Show.
Who the hell is he?
Listen on the overnights.
It's not that complicated.
2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific. Right here on Fox Sports Radio.
And good night.
FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
And here's what you need to know.
It is official. Luka Doncic is a Laker, and Anthony Davis is headed to Dallas to be a Maverick. Today, Mavs GM Nico Harrison, during his press conference, said that he and Lakers GM Rob Pelinka kept things close to the chest, and that head coach Jason Kidd did not know about the trade. In other NBA news, Chris Paul and Victor Wembanyama will partner up and represent the San Antonio Spurs by participating in the Skills Challenge at All-Star Weekend in San Francisco, according to Chris Haynes. Right now in the NBA, the Pistons are beating the Bulls 54-50 late in the second quarter. Late in the first quarter, the Cavaliers are on top of the Mavericks 36-17, and the Raptors are beating the Clippers 26-23. Tom Kim, Rory McIlroy, and Sepp Straka are at the top of the leaderboard at the Pebble Beach Pro-Am's final round. They are 16 under par overall. I'm Monty Bolaños.
This is Fox Football Sunday.
Let's go! Come on!
You're listening to Fox Football Sunday, and this is the first half of the best football coverage on the radio.
You know what? Come with it. Come on.
Your football teams are repped here.
Oh, that's hard.
Fox Football Sunday is now.
1, 2, 3, let's get it!
Live from the TireRack.com studios of Fox Sports Radio, here's Steve Hartman and 6-year NFL veteran Rich Ornberger.
1 week away from the big game. Big game. Do we have to say big game? I don't know how that works.
No. As long as we're not using it as in an advertising capacity, we can call it Super Bowl 59.
We will call it Super Bowl 59.
Yeah, 59.
I actually, I did not watch what we now call the first Super Bowl. But I did watch what they now call the second Super Bowl. It was then the AFL-NFL championship game. The actual name Super Bowl did not happen until Super Bowl III. When,
Super Bowl time.
Joe Namath pulled the upset
That's
against
right.
the Baltimore Colts. Once again, we're broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. TireRack.com. We're going to help get you there. An unmatched selection, fast free shipping, free road hazard protection, over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be. All right, so we our focus is football here with the big game coming up. And if you don't know, next Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday, we are actually going to have an extended show. We do this every year on Super Bowl Sunday. We will do 5 hours and basically get you ready all the way up until right before the pregame into kickoff. So all the last-second details, every possible breakdown of the game between the Chiefs and the Eagles, we will have it covered, last-second information, anything you need to know. Because we know this. We know that people are making prop bets on Super Bowls. There's no event that has more bets laid on it than the Super Bowl, year after year after year after year after year. I know you with your show, you're going to be doing that, but on our show, we're going to have all the latest prop bets and everything else. So next Sunday, absolutely be with us here on Fox Football Sunday.
Yeah, we will be your last voices leading up to the game. So if there's any, and I mean any late breaking news, we'll cover it. If there's any prop bets that you need to pay attention to.
We have people on the ground.
Oh my gosh, yeah. We have tons of people on the ground. So many people on the ground. I mean, they love the ground and they're there on it.
So that'll be next Sunday. All right. In the meantime, as we woke up this morning, nobody was talking about football. No. The only story that anybody's been talking about, and rightfully so, because it was a history-making trade. Never in the history of the NBA had two players coming off all NBA seasons have been traded for each other midseason the next year. It never happened before. But it happened yesterday as Luka Doncic and Anthony Davis exchanged uniforms. But it wasn't so much the trade, which was shocking enough. It's all how it went down. Like, not a hint of any talk about any buzz that Luka Doncic was on the trade block. That only Shams knew about it. Like, he's the only guy with the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of NBA insiders. Only one in the world seemed to have the inside on that deal.
Yep.
And that the only two people that actually knew anything was going on the entire planet, apparently, were the GMs of these teams.
That's right.
Not the coaches, not the players.
Nope.
Nobody else in the world knew except these two GMs.
Well, and you know what's fascinating? And the Lakers have released their first public commentary about this, and we could read that in a little bit here, is we've only so far heard in person from one side of this. If you are going to believe, which if you're reading chapter and verse from the Gospel of Nico Harrison, if you're going to believe that only two people on planet Earth knew that there was a potentiality of Luka Doncic being traded to the Los Angeles Lakers for Anthony Davis in return, well, here is one of the two voices who were the only two potentially privy to the earliest of these conversations, Nico Harrison, the general manager of your Dallas Mavericks.
Trades don't happen at the smallest level without stuff getting out. And Rob and I were able to have, really intense conversations over the course of, 3 or 4 weeks that started out as a coffee that, was more, hey, would you ever, I don't know, would I? Let me think of, and then it built upon that. And, we kept it between us. We had to keep it tight. J Kidd didn't know about it. But J Kidd and I are aligned, and we talk about archetypes and we talk about the culture that we want to create. So I know the type of players that he likes without actually talking to him. Hey, would you like, so I know that. And J Kidd coached them when they won a championship. So I think when you're aligned with your coach like that, I know the type of players that he likes. And so I felt good about it it making sense to where we're trying to go.
My follow-up to him is, okay, you know the kind of players that your coach likes. Does that mean he didn't like Doncic? I mean, you know who he likes.
Right.
So you're sure that he likes Anthony Davis better than Luka Doncic? I mean, that would be an obvious follow-up because you just said, I know who he likes. By the way, headline USA Today, Jason Kidd looks absolutely baffled as Nico Harrison explained the Luka Doncic trade. And that is, if you see the visual, he's just like, what happened here?
So let's hear more.
Yes.
And this is from Nico Harrison, the general manager of the Dallas Mavericks, explaining this trade further.
Did you have any indication from him or his representation that he was going to opt out or not take the extension or anything like that?
No, not at all. Not at all. Nothing verbally that would lead me to believe that.
Why would the Supermax be a difficult decision on your end?
Oh, no, it's not a matter of it being a difficult decision. It's a matter of, once you put that out there, they accept or they don't, and at that point you're on the clock.
Again, my follow-up is, why were you doing this without telling your coach? Why would you keep the head coach out of the loop when you are trading away your 25-year-old superstar? Why would you not want him to know?
My question would be, are you certain that the only two people who knew that this trade could potentially happen were you and Rob Pelinka? Or were there any other voices who helped the two of you get to the bottom of whether or not this was a good trade, whether or not this was the right trade? You're telling me it was just you and Rob, two opinions in arguably the biggest trade in NBA history. You're telling us that this would be my follow-up. You're telling us that only two people were in on this conversation? Are you sure, Nico?
Well, think about where Nico Harrison has put Rob Pelinka. So now that Harrison has said we were the only two people involved, now Pelinka's got to answer questions like, so, according to Nico Harrison, you were the only two people involved. Why did you keep this from J.J. Redick, your head coach? Why did you keep this from LeBron James? Why did you decide to not tell anybody? Because that's what Nico Harrison said, is that you two did this with no one else knowledgeable. And so Pelinka is going to have to answer those questions based on the comments by Nico Harrison.
Oh, man. I'll tell you, this is...
And by the way, if Pelinka says, well, that's not exactly the way it went down.
This is one of the, okay, so here's the problem. I do believe that more people knew that this was going to happen.
That's safe to say.
There's no question in my mind that Luka was in on it. There's no doubt in my mind that LeBron was in on it. There's no doubt in my mind that Anthony Davis may have even heard inklings of it potentially, but probably was guarded from it since his representation also represents LeBron James. And where does the loyalty lie? I don't know. Maybe with LeBron James, since Rich Paul is his lifetime friend. But okay, let's just say that it was a wider circle of people. This is the best you could come up with. If this really was weeks in the making, this is the best excuse as to why this trade was consummated. This is going to go down for Dallas fans as one of the biggest snow jobs that has ever occurred in the history of the league. They got waxed. They got dragged. They got jobbed. This is awful. Dallas fans are literally showing up to American Airlines Arena with a coffin, and they're preaching about the death of the Dallas Mavericks. This is a funeral. It truly is.
Okay.
Anthony Davis, to put this in terms, for people who don't understand the gravity of this, maybe you're more of a football fan, maybe you're more of a baseball fan, but in food terms, because we all eat food, this would be like being offered a double animal style with french fries and a shake. That's what the Lakers got. The Dallas Mavericks just got a bruised peach and 2 heads of romaine lettuce.
Well, and as Bo said earlier, the Nets got 10 first-round picks for a 34-year-old Kevin Durant. 10 players and seconds, 10 first-round picks, and the Mavericks get one first-round pick for a 25-year-old Luka Doncic?
Guys, if it makes the Mavericks feel any better, they're only losing by 35 right now to the Cavs.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. Okay. So.
It's so bad.
And again, where is the commissioner? This is bad.
In his coffin. It's light outside. He can't go out.
In some respects, it's great because it ensures, assuming Luka Doncic can stay in shape, the future of the Lakers beyond LeBron James. That's the good news. But it doesn't answer the question about the future of the Dallas Mavericks. And that is a legit question.
Well,
and you mentioned with Adelson taking over as principal owner of the Mavericks from Mark Cuban with his ties to Las Vegas. What is going on right now, Commissioner?
The commissioner is busy trying to shorten NBA games from 12-minute quarters to 10-minute quarters. That's what he's busy with.
Did you hear that?
And you know what? Honestly, he's a busy guy because that's 2 whole minutes you're trying to shave off of each quarter.
Yeah, that's
great.
Hard when you're reaching for gimmicks and everything else. And
okay, so we have from a reputable source, and we should do this on the other side.
Okay, I'll just save it then.
An NBA insider who says that he knows why this trade was consummated.
All right, I want to hear that as we continue on. This is Fox Football Sunday.
The big game is set. And we have the storylines.
Kansas City is liberating.
Will the Chiefs make it 3 in a row? I'm here. Or will the Eagles run right through them?
Saquon Barkley, 60 yards.
Your big game coverage is right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, Mom, I've been meaning to talk to you about some new COVID information I saw online.
Uh-huh.
I read that black folks like us with certain conditions like diabetes, heart disease, mental health conditions, or being 50 and older, like you, are at high risk.
Boy, you sound like a commercial.
I'm just saying. I know you love your ginger teas and essential oils, but remember, there are treatment options for COVID-19.
I promise if I get sick again, I'll call my doctor to ask about my options.
Visit WeTalkWeRise.com to learn more. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Has your car insurance gone up recently? It's hard to know where to search for the best deal. Compare.com is an online insurance marketplace that makes car insurance companies compete for your business. With Compare.com, you'll get access to quotes from dozens of well-rated insurance carriers in your state. Drivers could save up to $900 a year. Take the wheel and start driving to big savings. Go to Compare.com now. Average potential savings based on initial quotes received by 18,330 customers seeking insurance through Compare. Actual savings may vary depending on state of residence, individual circumstances, coverage selections, and insurance provider. Savings results are not guaranteed.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-566-1649. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-566-1649. That's 800-566-1649. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hello, America. This is LeVar Arrington. As a gun owner, I understand the importance of being prepared. But it's crucial to recognize that according to law enforcement statistics, 99% of all altercations do not require lethal force. Introducing Byrna, the leader in less lethal self-defense. And you know I'm all about defense. Byrna provides formidable stopping power without the complexities and potential legal consequences of a homicide. It's about having the right tools for the right situation, ensuring you can protect yourself and your family effectively and responsibly. I personally own several Byrna launchers. Byrna launchers are legal in all 50 states with no background checks, no permits, and no waiting period. You can have one shipped straight to your door, providing peace of mind when you need it most. Every Byrna launcher is hand assembled in Fort Wayne, Indiana by a proud American company. Visit Byrna.com/LeVar and get 10% discount off your purchase. That's Byrna, BYRNA.com/LeVar. Byrna, where safety meets responsibility and preparation meets peace of mind.
Best?
We're waiting.
A straight shooter.
That's the kind of guy that I am.
2 words. Doug Gottlieb.
Yo, let me grab this mic right here, one time.
Better yet, Coach Gottlieb.
Now you got it.
Admit it. Your afternoons just got better.
Dude, you get everybody in, you look them in the eye and go, let's go. You know who I am. Like, do you understand the value in that?
It's the Doug Gottlieb Show. Weekdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific. Right here on Fox Sports Radio.
This is
The Herd. When Colin Cowherd drops the info, The Herd, you need to listen.
Everybody listen up! So I got to talk about this. And the NBA right now, yesterday Adam Silver came out and said, you know what, I want to shorten quarters. They're tweaking stuff because the TV ratings are bad. Whatever. And one of the reasons is we don't have a Jordan. We don't have this young emerging star, a Steph Curry we can all latch on to, a domestic star. But I do think we have a team that feels like the most domestic old school product, the New York Knicks, who beat the Denver Nuggets last night. They are the anti-NBA. They don't shoot a lot of threes. They're guys, they're starting 5. There is no load management. They all play 35 minutes a night. Don't have much of a bench. They practice hard. They play harder. They're kind of a half-court offense. And it's very rare when a New York team is an underdog, but they're very much about culture. And that's really not the NBA. The NBA is about talent. It used to be Spurs and Duncan, culture. Chuck Daly Pistons, culture. MJ, toughness, Phil Jackson, culture. The New York Knicks won again last night. And what they've done, and why I think they're so incredibly likable, is they're basically Villanova professionally. Mature guys, older guys, same starting lineup, no load management, and in a league that is struggling because their stars are all international. And international guys, they're not as interested in doing commercials. You don't know who they are.
If you're eager to find out what Colin said next, just podcast it by searching The Herd. And as always, you can listen live to Colin Cowherd weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Are y'all ready to have some fun?
On the Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
I'm just going to say it because it's going to seem weird.
You'll get this.
I'm not saying the guy's overrated.
And some of this.
Oh.
Like death, pettiness knows no tax bracket.
Oh, hey now. And on occasion,
5, 2, 1. What's our disaster scenario early on in the season?
Yeah, baby.
Let's go.
It's the Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon. Weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. On Fox Sports Radio.
I'm going to confess right now.
Why does our lineup work?
I think the contrast of personalities.
Here's a little secret.
I can't even sugarcoat.
We have the best in the business.
They pimp slapped him.
24/7, 365.
There's a ton going on in sports.
Wherever, whenever, quality.
For sure. Turn the radio up for that sweet sound.
It's how we do sports.
Hey, we're talking about sports.
I get paid to yell and call for people to get fired.
This is Fox Sports Radio, the premier sports lineup in the nation. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
Steve Harbin and Rich Lumberg here, Fox Football Sunday. We're live from the TireRack.com studios. All right, so in the midst of all of our Super Bowl coverage, yes, we're also talking about the story in sports, that unbelievable trade between the Mavs and the Lakers involving Anthony Davis and Luka Doncic. Nico Harrison, you heard from him, the general manager of the Mavericks, who said that literally for weeks, he and Rob Pelinka, the GM of the Lakers, had spoken in total privacy with nobody else on the planet aware of what they were talking about in terms of this blockbuster deal. As Jason Kidd, the coach of the Mavericks, sitting right next to him, looked absolutely, as people said, baffled by what Nico Harrison was saying, that, yes, I didn't even tell him because, well, I just know what he thinks. I know who he likes. Does that mean he didn't like Luka Doncic? I don't know. What do you mean by that? But now you say, Rich, you have somebody, because this is now under full investigation. how this deal went down.
Well, and also why. I think that is going to be the question that's most often asked. Why did this happen? What was the reason that Luka Doncic was so unpalatable for the Dallas Mavericks to have within their building that they were going to ship off an all-NBA 25-year-old for essentially peanuts? And then also on the Lakers side, what's going on with AD? Why were the Lakers eager, or Rob Pelinka, I guess, who is named as the only other co-conspirator here in this trade, so eager to ship off AD? Well, NBA insider Bill Ryder with CBS Sports had some insights on how the Lakers got to this point.
Last year, there was talk within the Lakers organization that LeBron James had grown a little frustrated with Anthony Davis. It wasn't that necessarily AD was going to be traded. We obviously didn't report that on CBS Sports. It was just, hey, this is something to keep an eye on. LeBron is frustrated with AD, and he doesn't think that it's working.
Yeah, okay, but that wasn't the intent. When they gave Anthony Davis his last contract extension, the idea of AD when he came to the Lakers was, obviously, we want you to help LeBron win a championship, which he did immediately that first year. And then we will build the future around Anthony Davis once LeBron steps down. At the time, did the Lakers maybe think that LeBron would still be playing at this level at age 40 in his 22nd year? Maybe not. But that's where we are right now. I'm more curious. I want to hear from LeBron.
Oh, yeah. Well, you have. In fact, he quote tweeted this little clip from CBS Sports. It now has close to 30 million views thanks to LeBron James. He wrote, "You effing liar," on his official Twitter account. It's the very top of his Twitter account. That was about, 10, 15 hours ago, whatever it is, very shortly after this news broke of the trade. And Bill Ryder went on CBS Sports and said what he said as an NBA insider, that he has heard grumblings that LeBron is upset with Anthony Davis, that he's tired of the act, that he wanted to move on from Davis. So LeBron James is protecting his reputation here because he's being implicated as one of the reasons for this trade.
I understand why he's getting defensive about that, but at some point he's going to have to answer questions like, are you upset that this organization made this trade in the middle of a season? By the way, 28-19. Very much in the conversation, right? It's not like, some kind of year where you're 13-30. They're 28-19, comfortably now in the top 6 in the Western Conference. Middle of the season, when everyone was openly talking about coming up to the trade deadline, can we get the big guy out of Utah? Can we add a big, so that we can move AD into his natural 4 position instead of playing the 5. Are you upset at the organization now that at least Nico Harrison is saying, yeah, nobody knew about this. Are you upset that they would trade away Anthony Davis without you knowing about it?
See, that's the way I want the question asked. That way. I would frame the question this way, Steve. I would want somebody with the audacity to ask LeBron James this question this way. You're telling me, arguably the greatest player of all time, playing in the biggest market, or one of the biggest markets in all of professional sports, wasn't made aware that the number 2 star on your roster is being traded away to Dallas, and that you guys were inheriting another all NBA player? Like, you're telling me that the Lakers did this over your head, LeBron? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
I mean, if
Rob Pelinka made this deal without consulting with you or any of your people or the organization. You're telling me that Jeannie Butts didn't know about this?
Jeannie didn't know? Rob didn't talk to you? Nobody spoke to you, LeBron.
This was just 2 GMs
in the dead of the night
shooting the you-know-what and then making a deal without ownership, coaches, players, anybody else knowing about it.
I mean, ask him that question that way. Because I don't know.
That's what Nico Harrison said.
Because if he is responding to quote tweeting, a knee-jerk reaction on Twitter, quote tweeting Bill Ryder saying that LeBron James and Anthony Davis had friction, and that's the reason why LeBron was comfortable shipping him off to Dallas. If he's so sensitive that he's willing to quote tweet an NBA insider suggesting that he had something to do with this, do you really think his ego could withstand somebody saying that Rob Pelinka big boyed you here? Is that what you're leading us to believe? That you have so little control, LeBron, in Los Angeles? You have so little roster control, LeBron, over the Lakers, even though you are arguably the greatest basketball player who ever lived, whose best friend from childhood is the CEO of one of the biggest agencies in all of professional sports. You are one of the most well-connected people on the planet. And you didn't know that Luka was coming to LA in trade for Anthony Davis? Is that really what you want us to believe? That's what you want me to write in ink on paper? That you, LeBron, didn't know? That you were completely left out of the circle of trust here? LeBron James? That's what you want us to believe? Okay. If that much is happening unbeknownst to you, LeBron, I guess we just have to believe it, right? I guess.
Again,
if that's what you want us to believe.
I'm looking on this a much bigger scale. I'm just looking at the other 28 teams in the NBA. Because again, if Luka Doncic was on the market, if you're the Knicks, if you're any other team in the league, how are we not in on the idea? I mean, in other words, so now if we want to make a deal with another team and not include anybody else, we got the green light? If we want nobody, if on an open market, imagine the haul that the Mavericks would have gotten for Luka Doncic.
It's crazy. It's
for a 25-year-old coming off 5 straight years of being first team All-NBA. On an open market, saying that every team is
any team who,
I mean, again, you're talking 10, 15 number one future picks. You're talking about frontline play. Again, think of the haul that when the Clippers had to get Paul George in order to sign Kawhi Leonard. That was the deal, right? You want me, you got to get Paul George. Look at the haul OKC got.
It was outrageous.
7 first-round picks and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
And Durant, it was 10
first-round picks.
You're telling me on an open market, 25 years old, prime of his career, all-NBA, Luka Doncic wouldn't have beat out Durant's deal?
And why was the NBA so quick to approve this trade? Why? Wait a second, really? Just like that? Okay, done.
It doesn't make sense. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Okay, again, even if the Dallas Mavericks win a championship this upcoming season, right? Or this season, right? You know, the 24-25 season, they hoist the Larry O'Brien trophy. It still doesn't make any sense. It still is a lopsided trade.
Steve, I actually have the reason why the trade was approved. It's because it fit within the salary cap and both teams agreed to it.
Exactly.
You know, open and shut case. Thank you, Bo.
You're welcome.
That's it.
Glad I could help.
And let me I'll tie the bow on the present. And LeBron didn't know about it.
That's right.
And LeBron didn't know about it.
No idea. He was at a family dinner.
Because LeBron James, when he's sitting down for pasta fra diavolo, he doesn't check Twitter. He's not answering text messages.
No, when
he's sitting down for crispy calamari at the Olive Garden, he's not communicating with Rob Pelinka.
By the way,
James family,
he's catching up with the fam.
Yeah, they do that thing where you put your phone upside down on the table, and whoever picks up their phone first has to pay for it.
They leave them in their Gucci bags at the door.
By the way,
they're not bringing them to the dinner table. That's where we break bread. This is the James gang. We sit down, and when we have our mozzarella sticks, we will not be interfered with, even if it is Nico Harrison. Give me a break. I got a bridge to sell you too, if you want to believe that. It's in Brooklyn. It's in good shape.
By the way, Bill Ryder, who now obviously has been called an effing liar by LeBron James. I've known Bill a long time. Bill really cut his chops early in his career. He covered LeBron's entire first year with the Miami Heat.
Yeah.
So it's not like he doesn't know LeBron or vice versa. They know each other very well. So Bill Ryder, there's a connection there that goes way back with him and LeBron. So it's not like he would just make something up like that. He just would not do that when it pertains to LeBron James. And by the way, what did all he reported is that I'd heard some grumblings about some frustration about LeBron and AD. I don't think that's out of line.
You think LeBron told him to put that out there so he could call him a liar and get some
I have no idea.
By the way, and Bill Ryder's not backing down. 1 hour ago, he doubled down. He said, on hearing LeBron in the past, a little frustrated with AD, been talking about this since at least 2023. It is like Bronny being drafted by the Lakers or Redick hired as a head coach. Just another important piece of context to try and figure out what LeBron knew or didn't about the trade.
What a great name, by the way, Bill Ryder.
Yeah,
it's
Ryder.
a good name. It's a solid name.
As if he was Steve Talker in there.
All right, let's find out what is trending right now as we welcome back Monsi.
I have been looking at Luka Doncic's Instagram just to see, if he posts something, because he still has his profile picture with the Mavs jersey, and no action yet.
Yeah.
Bleacher Report just tweeted that he texts the Mavs group text message that they have. Thanks for everything. Now, I don't know if I believe it, because I don't believe the internet anymore. And let me tell you guys why.
Okay.
Because yesterday, during my show with Steve Hartman, I was at FanFest all day yesterday. Before I came in, I was exhausted when I got here.
Is this the Dodgers Fan Fest?
Yes, I was at Dodgers Fan Fest all day. And our producer, Patrick, is like, hey, you want to bring back Who's Your Daddy now that the
they asked
season...
me trivia questions, that kind
to
of stuff.
see, and if you get it right over him, you're his daddy. So who's your daddy, right? It's typically he's the daddy.
He's the daddy.
He's typically the daddy, right?
He's Daddy Steve.
Right.
He's
and
the daddy.
So on my phone, once he sent me that, I was so busy, and I was like, okay, yeah, baseball. Fastest player to reach 2,000 hits.
Fewest games to play to get to 2,000 hits.
Well, no, all I searched was fastest player to reach 2,000 hits. And I just did it right now, right?
You did
This new AI generated answer gave me an answer that was not exactly correct. And I did not have time to actually dive in and look. But the AI answer right here, AI overview. Jose Altuve of the Astros became the fastest player in Major League history to reach 2,000 hits on August 19, 2023, achieving the milestone in 1,631 games. Literally, I'm looking at it right now. No, that's not actually right.
Right. So I guess immediately she said, well, she has the top three. And I said, well, one of them I know is Ichiro. She goes, no, he's not on the list. I'm like, what? And so as it turns out, it wasn't the fastest in terms of games played to get to just 2,000 hits, and also 200 home runs and 200 stolen bases.
So all of that was part of it.
Oh, got
but
it.
But it didn't tell me. That's the line I'm looking at it. And so my fault for not going further into it. But at that point, I trusted the internet.
Yeah. Oh, no.
So I was throwing out guesses, and she's like, no. And I'm like, what?
And so, yeah. So I did not ask the proper question because I'm looking at it right now. I'm so frustrated. So no,
So
Steve,
you're not my daddy.
I'm not. I'm not your daddy.
Can I just offer a simple solution to this?
Yeah.
Just blame Patrick.
Well, that's also
Patrick should have
also
caught that. That's on him.
I mean, I agree that maybe he should have caught, but I literally cannot. I'm looking at this internet right now, and so I'm so mad because literally that's what I searched. So anyway, I was wrong.
Anxious to call you my daddy, but now I can't.
No,
you
can't. You're still the daddy. You're still the daddy. But the point is,
Daddy
don't
Harmon.
trust the internet. That is the whole point in all of this.
Yes,
Don't trust
we
the
understand
internet.
that, yes.
There are great videos of the protests happening at American Airlines Arena Stadium where the Mavs play.
I thought you were about to say, this is where my brain went, don't trust the internet, but there are great videos of cats. And that's what the
great
internet
videos of cats.
should be used for.
But there's like a protest going on in Dallas, and somebody, Bo sent me a video of these guys carrying a coffin and like dropping it off there.
On the steps.
On the steps. Fire Nico, sell the team. Like, oh my gosh.
Open revolt in Dallas right now.
Absolutely. And the Cavaliers, who are currently playing the Mavericks, are like crushing them. They're headed to halftime. 1 minute to go. Cavaliers up 88 to 46.
Oh my gosh.
We're headed
88.
And we're headed to
Okay.
halftime. Just so you guys know, there's a whole nother half. All right. The Pistons are beating the Bulls 72-68 halfway through the third. James Harden has 17 points, and the Clippers and Raptors are tied at 61. They're also headed to halftime as we speak. In men's college hoops, number 19 Memphis on top of Rice 60-59. 10 minutes to go in the game. And Rory McIlroy sitting alone at the top of the leaderboard at the Pebble Beach Pro-Am, 18 under par overall. Lucas Glover, Shane Lowry are now 2 shots back. Okay. Back to you guys.
So, by the way, Monse, I'm looking at this. By the way, Cavs just scored again.
Oh,
91.
Good.
They have
Good.
91 points in the first half.
Okay.
That's great.
The first quarter score was 50-19.
Yep.
That was the first quarter.
Oh, my God.
And they've outscored them 41-27 in the second quarter.
91.
Who is playing in this?
Kyrie is not playing.
Kyrie's not playing. Poor Klay Thompson.
Klay Thomps's a minus 22 in this game.
Oh, my God.
How about
He's got
this?
0 points.
How about this? He's a minus 22 and he's only played 11 minutes.
Yeah. It's
How
like
is that possible? Except then I look at Exum, who has played, get this, 14 minutes, and he's a minus 33.
Oh, my Lord.
Prosper is a minus 35, and he's played 12
minutes. I have no idea who
minutes.
that is. I've never heard of that name. Olivier Maxence Prosper. I don't know who that is.
Dallas should have canceled and said it's a snow day.
It is a snow day.
Yo, they should.
You want to hear on the flip side? Donovan Mitchell has played 17 minutes. He's a plus 45.
Oh my God!
In 17 minutes.
Oh my God!
Okay, this is a nightmare for the NBA. In fact, I'm looking at another headline here that says this: confusion around the league is quite high after this trade. Like, what happened here? And at some point, the commissioner's in hiding right now.
Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah.
He is in absolute hiding, but there are a lot of people in the NBA that want answers on exactly what just happened.
If you are
and how did this happen?
One of the other 28 owners not involved in this trade, you're probably, on hold with the commissioner's office, the league offices. And because everybody else is calling too.
Right.
And the question is, what the hell just happened? Like, I need an answer because I thought that we were all competing with each other.
Right,
I thought
exactly.
that this was a league where we all had an opportunity with the lottery draft. And, listen, we realize that there's cap salaries and there's salary, all the stuff, right? We put in all these things to make this a competitive league with great parity. So could you explain to me, and yes, I'll wait on hold, but could you explain to me how the Lakers just got Luka Doncic and they traded old groceries to the Dallas Mavericks?
One first-round pick.
What team? I'm so tired of the picks, man. Picks are great, but you have to do something with them eventually.
Yeah,
so
they're valuable.
Wait,
they're worth
so
something.
you think that the Nets are going to use all those picks that they got for KD eventually? Because there's not enough roster space for that anyway.
No, they won't, but they will use them as capital to trade for somebody.
Maybe. The Thunder have had picks forever, and they haven't traded for anybody of note.
Okay.
So
let's talk about him.
What player are they going to get that's better than Anthony Davis right now?
No.
I
get
what you're saying.
The biggest problem,
who is actually going to trade a player of AD's caliber?
I get it. But I'm saying even with AD. So let's say all things considered, the trade is the exact same in terms of the people involved. Markieff Morris, Luka Doncic, AD. The whole thing is all the same. The Dallas Mavericks still should have gotten a ton of first-round picks along with the compensation they received.
Harrison's a bad GM that didn't do his job.
Okay, but
it's not simple. Again,
Harrison
is a pawn in this thing. Let's make this clear. Nico Harrison is not calling the shots.
Did you guys hear about his Nike presentation?
Was it good?
Basically, he admitted to being the sole reason that Nike didn't sign Steph Curry.
Nice.
Because he called him Seth, and the presentation was clearly meant for Kevin Durant.
Oh no!
And they wouldn't give him a signature shoe. Nico Harrison was in charge of that. So,
all right, guys, don't forget after the show, our podcast is going up. So if you missed any of today's show, check out the podcast. Just search Fox Sports Radio wherever you get your podcast, and follow, rate, and review the podcast. Again, just search Fox Sports Radio wherever you get your podcast. See the show posted right after we get off the air. On the other side, we're going to have some final thoughts on this tumultuous Sunday. 1 week away from Super Bowl 59. This is Fox Football Sunday.
3, 2, 1.
Did you know we're always live?
Fox Sports Radio.
I'll prove it. Got a smartphone?
Check your phone real quick.
Now search FSR on the iHeartRadio app.
That's how they're doing it.
Look at that. See? I told you we're always live.
Emanating live.
Pretty cool, huh? This is Fox Sports Radio.
Do it now.
What if you could unlock over $1 million in personal and business credit? That's exactly what Ray Reynolds can do for you. I'm talking about protecting your family and building your business with $100,000 in personal or business cash credit. And Ray can help you rebuild your credit score to 750. Ray Reynolds isn't just any expert. He helped the security chief of TRW that became Experian, one of the most trusted credit bureaus. If you're looking to get your finances on track, Ray is the man you should call Call for a $750 credit score. Call Ray at 800-427-5991. 800-427-5991. Join his live webinars and attend his weekly workshops to learn the insider strategies for hitting your personal and business goals. Ready for a $750 credit score and your first $100,000 in credit? Call Ray Reynolds now at 800-427-5991. That's 800-427-5991.
Your phone is yours. Give me the playback.
Jason Smith and Mike Harmon are dropping knowledge like this.
I'm all for changes, right? And I've talked about having big change and having it affect what really the big problem is. And this is players not being able to play as many games. They're sitting out back-to-backs. Less games is really gutsy, but now you have teams that have to say we're okay with less revenue. And here's Adam Silver saying, hey, how about 10-minute quarters? Would that allow you guys to play more minutes? Would the Stars play more if they're only 40-minute games instead of 48 minutes? That way, instead of having to play 38 minutes a game, you could play like 33 minutes a game. Would that get you going? Like, the NBA has gotten to the point where let's just throw stuff up against the wall and see what sticks. I get it when it's the All-Star game because you have to. That's what I have to do. Every league does the same thing. Every All-Star game. I'm exhausted. What do we do next year? Give me 5 minutes to rest. All right, then we'll figure out next year. But like the NBA is at that point where it's, well, we got to throw things up and see what sticks because all of the big things that would help with this are all too big ideas that are not going to be able to be gone through, be able to put through. Like, yeah, are the owners going to agree to 10 less games a year so there's no back-to-backs? No, forget it. Not going to happen, right? Not going to go that way. Are players going to agree to play all the time and teams are going to hold them responsible to play? Hey, you're healthy, you can play tonight? Or are they going to say, you're dinged up, we're holding you out, we got 3 games in 4 nights or 3 games in 5 nights, we're going to hold you out tonight? This is not going to happen, right? I mean, the NBA already is a pretty good television product. I always said college basketball was the best model because it was just a little bit over 2 hours. Even if you had a knockdown, drag-out 2 overtime game, college basketball still gets you in and out in 2.5 hours.
To get the rest of what Jason Smith and Mike Harmon said, podcast it by searching The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon. And as always, you can hear The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, right here on Fox Sports Radio. This is The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Do not be alarmed.
Dak Prescott was asked about his feeling about Schottenheimer, right? But what he said when he was at the end of his statement about Schottenheimer really stuck out to me, and it really encapsulates everything with the Schottenheimer hire with the Cowboys. When you say, yeah, my future is tied to Brian Schottenheimer, that's not an inspiring quote. That is a, hey, we all have to suck it up. And I have to suck it up because my future is tied to this guy. When you say your future is tied to someone, that's never a great thing. When you say he's tied directly to my future, this is a warning sign. This is, I don't know how it's going to go. This is all you need that sums up the hiring of Brian Schottenheimer.
You're listening to Jason Smith with Mike Harmon. Weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. This is The Herd.
Wow, 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 wow.
With Colin Cowherd.
There are basically 4 teams that keep 4 organizations that keep getting to this game the last 8 years. The Chiefs, the Eagles, the Niners, and the Rams. They keep getting to this game regularly. It's one common thread upstairs. The front offices are hyper-aggressive. Trades, deal-making, moving up in the draft. That's it. And all have pivoted in recent years, even after success. So the NFL is a league that wants parity. Best record drafts last. There are limitations on what you can do. First place, hardest schedule. Last place, easiest schedule. So how do you separate when the governance of a league would like parity? Everybody's smushed to the middle. Gotta be aggressive with your personnel moves.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We're for you. We're here for you.
I can't let this audience down.
That's why we're giving back.
Which makes Fox Sports Radio really fun.
Keep this in mind.
We're giving you the best sports and entertainment on your platform.
Right, because that's how we operate.
And you know what?
It's about the consistency.
Every day. That's the truth.
Whether it's through your speakers, podcast, or social, we're giving back on Fox Sports Radio. To To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Go! Check them out.
FS1.
Check them out.
FS1.
Steve Harbin, Rich Orenberger, Fox Football Sunday. We're live from the TireRack.com studios. I want to thank our crew today. She can always be my daddy. I will.
Trade regarding.
Oh, that's. Well, now we sort of caught her in a private conversation there. Mm-hmm. That would be Monty Bolaños. Sam, who's here and wanted to hear what. I wasn't talking to her. I was just acknowledging her, Sam. Sam has apparently forgotten. Sam has run the board for hundreds and hundreds of shows of mine over the years, but it's been a while. And so he's
really excited about that Iowa win today.
He's delirious. Did you watch? Have they had the post-game ceremony to give Caitlin Clark her retired jersey? Did they do that?
They didn't televise it, but it was immediately after their
Upset
upset of number 4
Why
USC.
else would I even watch that game?
I don't know.
I
don't know. They went to something else, but I am distracted and overstimulated from that win, and not the Luka news. I'm sorry to report.
Well, I'm sort of with you on that one, but at least now, because it's not so much the trade. I'm more curious about the process and everything else.
It's all in the process.
But again, if you are
can't trust that process.
But if you were to broadcast a game in which Caitlin Clark, who's the only woman that anyone really wants to watch on TV, and the idea is she's going to be honored after the game as producing that game, wouldn't you think that would be wise to carry that part of it, even if it's after the game?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, they could. They went to something else. I don't know.
No disrespect to the USC women, a top 5 school in the country, getting upset by Iowa. Doesn't really do a service to the Iowa women as well. But why would you not show that? That was sort of the idea of that game even being.
Yeah,
on TV.
I was surprised that I didn't get to watch that a little bit, but they did interview her during the game a bunch, so she got on the TV quite a bit. And
very good.
Clearly, her presence there helped fuel this upset.
And then there's Bo, who, Bo is a diehard Laker fan. He's wearing Laker gear today. And look, we said the same thing about the Dodgers, another one of Bo's allegiances, where the whole world is complaining about how the Dodgers are spending money, and Bo's like, no, tough on you. I mean, I really don't give a rat's ass about how you care about my team spending money. And the same thing with Laker. I don't care how this deal went down. All I know is we just got a 25-year-old superstar for nothing. It's great.
If Bo or anybody out there is wondering, is this really a good deal for the Lakers? Like, am I 100% sure I'm on board with shipping AD off to the Dallas Mavericks for, leftovers from the Lakers refrigerator, to get Luka Doncic, a 25-year-old all NBA star? Look no further than Dallas Mavericks fan Twitter right now. If you want confirmation that the Lakers won this trade, just see what's happening out front of American Airlines Arena right now.
Yeah, you only need the video of Mavs fans carrying a coffin set to the song "See You Again" from Fast and Furious. That's the only confirmation.
And then the Mavericks are trailing at halftime to the Cavaliers. They just gave up 91 points and a half. I mean, what was Jason Kidd saying to his team right now at halftime? What do you think? They're down 91-46 at the half. By the way, this is a Mavericks team
I'll
that
tell
is
you what he's saying.
26 and 23. They're a playoff team right now.
Yeah.
How late do you think that team was up reading the news just like everybody else?
I mean, they didn't sleep. I mean, some of those players honestly probably didn't sleep.
And by the way, remember, this is a Mavericks team that's been playing without Luka since Christmas Day, and they're 26 and 23. So it's not like, they completely evaporated without Luka Doncic, but they evaporated today. 91 points. I mean, you really have to be trying. Just do the math. That's 24 minutes that the Cavs scored 91 points.
Just one time, I wish one of these teams would do this and then not pull up in the second half. Like, can the Cavs just go for 200, please?
Oh, it'd be great.
That'd be so much fun.
Well, I mean, they're on pace to break the record for a regulation game. So we'll see if this continues. But I just can't wait for the Lakers. I want to hear Rob Pelinka. Nico Harrison, GM of the Mavericks, said you were the only two people. You didn't tell Jeannie Buss. You didn't tell LeBron. You didn't tell JJ Redick. You told nobody about this trade that you and Harrison were talking about for, according to him, weeks.
Imagine Jason Kidd's pregame speech was like the same thing that flight attendants say in case of an emergency landing. Like we have exits at the rear of the wing. We have, if an oxygen mask is deployed from the ceiling, make sure you fasten yours to your face before helping others.
I'm setting the line at 6.5 Bible references for Rob Pelinka at the introductory presser. If KCP was manna from heaven, I'm really excited to hear what Luka Doncic is.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, this is biblical. I mean, it really is. This for Dallas fans, it is the end times. They are treating this as though somebody has taken a firstborn from them, and they're handling it actually shockingly well. As far as we know, no fires have been set. I mean, no cars have been flipped over. There isn't an angry mob. It seems to be one that's at very least compliant with local laws. This is the most shocking trade, or actually, I don't want to say the most. I think we're all very hyperbolic when things like this happen, but this is one of the most shocking trades in NBA history, certainly in sports history.
It is the most shocking, not just because of who was involved in the trade, but how it went down.
I was asleep.
That's what's taken this to the way next level.
I was asleep, and my daughter woke me up, and I looked at my phone, and I saw that I had like 15 text messages, and my Twitter was blowing up, and I'm like, what is going on?
I told you, my youngest son, Garrett, 26 years old, a lifelong Laker guy, literally a primal scream. I thought like something happened. I'm downstairs. I'm like, ah! I'm like, what? And I'm like, no, that's not real. No.
No, go back to bed, Garrett. It's just
Tom's
all,
somebody got
fever
on his
drink.
Yeah, that's not real. No way. And then when I heard the terms of the deal, because I'm thinking, what did they give up? They Reeves, they gave up their entire roster. What did they give up here?
You know what? Monty was right. The internet's only good for cat videos.
Yeah.
That's it. You know what? Honestly, after this trade has been consummated, that's it. I think we found the end of Twitter. That's it. That's as far as it goes. Instagram, TikTok, like this is it. Social media, sports social media has reached its climax. We are now in the downturn, the denouement, heading toward conclusion. We don't need it anymore. This is it. This is the end of the story.
Well, bottom line is this was done as a favor to us. Because normally, you don't want to lose everything because we got 5 hours next week on Super Bowl Sunday to fill up. We didn't have to use it today.
No.
Because we could use it on this. We saved all that stuff.
Fully loaded.
Much more coming up. Keep it right here. This is Fox Sports Radio.
We are Fox Sports.
Hello, America. This is LeVar Arrington. As a gun owner, I understand the importance of being prepared. But it's crucial to recognize that according to law enforcement statistics, 99% of all altercations do not require lethal force. Introducing Byrna, the leader in less lethal self-defense. And you know, I'm all about defense. Byrna provides formidable stopping power without the complexities and potential legal consequences of a homicide. It's about having the right tools for the right situation, ensuring you can protect yourself and your family effectively and responsibly. I personally own several Byrna launchers. Byrna launchers are legal in all 50 states with no background checks, no permits, and no waiting period. You can have one shipped straight to your door, providing peace of mind when you need it most. Every Byrna launcher is hand-assembled in Fort Wayne, Indiana by a proud American company. Visit Byrna.com/LeVar and get 10% discount off your purchase. That's Byrna, BYRNA.com/LeVar. Byrna, where safety meets responsibility and preparation meets peace of mind.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Go! Check them out.
FS1.
Check them out.
FS1.
Attention, please. Get up!
I like the morning show.
They're really funny in the morning.
This is the show that has two pros and a cup of Joe.
Who is Joe?
LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, and Jonas Knox.
I'm going to really enjoy that Permane sandwich that LeVar is going to have to pay for. Because according to James Palmer of Underdog Fantasy, there's some people in the building there in Pittsburgh who really didn't want the team to turn it over to Russell Wilson after the start for Justin Fields last year. And
is it easier to say this now after the fact?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, obviously, they improved their offense, they improved their play,
and their season
when Russell came in, and their season.
Yes,
but
so what is that even like? What are you even getting at here?
I'm just saying, like, there feels like there's some momentum there for Justin Fields, and so I'll be having myself a nice big.
What are we basing? And that's fine. What are we basing the idea of this thing going in the direction of Justin Fields off of? Like, it's just foregone conclusion. Okay, we're going to keep one of these guys.
Can I be honest?
Yeah, go ahead.
It'll be cheaper.
Yeah, I mean, and I figure
it'll
that.
Be cheaper.
And a decade younger.
Okay, but look at the circumstances you have surrounding this team right now, this organization. They're on the cusp in some ways and in some regards of slipping into mediocrity. Like, they're right there at it. Now, granted, they have not had a losing season, and that is
kind of already there, aren't they?
It's kind of one. Well, listen, people hang the hat on the fact that Mike Tomlin has not had a losing season as a head coach. Like, and that's phenomenal. It really is a tremendous feat. But
to get the rest of LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, and Jonas Knox, podcast by searching Two Pros and a Cup of Joe. Listen to Two Pros and a Cup of Joe weekdays from 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Right now, the Dan Patrick Show.
Dan Patrick.
Bronny James got to play. Well, this is what it sounded like.
Bronny, here he goes! And count it! And one, and listen
standing ovation. Standing ovation.
I don't know if it was standing ovation, but they were chanting MVP at one point. Now, the reason why I bring this up, Bronny is in a precarious position. I don't think he's ready to play. I think he's playing, obviously, because of his dad. They're picking and choosing when they bring him up. He got really exposed by Tyrese Maxey, but Tyrese Maxey exposes just about everybody. But you really saw the difference between an all-star caliber guard and a guy who probably should be in the G League. I mean, there's a reason why he was drafted 55th.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan and the Danettes and you.
Weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Y'all realize The Odd Couple is loved.
I love the show.
Just listen to these people.
Hey, the new show sounds great. Y'all got to be the funniest show on Fox Sports Radio, man. I'm laughing my butt off.
They can't get enough of The Odd Couple.
You know, the new iteration of The Odd Couple is great to see.
Rob Parker, Kelvin Washington, a show that no one can miss. Check it.
Hold up.
It's The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington. You can hear them right here. Weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. FS1.
Call your friends and ask how they do it.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Boom. Trust your eyes.
FS1.
Your home for the Hawkeyes and Iowa sports. This is AM 800 KXIC, Iowa City.
And here's what you need to know.
It is official. Anthony Davis is a Dallas Maverick and Luka Doncic is an LA Laker. Today, Mavs GM Nico Harrison, speaking to the media, said that he and Lakers GM Rob Pelinka kept things close to the chest and that head coach Jason Kidd did not know about the trade. He also said that he didn't speak to any other team besides the Lakers. Right now, the Mavericks are getting crushed by the Cavaliers, 103-54. Halfway through the third quarter, the Pistons are beating the Bulls 100-86 early in the fourth. And with 6 minutes to go in the third, the Raptors are on top of the Clippers 72-67. The final round at the Pebble Beach Pro-Am continues, and Rory McIlroy is at the top of the leaderboard. He is 18 under par overall. In the NHL, the Avalanche are shutting out the Flyers 2-0 early in the third period. I'm Monty Bolaños.
This is Fox Football Sunday.
Let's go! Come on!
You're listening to Fox Football Sunday, and this is the second half of the best football coverage on the radio.
You know what? Come with it.
Come on! Your football teams are repped here.
Oh, that's hard.
Fox Football Sunday is now.
1, 2, 3, let's get it!
Live from the TireRack.com studios of Fox Sports Radio, here's Dan Beyer and former NFL All-Pro safety, Kerry Rhodes.
We're 5 seconds into the show. We've already lied to you. The lie is that you think you're going to get a lot of football. There will be some, but we are talking about the news that is still rocking everyone. Kerry, I woke up, used the bathroom in the middle of the night, and in my grogginess at about 3:40 in the morning said, did that really just happen? Did that actually, was that a dream of mine, or did that really happen? That Luka Doncic was traded by the Mavs to the Lakers. You heard Monty say it. It's official. The Lakers have put up graphics. The Mavericks are holding press conferences. What a deal as we are broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. TireRack.com will help you get there. An unmatched selection, fast free shipping, free road hazard protection, and over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. And I would want to do this show with no one but you today, Kerry Rhodes, because of all the Mavericks fans that I know, and it's one, you are it. 9 o'clock last night, approximately local time for us on the West Coast.
Yeah.
You're sitting around. You and I have kind of texted back and forth about this show today, and then you see the news come across your phone. Is that actually how you got it, or did someone text you? How did you get the news, and what was your reaction?
Dan, it was still the first for us, but it was the wrong month. I thought it was April. I thought it skipped a few months, and I was like, okay, this is a joke. I'm laying in bed. I look at, at X, Twitter, whatever it's called, and, you see all these hypothetical things all the time where it's, a trade's going to happen and this guy will look good in this jersey. And I saw the language underneath and I was like, all right, that's false. So I closed it. I was going to go to sleep. Like 3 minutes later, my intuition, my higher self was like, no, wake up, open your eyes, go back to X. I went back to X and I saw every feed underneath my page said that thing happened for real, and I literally lost it. I got up out of bed. I didn't even stretch, which I usually do. I got out of bed, started running around, Dan, and I actually stubbed my toe a little bit. Ooh, it was a lot of stuff going on in that place, in that room. My neighbors that stayed next to me probably called the police. They didn't come to the door. But Dan, it was that. Like, it was utter shock and chaos in my place. I mean, the most shocking trade in season I've ever experienced, man.
The shocking nature of it has had ripple effects through today, where league insiders, people tied to the league, front office people, are still being quoted in pieces as saying, I'm still shocked that this happened. You heard Monty give the score of the Mavericks-Cavs game.
Don't do that. Dan, relax. Let me take this thing step by step. All right.
Okay.
Step by step.
All right. So everybody's still shocked by it.
Yeah.
18 some hours later.
Listen, Dan. I mean, this is the thing, right? So when you have people talk about like collusion and conspiracy theories, and when something like this happens, it only perpetuates those feelings to the max, right? I mean, all the stories and all the leakage that's coming out now that they didn't even talk to anybody else. They only talked to the Lakers. Like, what is that? You're trading a generational player. You expect that you're going to let people know, you're going to leak things here and there so you can get the highest bidder. That didn't even happen. So, of course, people are running crazy and going crazy. I mean, Nico Harrison has done an excellent job with that team and brought so many players in and really reshaped that roster. And then you get rid of a guy that is a 5-time first team All-Pro and he's 27 and you get nothing back. I mean, you get AD and they're going to be good this year. Don't get it twisted. But you don't trade a guy like that and don't get the return on it. It just doesn't make any sense.
I don't think that there is a return on it. That's how absurd I think this trade is. And we're going to hear from Nico Harrison, who did speak prior to that game against the Cavs that Kerry didn't want me to mention. I know why you probably didn't want me to mention it, because of the ripple effect. And,
yes.
and we'll get to all of that.
Yeah.
But Nico Harrison talked about why he did this trade. And there are untradeable guys
yes.
in the in the NBA. You would think that there actually are in the NFL, and by and large, yes, that's true. But I saw a lot last night, Kerry, of people trying to compare this to give me an NFL comp of what this trade is. Yeah. And I don't think that you can, because my take, and I put this out on social media along with some stupid one-liners that I put out there, but my whole take from Nico Harrison doing this is he didn't understand the responsibility of having Luka on your team. And that is, as I look at the Dallas Mavericks now, and we're gonna hear from him, but he did not understand the responsibility. And people just think that winning championships is the responsibility.
Right.
And I don't think that that's necessarily the case. And in the NFL, if you were to do a deal like this, if you were to trade Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, the actual thoughts of those moves may be shocking at first, but to me, there's ways in the NFL where you can recoup things.
Yeah.
It may not take forever. We're talking about a once-in-a-generational opportunity to have a player like this. And I know as a Bucks fan, where when you have Giannis on your team, there was even talk last offseason of what do the Bucks do? Do you extend Giannis? Do you look to deal him? And I am fully aware that once Giannis leaves Milwaukee, the Bucks become irrelevant for most of the NBA.
Yep.
Now you see them, they didn't play on Christmas Day this year, which crazy with him and Damian Lillard. But by the way, you're not going to see the Mavs on Christmas Day next year. You're not going to. They are irrelevant now in terms of the grand scheme of the NBA. They may be good, Kerry. They may win basketball games. They may actually win an NBA title.
Yeah.
And I still think it would be a bad move because of Nico Harrison's inability to realize the value of having Luka Doncic on your team.
And that's that's 100% correct. And you look at it from the other side, right, where the Lakers, they do understand that. And so, even if they don't go get a big man that can help them this year and they win this year, it does not matter to them. They're looking at the power, the gravitas that a Luka Doncic has, not just here in America, not just on American soil. We're talking about on foreign soil as well. And the Slovenian fans, the European fans that are going to come and be a part of the Laker brand now moving forward. I mean, the guy is going to be, he's already a superstar, but here in LA, he's going to be one of the most recognizable people on this planet. So the Lakers understand that. And for Dallas, like the what you just said, the pressure to win championships and do all that stuff, Dallas is actively trying to do that, right? They don't have enough cachet in the NBA to keep a player that's just a popular player that's going to bring fans or attention to their team. Like, they still have to win. The Lakers have won more than anybody except for the Lakers, right? So they have that already. They understand the business of Luka Doncic, and right now there wouldn't be any other superstar they can bring in that would bring that gravitas towards the Lakers outside of foreign soil. So it's crazy.
Hit Kerry up at Kerry25 Roads. You can find me at Dan Beyer on Fox. Monty Bolaños is at the news desk. Ian Roddy's our executive producer, and Iowa Sam is our technical producer for the next 48 to 50 minutes or so. Then our good pal Mary Mack takes over. But we want to hear from you as well. You could find Kerry at Kerry25 Roads. Find me at Dan Beyer on Fox. Find me on Blue Sky as well, because I want to judge. I know where everybody sides. There's not one person that says I like this deal from the Mavericks point of view.
Right.
But what I found interesting last night are some of the different tentacles, you could say, of this deal. And Kerry, what I found hilarious were NBA insiders who were kept absolutely in the dark on this, having their only fallback be, well, the Lakers have wanted a generational talent to carry the baton, and that's why they do this deal. Like, no duh. Like, everybody knows that. Everybody knows who follows basketball and watches the Lakers knows their MO. It's actually why over the last, previous 5 years, and I mentioned Giannis earlier, you mean to tell me when the Lakers brought in Giannis's brother, when they hired Jason Kidd as an assistant, when they hired Darvin Ham as their head coach, you don't think that they were trying to get the player at that time that was thought to be the generational player to carry the NBA over the next decade? You didn't think that they were trying to get Giannis Antetokounmpo? That's all the Lakers do. That's all that. Go back in history, look on Twitter, look on your timeline. So all the insiders who were completely left in the dark on this, not their fault that they're left in the dark, but they had no other insight than to say, well, the Lakers have wanted this generational talent. No duh.
Yeah.
That is the most obvious thing in all of this. And so if you're going to bring that to the table, I don't care about hearing that. But if there are other things, we'd love to hear your feedback.
Dan, they have no feedback. They don't know anything. And that's the crazy part about this. And it never happens. There's always leaks. There's always, guys that have, like I said, conspiracies or have wish lists or dream scenarios happen. And, things start to leak. People can't hold water. So the fact that I think the reason it's so shocking outside of the stuff we've already talked about is that it was just so closed off to anybody. That part doesn't sit well with people because the haul for Luka or what they could have gotten back in that situation. I mean, I saw something on Twitter where they asked an anonymous GM what they would have offered for Luka Doncic, and he said everything. I mean, like
all of it.
Yeah, like yes. All of it. And
what would you give up? Yes.
Yes. Yeah. That thing. So it's like, okay, what's really going on? And I really feel, obviously, if there isn't any collusion, any conspiracy stuff going on where, the NBA tried to get the superstar to help the ratings, if none of that stuff is true, then that means that there had to be some fallout. And it doesn't seem to be that way because we haven't heard that either. So it's just really a head scratcher.
This is on the heels of Adam Silver going on the Dan Patrick Show and saying, I want 10-minute quarters.
Yeah.
How do you improve the NBA? He could have said, we need Luka Doncic in a Lakers uniform.
So just told the truth.
Like,
told the truth.
Yeah, right? Right? Now, we just got a tweet. James tweets in, lifelong Lakers fan, but haven't watched since LeBron started playing for him. He's going to start to watch the Lakers again.
See?
Well, he missed the bubble championship, unfortunately for James, but I guess he's going to tune in when the action gets hot. This did completely turn the NBA season around.
Wow.
But Kerry, when you talk about people not knowing and then trying to break down the trade, none of it makes sense. Let's hear a little bit from Nico Harrison, who did speak prior to the Mavericks game against the Cavs today about just how long this process ended up taking for the Lakers and Mavericks to strike this deal.
You mentioned you think this will work in the short term and the long term. Short term makes great sense. How do you see this working out well for the organization in the long term?
Well, I think the long term is the time frame. I think he fits our time frame. If you pair him with Kyrie and the rest of the guys, he fits right along with our time frame to win now and win in the future. And the future to me is 3-4 years from now. The future 10 years from now, I don't know. I don't think they probably bury me and Jay Budden or we bury ourselves.
Yes. Okay, that's one. There's another. Do we have another one, Sam? Do we have the other Nico Harrison?
Wait, before you go there, Dan, it's like
okay.
The nervous laugh too. It's almost like somebody was standing over Nico with a pair of scissors, and he was like, "You have to comply."
Yeah,
like
Jay Kidd adding we'll bury ourselves.
Exactly.
This was Nico. I think this is Nico on the timeline.
Trades don't happen at the smallest level without stuff getting out. And Rob and I were able to have, really intense conversations over the course of, 3-4 weeks that started out as a coffee that, was more, hey, would you ever, I don't know, would I? Let me think of, and then it built upon that.
Yep.
That's awful.
That's ridiculous. So a devastated fan base has to hear that on top of it. It's just ridiculous. I mean, you've already seen the ramifications of of what the fan base is already kind of running towards. The Instagram for the Dallas Mavericks, they started last night with 5.3 million followers. They lost 700,000 followers overnight.
Wow.
That's insane.
we laughed about Jason Kidd chiming in with or both of us will be buried and dead and gone 10 years from their Mavericks organization lives because of this trade.
Right.
Your point of Jason Kidd not knowing what's going on is truly factual. Here was Nico Harrison talking about that.
We kept it between us. We had to keep it tight. Jay Kidd didn't know about it. But Jay Kidd and I are aligned, and we talk about archetypes, and we talk about the culture that we want to create. So I know the type of players that he likes without actually talking to him. Hey, would you like, so I know that. And Jay Kidd coached them when they won a championship. So I think when you're aligned with your coach like that, I know the type of players that he likes. And so I felt good about it making sense to where we're trying to go.
This is the equivalent of giving your wife a vacuum for Christmas. Because, well, I know her. She spends a lot of time in the living room. Like, this is, you couldn't get a worse gift for someone, right? Like, there is no worse gift. Even if it's a Dyson. I think it's still a bad gift.
A dishwasher too, as well, right?
Yes. Like, there is a worse. Listen, we have someone on staff that is on this show right now that shall remain nameless to protect their anonymity. They may know someone that they have told someone this person is not right for you. This person is not for you. Maybe you should look elsewhere. And they've told this person that. But this person has decided to get married in a couple of weeks. And they've told this person, I'm not going to say who, I'm not going to name any names, but at least this person has talked it over with other people. And they can make their own bad decision on their own. People can say, hey, I tried to help, but ultimately it's your decision. When you don't do that at all, when you keep it by yourself, Rob Pelinka, I don't know how he slept for the past 3 weeks.
Yes.
Knowing that he had the possibility of doing this deal. Like, this is just so absurd. And the more they talk about it, the worse it gets.
Yeah, the contradictory statements and words. It's just, me and Jay Kidd, we're so aligned. We know exactly what we're doing, but you don't tell the guy you're going to trade his generational player? That's just it. I mean, you can look at Jay Kidd and tell that he didn't know, but the fact that he tried to sell everybody on top of that, we made a horrible move, but me and the head coach, we're so aligned. We know exactly what each other wants without speaking about it, but I'm sure Jason Kidd would love to have Luka Doncic. It just doesn't make any sense.
I can't get to, and I've heard the breakdowns, and there's no reason to try to make this make sense. And I think that's where Jason Kidd is probably sitting there saying, all right, offensively, we have two of the best game offensive guys that you could have in the game, in Luka and Kyrie. Mm-hmm. And, yeah, we have to figure out some things on defense. But when you have two guys like that, they can make up for a lot. Yep. So much so that they were able to make it to the NBA Finals last year. Now Jason Kidd is, not only do I have to make this work, like, I've got to do it, and it doesn't matter if it works because people are still going to hate me. And he had no part of it. It is just a daunting task. They could go on a 12-game win streak, and it is still one of the worst deals, if not the worst deal, that we've seen in sports history.
Dan, I thought we had already saw a big LA trade already with Kelsey Plum. This made me vomit in my mouth. So I'm sorry, guys.
That's all right. Noted Mavs fan Kerry Rhodes. We're still talking about it. Hit him up at Kerry25 Rhodes. You can find me at Dan Beyer on Fox. It is a Fox Sports Sunday. Adam Kaplan, our NFL insider, will be with us next hour, but it's a lot of Luka and Nico and AD and everything that comes with it, and why Nico Harrison's decision makes even less sense than it would be at the surface. He's Kerry Rhodes. I'm Dan Beyer. We'll talk about that next year on Fox Sports Radio.
Yeah. We have all the NBA you can handle.
Yeah. The NBA.
Good. When it happens on the court, we're talking about it. And when it's off the court,
Anthony Davis is a Dallas Maverick and Luka Doncic is an LA Laker.
We're talking about that too. It's your NBA coverage on Fox Sports Radio.
In what beige, flavorless world could we ever rank the most popular game day foods without the bold flavor of the original Louisiana brand hot sauce? There's a rich food tradition in Louisiana, bringing bold, peppery flavor with just the right amount of heat. Anyone with a mouth would list the most popular game day foods as anything with that hit of peppers from the original Louisiana brand hot sauce. The game day flavor changer and perfect for self-appointed yet extremely knowledgeable flavor experts at every game day party. Yes, flavor favors the bold.
Lowe's knows that your business is built on speed and trust. That's why the Lowe's Pro Desk is here to get you what you need the moment you need it. We'll help you plan your project, calculate your materials, and pivot when your job takes an unexpected turn. And with our pro-only checkout and dedicated pro parking, you have what you need to tackle your job and be back on the job in no time. Just visit us at the Pro Desk. Lowe's knows pros. We help. You save.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text JUDGE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text JUDGE to 42424. That's JUDGE to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hello, America. This is LeVar Arrington. As a gun owner, I understand the importance of being prepared. But it's crucial to recognize that according to law enforcement statistics, 99% of all altercations do not require lethal force. Introducing Byrna, the leader in less lethal self-defense, and you know I'm all about defense. Byrna provides formidable stopping power without the complexities and potential legal consequences of a homicide. It's about having the right tools for the right situation, ensuring you can protect yourself and your family effectively and responsibly. I personally own several Byrna launchers. Byrna launchers are legal in all 50 states with no background checks, no permits, and no waiting period. You can have one shipped straight to your door, providing peace of mind when you need it most. Every Byrna launcher is hand-assembled in Fort Wayne, Indiana by a proud American company. Visit Byrna.com/LeVar and get 10% discount off your purchase. That's Byrna, BYRNA.com/LeVar. Byrna, where safety meets responsibility and preparation meets peace.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
I'm sure you've heard of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the other GLP-1 medications, right? Well, I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text PURE to 200-300 to get started today with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic, but for 80 to 90% less and 100% online. Don't wait. Text PURE to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text PURE to 200-300. That's PURE to 200-300. PURE to 200-300.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, Mom, I've been meaning to talk to you about some new COVID information I saw online.
Uh-huh.
I read that black folks like us with certain conditions like diabetes, heart disease, mental health conditions, or being 50 and older, like you, are at high risk.
Boy, you sound like a commercial.
I'm just saying. I know you love your ginger teas and essential oils, but remember, there are treatment options for COVID-19.
I promise if I get sick again, I'll call my doctor to ask about my options.
Visit WeTalkWeRise.com to learn more. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Hi, this is Mike Graff from the Graff Home Selling Team, the #1 real estate team in Eastern Iowa. If you're looking for a marketing professional in the area, look no further. That marketing professional is Marty Mason with iHeartMedia. Marty has represented our marketing needs at GHSD with passion, vision, and dedication for many years. The results we see because of Marty's hard work has surpassed our marketing efforts from all other sources combined. We count on him to get things done. He works with us, and the results show it.
I'm Marty Mason, ready to work for you. Call me today, 319-360-6909.
When it comes to sending last-minute Valentine's Day gifts, nobody delivers like Target Circle 360. Get the perfect surprise delivered right to their door with Target Circle 360's unlimited same-day delivery on orders over $35. Start with a dozen red roses, then choose from our delicious assortment of favorite day candy and more. Crush your Valentine's Day celebration by sending something to everyone on your list. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Your inside look at Iowa sports. It's AM 800 KXIC and the Iowa Sports Radio Network.
Then it's yours. All of it.
We love it!
Download the iHeartRadio app and indulge while you do things.
Do it!
That's a good thing.
This is Fox Sports Radio. FS1.
Call your friends and ask how they doing.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Boom. Trust your eyes.
FS1.
Fox Sports Sunday. He's Kerry Rhodes. I'm Dan Beyer. Still the talk of the town. Luka Doncic, now a Laker. Anthony Davis, now a Maverick. Hit Kerry up at Kerry25 Rhodes. You can find me at Dan Beyer on Fox, also on Blue Sky at Dan Beyer. Monty Bolaños is at the news desk, and while she is here to give us, according to Monty, in about 15, 20 minutes or so, plus an update in about 10 minutes. You're a hoop head, Monty. You're also a Clippers fan.
Yeah.
How does it feel to know that your noted crosstown rivals now have Luka Doncic on their team?
It's quite annoying if I'm going to just keep it simple.
Yeah.
And not only am I a Clipper fan, but Carrie and I have talked about how I like the Mavs. I'm a big Dirk Nowitzki fan. And so I like Luka, even though he flops left and right. I still love Luka. And so watching this, I'm like, I can't believe I'm going to watch the two top floppers on the same team. Like, what? I don't like any of this. I text Carrie last night as this was happening, and I said to Carrie, this is bringing out the best in Twitter, though.
Yes.
Like, people's tweets and comments I am dying. Jason Smith, who works here at Fox Sports Radio, he tweeted out, "I'm calling everybody like I just had a child." Yeah. Like, it's just so funny what has come out of this trade, but I hate it. I hate that I'm going to see Luka in a Lakers jersey. I cannot, I'm going to throw up. Kind of like you said, I'm going to throw up.
Yeah.
I can't. And you guys were talking about what would you give up for Luka? Whatever you want. Do you want my home? Do you want my car? In 2020, Mark Cuban was asked about that. And he said, if I had to choose between my wife and keeping Luka, catch me at my lawyer's office preparing for a divorce.
That's what he said.
That's what he said. Yeah. And that's how all of us feel, of course. So none of this makes sense, guys. There is something we don't know.
Something's going on.
Something's going on. And I don't know if we're ever going to really find out, which is what's sad.
Yep.
Well, I think Nico Harrison is sitting there thinking that he is making the right move for this organization. Yeah, I know it's crazy as it sounds. I think he is. And it's because he's so close to Anthony Davis.
Yep.
And he's close to the pieces that he's brought in previously on deals. And it's blinded him to the point of not realizing Luka's value. And that's like why I started the show of it, is because there is a responsibility when you have a star player like that. We just got a tweet sent to us, and I saw this earlier on social media, how there's basically a funeral going on outside of the Mavs Arena in Dallas. Yeah, somebody brought a Mavs casket.
Yes. Yes, they did. Somebody was trying to use the high pressure hose to erase Nico Harrison's name off the concrete outside of the arena. So yeah, it's a real thing out there right now.
And that's why winning a championship doesn't solve this. I don't care like how it's breaking down and what Anthony Davis could mean to the Mavericks going forward, because it doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. They just gave up Luka Doncic, a player that is, I think, universally liked, maybe not by everyone, but right. I think people everywhere like Luka Doncic, and honestly is going to a team that people probably dislike the most. If you were to really look at it, knowing that the Lakers have such a huge fan base, but that also brings so much volatility against them. That was the part that I couldn't get past last night was, all right, would I have felt better if you went to a different team? Would I have felt better if you went to the Celtics? Would I have felt better if you went to the Heat or to the Lakers? I would have hated him with the Heat. That would have been the worst. Luka and Heat culture would have just been too much. But I think a lot of people feel the way that you do, Monty, and just that now he's a Laker. Like if he went to the Thunder, and I know they're not going to do the deal, but you can live with it. You can get along with it. But going to the Lakers is what really, really, I think, sticks with people.
Yeah, Dan, you just said something. You know, I'm a big, you know that.
Yeah.
If he would have gone to the Heat, I would have broken my TV. You saw those like those videos of angry fans and they break stuff after a game. If he went to the Heat with all that animosity that we have towards the Heat and them still in our championship in 06, I would have broke something.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I'm right there with you. You know what else I also think this does, and then Monty we'll get to your update, is it's so stupid. It's a stupid sports talk show conversation, but it happens everywhere. What would you take? 10 years of competitiveness or that one championship? And I think this question answers, I think there are fans that are going to say, I'd rather have Luka for 10 years than to not have him and win one title. Because those 10 years are going to be fun, and I know that there's heartbreak, but I think that actually gives an answer to maybe an unanswerable question, if you will. Because if the Mavs win it this year, I just don't see the Mavs fan base still forgiving or being able to forgive Nico Harrison for doing this because of then what their future and what the future may hold with the team. I don't think one championship saves all in this scenario.
It does not. One championship does not. For me, as a competitor, as a person that's played as competitive sport, like you want to win championships, right? But we're talking about the fan base. We're not talking about the players. We're not talking about the front office. The fans will never forgive Nico Harrison. I think the crazy part about all this right now, I actually feel concerned for his safety. I'm not even joking. Like, fans are rabid. We know that. And when they care about something to the degree that they care about Luka Doncic in Dallas and in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, like, Nico's going to have a big security upgrade around, and I'm not joking. It's that serious.
He's Kerry Rhodes. I'm Dan Beyer. You heard Monty Bolaños. Let's go over to Monty to have her give us the latest of what's happening on this Sunday, maybe even outside of what's going on the Lakers-Mavericks trade. What's going on, Monty?
Before I give you an update, what you just said is so interesting because a couple of weeks ago, Steve Hartman asked me, as a Clippers fan, would you want 10 years of success or a championship? And I sat there, I was like, oh, that's hard. Because listen, Lob City was so fun. Lob City years were some of the best years as a Clippers fan. And I sat there, I was like, that's a really tough decision, but I will take a championship, is what I told them. But this situation is different because you are literally trading the franchise, like the face of it's very different. And I never even thought of that. So it's funny that you present this after I was just asked a couple of weeks ago by Steve Hartman that question.
But the reason, go ahead,
Kerry.
Dan, but the reason Monty's saying that as a fan is the Clippers have never won before.
We've never won. Exactly.
Dallas has won, and it's still this way.
And it's still that way. Yeah. 100%. And also, just because Laker fans' argument against every time they want to argue, you never won. Right. So it was just be like, okay, if we win one, are you going to drop that? But yes, if I am a Mavericks fan and we win this year, it's just putting a Band-Aid on it. It's not fixing anything at all.
You're correct. Like, the correct answer is to win a championship.
Yeah.
In 99.9% of the cases. This is the 0.01%.
It really is.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Good job, Dan. Way to go. Way to put that into perspective. Yes. Well, the Mavericks, who now are focusing on defense, are not playing defense because the Cavaliers are just crushing them. 138-88 is the score. They scored 91 points in the first half. in the first half. I mean, I don't blame Dallas right now. There's 4 minutes to go in the game. I don't know what the Clippers are doing, but the Raptors are on top, 107-94 with about 5 minutes to go. They are playing in Toronto. The Pistons defeated the Bulls already, 127-119. In men's college hoops, top 25 ranked teams, there's only 3 games today. Number 19 Memphis defeated Rice 86-83, and number 18 Illinois came back to take down Ohio State 87-79. Let's check in at the Pebble Beach Pro-Am. Rory McIlroy extending his lead. He is at the top of the leaderboard all by himself at 21 under par overall. Shane Lowry is now 3 shots back. Back to you guys.
Yeah, all Irish atop the leaderboard. Rory hit driver 7-iron on the 571-yard par 5th 14th. I know that's Greek to you, Monty. I know, but
oh, that means
it's all good.
But does Carrie explain it to Carrie?
Come on, Dan, tell me what you got. What's going on?
So a par 5 for you and me at 571 yards would be our driver. Then we'd probably hit a 3-wood or some sort of hybrid, and then still have 100 yards in for our third shot. If we've struck our shots the way that we wanted to.
Right.
And he just crushed his driver, cut the corner, and had a 7-iron, which is, gosh, I don't know what the different distance was. It's probably about 180 yards uphill for Rory. But yeah, it's I don't want to say it's not human, but very few humans can do it. And Rory McIlroy did it today at Pebble Beach. So it is Fox Sports Sunday. Monty's going to be with us according to Monty, coming up again in about 8 minutes or so. He is Kerry Rhodes. I'm Dan Beyer. It goes back to Nico Harrison's relationship, and I know that you're concerned for his safety. And I'm not trying to make light of that because I know that people will be mad. But hey, it's another thing you may have to consider and why you should talk to somebody about a trade like this when you don't realize the ramifications of it. I just can't get by the fact that he wanted to tout the secrecy of it when it reveals even more of the, like, if you said as a front office, we felt this was the best move, then you could say, okay, there are other idiots in the village. But now you're the only one, like, you're bearing the responsibility of the stupidness, if that's even a word, of this deal and how dumb of a deal it was for the Dallas Mavericks, even if you win a championship. Him saying the secretness of the nature is what made it great has actually made it about 3 times worse.
Oh, 1,000%. And you talk about the new governing body at the Dallas Mavericks, right? Patrick Dumont or whatever. The guy isn't a basketball guy, and he's not a basketball enthusiast. He's a guy with money, right? And so Nico said even when he brought up the idea of maybe moving Luka, even Patrick Dumont was like, laughed at it. Like, what? And then to be in that position, to have the final call and the final say-so on that, obviously Nico's the guy in control running that organization, but there should be a veto. Like the guy at the top, the president, the governor, whoever that is, if they understood the ramifications of this as well, you nip a bud in that quickly. So there's more blame to go around, but obviously Nico is going to be the one that catches all the flack for it.
He's Kerry Rhodes. I'm Dan Beyer. This is Fox Sports Sunday. Hit him up at Kerry25 Rhodes. You can find me at Dan Beyer on Fox. You can find Monty Bolaños at Monty Bolaños, and you can find her next right here with According to Monty. It's coming up live from the TireRack.com studios right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Football is for the weekend. It's battle time. And the reactions are for Monday. Listen to the best break it down. 2 pros and a cup of Joe with Jonas Knox and NFL veterans LeVar Arrington and Brady Quinn, Dan Patrick, and Colin Cowherd. The best reactions on a Monday are right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, Mom, I've been meaning to talk to you about some new COVID information I saw online.
Uh-huh.
I read that black folks like us with certain conditions like diabetes, heart disease, mental health conditions, or being 50 and older, like you, are at high risk.
Boy, you sound like a commercial.
I'm just saying. I know you love your ginger teas and essential oils, but remember, there are treatment options for COVID-19.
I promise if I get sick again, I'll call my doctor to ask about my options.
Visit WeTalkWeRise.com to learn more. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Has your car insurance gone up recently? It's hard to know where to search for the best deal. Compare.com is an online insurance marketplace that makes car insurance companies compete for your business. With Compare.com, you'll get access to quotes from dozens of well-rated insurance carriers in your state. Drivers could save up to $900 a year. Take the wheel and start driving to big savings. Go to Compare.com now. Average potential savings based on initial quotes received by 18,330 customers seeking insurance through Compare. Actual savings may vary depending on state of residence, individual circumstances, coverage selections, and insurance provider. Savings results are...
In today's Marketers Report, Erica Taylor, Chief Marketing Officer of Genentech, weighs in on audio's ability to reach any audience.
Everyone is listening somewhere, somehow. So it's a great way to take something very precise in what we're trying to do to reach patients with something that I think we can all agree is somewhat broad in reaching many, many different audiences.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
I added all my presets just like in my car. This is great.
We know you're loving the new preset feature on the new and improved iHeartRadio app. See it now along with even more great features. It's everything you love about your car radio in the palm of your hand.
iHeartRadio.
When it comes to sending last-minute Valentine's Day gifts, nobody delivers like Target Circle 360. Get the perfect surprise delivered right to their door with Target Circle 360's unlimited same-day delivery on orders over $35. Start with a dozen red roses, then choose from our delicious assortment of favorite day candy and more. Crush your Valentine's Day celebration by sending something to everyone on your list. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Mom, I've been meaning to talk to you about some new COVID information I saw online.
Uh-huh.
I read that black folks like us with certain conditions like diabetes, heart disease, mental health conditions, or being 50 and older, like you, are at high risk.
Boy, you sound like a commercial.
I'm just saying. I know you love your ginger teas and essential oils, but remember, there are treatment options for COVID-19.
I promise if I get sick again, I'll call my doctor to ask about my options.
Visit WeTalkWeRise.com to learn more. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Marty, my man.
That's Mike Graff, the Graff Home Selling Team, the #1 real estate team in Eastern Iowa. Partners from the start, now friends for life.
Got that right, Marty, because you've been key in coming up with great advertising plans for us and schedules on iHeart stations to get our messages out. When you need a pro on your team, draft this guy. You can count on results when you put your advertising in his hands. Our professional and personal friend, Marty Mason, with iHeart Media.
I'm Marty Mason. Call me today, 319-360-6909.
Using a Clorox disinfecting wipe on your coffee table this cold and flu season feels like... It feels like being bold enough to laugh your weird laugh in front of everyone.
That was a good one.
With Clorox, clean feels confident. Clean feels good. Use as directed on hard, non-porous surfaces.
Hey, it's Alec Baldwin. This season on my podcast, Here's the Thing, I speak with musician, photographer, and philanthropist Julian Lennon.
Photography really does allow me to do that. I have empathy for people in the world that you'll never ever meet, but you'll at least have some understanding of what their life is and what they went through or are still going through.
Listen to Here's the Thing on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Here's the Thing and start listening.
Run a business and not thinking about radio? Think again. Because more people are listening to the radio on iHeart today than they did 20 years ago. And only iHeart Broadcast Radio connects with more Americans than TV, digital, social, any other media. Even twice as many teens than TikTok. Think radio can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, podcasting, and radio. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Nothing but sports from Fox Sports Radio on AM 800 KXIC and the Iowa Sports Radio Network.
There are so many reasons why you listen to us. And for that, we say thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for all the love you continue to show us. This is Fox Sports Radio. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
Fox Sports Sunday. I'm Dan Byer. He's the All-Pro Kerry Rhodes. Pro Bowl games wrapping up, and then it's Super Bowl 59 week in New Orleans. Week from right now will be right before kickoff between the Eagles and Chiefs from New Orleans. Glad to have you with us. Not talking a lot of NFL, but we will next hour with our NFL insider, Adam Kaplan. Talk about the hirings, the introductions. It was Senior Bowl week, and obviously of the big game coming up. But right now, we have our own big game to play, and it's one of our favorites right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Crazy.
And now, it's time for...
Absolutely nuts. It's not going to be pretty.
According to Monsi.
I love it.
All right, on this Groundhog's Day, Monsi Bolaños.
Is it?
It is.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, okay.
Yes,
okay.
February 2nd.
Oh, the more you know.
Do we know if he saw his shadow?
I was hoping our executive producer, Ian Roddy, would have that answer, but he does not.
It was 6 more weeks of winter, so what does that mean? He saw it or he didn't see it? They said 6. I think he saw it, so it means 6 more weeks. Which, listen, out here in California, we need that rain, so we need more winter. We need that winter rain. Okay.
Tell that to the folks in the Midwest who don't have any snow, but it's cold as heck. All right, let's get to it.
According to Monsi.
There it is. We all owe him an apology.
Yes, we really all do. Specifically, me. I owe James Harden an apology. I didn't think that he was going to come in here and really change the way the Clippers operated. I didn't think you could teach an old dog new tricks. He has proven me wrong. He has kept the Clippers afloat without Kawhi Leonard. More importantly, he's bringing out the best in his teammates. Norman Powell, the best basketball alongside Harden. He should have been an all-star. That's a separate conversation. Then there's Ivica Zubac, who is playing his best, averaging a double-double every game. I really didn't see how Harden was going to fit into the Clippers or how he would be a leader in the locker room. We know he's had a lot of drama in the past. After getting rid of PG, Harden organized a team dinner, a softball game, just so that the team could get to know each other better. He's been available, which is the most important thing. Out of 48 games this season, he has played in 46 of them, you guys. Wow. He has been available. He's not just taking threes. He's not playing hero ball. He's making his teammates better. He's making the Clippers better. Top 10 in assists this year, and he's back to being an all-star. The beard, James Harden, I am sorry. I did not believe in you. I was wrong. Welcome to Clipper Nation.
According to Monsi.
Oh, never mind. I was going to say something, but I was just going to say
add it, yes.
It feels like he likes to be the big fish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In that pond, if the pond's a little smaller,
yeah,
that's okay. He wants to be the big fish.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe when he's with other big fish in places, it doesn't work as well.
Yep.
But
right.
It feels like he likes to be that big fish in that pond.
The personalities seem to be fitting, and I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
No, I don't think anybody saw it. He's played well.
He's played really well, yes.
According to Monsi.
According to Monty, it's not meant for everyone.
It's not. There are things in life and sports that should be left for the best of the best, like having your jersey retired by a team. Today, the South Carolina Gamecocks retired Asia Wilson's jersey. Then the Iowa Hawkeyes retired Caitlin Clark's jersey. Makes sense. They were stars of their teams, led them to the NCAA championship. The Warriors should not be retiring Andre Iguodala's jersey. The Warriors dynasty has several players that should be recognized, but it doesn't have to be with a jersey. Name a part of the arena after Iguodala. Have a game that's all Iguodala stuff. Bring out a bobblehead. Why does it have to be a jersey? Why do we have to retire a number? I don't know why the Warriors are doing this. Honestly, Steph Curry is the only one that should have his jersey retired by the Warriors. Now with this, Iguodala, okay, so you're going to retire everybody. Everybody and their mom gets one. Kevin Durant, Draymond Green. You have to now do all of them because you're doing Iguodala. And Why so soon? I don't know why it's happening. This is not a diss at Iguodala because I know he brought a veteran experience to this dynasty, but his best season, his all-star season, was in Philly before he was even a Warrior. But why now? It seems rushed. It seems like we maybe could have waited a little bit. The first one should have been Steph Curry. Now, you got to do them all. You got to do a statue with all of them. But everybody and their mom. Everybody and their mom now gets one, and this really should just be for the best of the best.
Well, Monty, to give Andre Iguodala a little credit, he was the MVP for them in the finals.
And out of that entire run, we're giving it to him because of one?
Oh, no, I'm with you.
I don't know what I'm saying?
Yes, I'm with you.
And it's not a diss because I know he's part of that. He also got blocked by LeBron. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a diss. I know he was crucial to this dynasty, but it's not meant for everybody.
I'm with you.
I get it, Monty, and I think you answered your own question. Is if they were to wait to do it, nobody would. I don't want to say nobody would remember, but his accomplishments to what Kerry was pointing to and what he did do would have been forgotten. Like and so they have to do it now because in 10 years from now we're only going to remember the top of the top of the top, and that is going to be Steph Curry.
And that's what it should be, though.
And remember, if the Martians have the death beam pointed at Earth, we want Iguodala to get that shot, remember?
Iguodala with that, yes, for sure.
According to Monse.
Just when you think it couldn't get worse, it does.
Yeah, guys, just when you thought the NBA All-Star could not get worse. I'm sorry, but the NBA Pro Bowl games are now better than the NBA All-Star events. You know who's going to be in the slam dunk contest? No, you don't. You don't know any of them except Mac McClung. Yes, and that is all we're going to know. When I'm watching at least these Pro Bowl games, I'm seeing the stars. Like in today's silly game, Joe Burrow's out there with Jamar Chase. On night one, I was watching Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield trying to throw some passes. Myles Garrett was out there answering trivia questions. I was actually seeing stars of the sport having a silly, fun time. Now we have the All-Star game and in the NBA, and who's there? Nobody? Caitlin Clark doesn't even want to be there.
That's right.
That's right.
She turned it down.
The NBA Pro Bowl games officially better than the NBA All-Star games.
Go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to say Andre Jackson of the Milwaukee Bucks will be taking part in the slam dunk competition. I know that does not strengthen my case at all. But you do have a Pro Bowl roster for the AFC that has Russell Wilson and Drake May on it.
Listen,
it's not like it's a who's who.
That's my point. You know what I mean? At least I'm watching NFL stars in this silly Pro Bowl stuff.
Well, listen, Monty, I put an asterisk by stars.
What are you talking about? Jared Goff is in front of me right now. He's a star.
That's cool, but Drake May hasn't deserved it
yet.
No,
of course, and that's
Russell Wilson's there, so come on, it's. Not stars.
Yeah, but I also listed several
other.
No. You know what I'm saying? You're right. Not all of them. But more are inclined to participate in this, and at least we're seeing that. And not players who I have yet to see on an NBA court.
And there appears to be 60,000 people at this event. The upper deck is, I don't know if it's full, but there's enough people to, you don't know if it's an empty seat or not.
Wow.
So, there's enough people there, where it's crazy. This is the NFL.
This is the NFL.
I'll let you guys tell me. I'm not even watching that right now, so you guys let me know.
Yeah, Justin Jefferson out there taking pictures with, his shades and all his ice, all of his frost, because I just watched How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. So, the diamonds are frost.
Yes.
Frosting.
There it is, according to Monty, another award-winning episode. Hit her up at Monty Bolaños. You can find Carrie at Carrie 25 Roads. Find me at Dan Beyer on Fox. It is Fox Sports Sunday. We are still reacting to the enormous trade in the NBA. And did LeBron James really not know anything? We'll talk about it next.
We are Fox Sports.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. It's inevitable. Rain, snow, and ice are coming and will make driving a challenge. Thankfully, the experts at Tire Rack know a thing or two about conquering winter's worst. New tires elevate traction and braking and will keep you safe. Tire Rack sells only the best, like the Continental Viking Contact. Go to TireRack.com/sports, build a tire and wheel package for DIY installation. Shipped fast and free and backed by 2 years of free road hazard protection. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
JLab Audio is changing the audio game for good, producing some of the best earbuds and headphones designed for everyday life without breaking the bank. For those looking to conquer their fitness goals in 2025, JLab recommends the JBuds Sport ANC4, offering a secure fit and super long battery life for those tough workouts. Discover your perfect pair of headphones and upgrade your audio game today. Look for the JLab Blue Box at retailers everywhere or visit jlab.com.
When it comes to sending last-minute Valentine's Day gifts, nobody delivers like Target Circle 360. Get the perfect surprise delivered right to their door with Target Circle 360's unlimited same-day delivery on orders over $35. Start with a dozen red roses, then choose from our delicious assortment of favorite day candy and more. Crush your Valentine's Day celebration by sending something to everyone on your list. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Brett Kitchen, best-selling author, executive producer, and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who've retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money's never at risk if the market crashes. That's right, if the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money saved, call to talk to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you can get it completely free. I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. Call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020. Again, that's 1-800-506-2020.
Hey, Mom, I've been meaning to talk to you about some new COVID information I saw online. I read that black folks like us with certain conditions like diabetes, heart disease, mental health conditions, or being 50 and older, like you, are at high risk.
Boy, you sound like a commercial.
I'm just saying. I know you love your ginger teas and essential oils, but remember, there are treatment options for COVID-19.
I promise if I get sick again, I'll call my doctor to ask about my options.
Visit WeTalkWeRise.com to learn more. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Not thinking about radio? Think again. Because more people are listening to the radio on iHeart today than they did 20 years ago. And only iHeart Broadcast Radio connects with more Americans than TV, digital, social, any other media. Even twice as many teens than TikTok. Think radio can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, podcasting, and radio. Call 844-844-iHeart to get started. That's 844-844-iHeart.
The new iHeart app.
Yeah, I've been playing around with it.
Love my radio, love my presets.
Thank you.
This is really easy to use.
Join the millions already on the new and improved iHeartRadio app and set your first preset. Plus, discover the new live radio dial, scan, lyrics, podcasts, playlists, and your favorite artists' radio.
Open the app and everything's right there. I love it.
The new and improved iHeartRadio app. It's everything you love about your car radio in the palm of your hand.
Go get it!
iHeartRadio.
Your home for the Hawkeyes and Iowa sports. This is AM 800 KXIC, Iowa City.
We are Fox Sports. And here's what you need to know.
Mavs GM Nico Harrison spoke to the media today about the blockbuster trade that is sending Luka Doncic to the Lakers and Anthony Davis to the Mavericks. He said that he and Lakers GM Rob Pelinka kept things close to the chest, and the head coach Jason Kidd did not know about the trade. He also said that he didn't speak to any other team besides the Lakers. Chris Paul and Victor Wembanyama will partner up and represent the San Antonio Spurs by participating in the Skills Challenge at All-Star Weekend in San Francisco. In the NBA, the Pistons defeated the Bulls 127-119. The Raptors took down the Clippers at home 115-108, while the Cavaliers crushed the Mavericks 144-101. At the Pebble Beach Pro-Am, the final round continues, and Rory McIlroy is at the top of the leaderboard at 21 under par overall. I'm Monty Bolaños.
This is Fox Football Sunday.
Let's go! Come on!
You're listening to Fox Football Sunday, and this is the second half of the best football coverage on the radio.
You know what? Come with it. Come on.
Your football teams are repped here.
Oh, that's hard.
Fox Football Sunday is now.
1, 2, 3, let's get it!
Live from the TireRack.com studios of Fox Sports Radio, here's Dan Beyer and former NFL All-Pro safety, Kerry Rhodes.
Luka Doncic has spoken. Kind of. Welcome in. It is Fox Sports Radio. We are broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. TireRack.com will help you get there. An unmatched selection, fast free shipping, free road hazard protection, and over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. Did LeBron know? Did LeBron not know? One of the questions we will try to answer, that and so much more. I don't know if the Mavs funeral is still going outside of American Airlines Arena, right?
Yep.
And the American Airlines Center used to be the one in Miami, I thought it was, because there were two Americans, and I know it's different now, the arena, but I knew that it was an American Airlines facility in Dallas, but a funeral where a casket was brought, that's committing to the bits. I mean, that is kudos to the Mavericks fans for bringing that one in, but that is committing to what and how you feel. Full-size casket painted blue with the Mavericks logo on it.
Oh, man, yeah, it was definitely an adult-sized casket, and they were definitely proving a point, probably multiple points. I mean, one, we just lost our godfather, Luka the Don. But like I said earlier, like the I guess the fuming nature of most of the fans with the decision to move on from Luka was probably implicating something else that I'm not going to go into full detail on. Thank you for the music. I'm going to let it ride out because it is nothing to wish upon anybody, anything that's outside of life. But, the Dallas Maverick fans are a very passionate fan base. And the fact that they have to go out this way with their hero going to another place, just got to take a breath and let it breathe for a minute, Dan.
77 is gone.
He is gone. How will he be remembered, Dan? And remembrance of Luka Doncic. What will happen?
This is what I find funny is people trying to justify this, and you can't. Like there is no basketball argument that you can give me that can justify this deal, because to me it's more than basketball, Kerry. Mm-hmm. It's more about the community. It's about your fans. It's about being a fan. It's more than just shooting percentages and is he conditioned or not.
Yes.
But one of the things that I read was Luka has been unable to play in more than 70 games in the regular season since his rookie season.
Yep.
And I thought to myself, why would we be pointing that out when all that we have said, and the biggest problem with the NBA is that we don't care about the regular season. And I know that their point was trying to say this guy's body has betrayed him, but it hasn't betrayed him in the postseason. No. And it didn't betray him in the most recent postseason, where he stuck daggers to the Minnesota Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals. Now, I think they were overmatched. I don't think Boston was a great matchup for that team. but there's no reason to think that this team couldn't have had some sort of revitalization. You added Klay Thompson in the offseason and maybe done something similar this time around. So telling me that you are concerned about his regular season availability and then you bring in a 30-year-old Anthony Davis, it doesn't add up. That doesn't make any sense to me. That's why I don't want to hear anything about actual basketball, because to me it's so much more about basketball. And even if you tried to make it about basketball, the stats and the numbers and the takes just don't add up.
Yeah, none of it adds up, Dan. And again, like we talked about in the first hour, right? Like even if they were to go on a ridiculous run this year and get it done and hoist their second championship for the Mavericks, fans are going to boo Nico Harrison until he leaves. Like there's no retribution there. And so, it's a sad state of affairs, man. I mean, obviously Dallas, when you talk about Dallas in the annals of history, right? Like it's the Cowboys. It's a Cowboys town. And the fact that it's a Cowboys town and there's no bigger star in the world or in that town besides Luka Doncic, it's just crazy to think about.
I kind of feel bad for Dirk in a way. I don't know why, but there's this, because I felt like what Luka did was Luka also carried on Dirk's legacy in a weird way. Not that I'm actually feeling bad for Dirk Nowitzki, but as I said, the reason why I am so against this trade for the Mavericks is because it makes them irrelevant. And then I think that along with that, Carrie, is that lineage of the Dirk to Luka passing on, and then now that's over. And I don't think it continues. I'm a fan of the Seahawks in the NFL. The Seahawks traded Russell Wilson in his 30s in a trade that I actually think that most people would argue that they won. The Seahawks won 10 games this past year, actually tied the Rams for first place in the NFC West, just didn't win the division because of a tiebreaker. And the Seahawks are pretty irrelevant in the National Football League.
Yeah.
It is a different feel. And the reason why? They don't have Russell Wilson. They don't. They even had Pete Carroll last year, and they still were pretty irrelevant.
Yeah.
Geno Smith's a nice story. DK Metcalf's a freak. We get all of that. But there is something about having the star power. And I'm not advocating that the Seahawks should have kept Russell Wilson. That is not what I'm saying, because the NFL and the NBA are completely different.
Yeah.
But I understand about a team being relevant and on the national stage and being a team that draws a lot of attention, and then having one that's just kind of an also-ran, if you will, or just another team in the NBA. I said to you last year, I felt Boston, for everybody who's all about Boston, that their brand wasn't as big as it once was. I thought the Warriors was bigger. The Lakers were bigger. And I actually think that how we've looked at Boston at times validates that, because we still don't think of the Celtics team as a championship team as being the marquee brand in the NBA. I still actually think we care more about the Warriors, we care more about the Lakers than we do about the Boston Celtics. And the Mavericks are losing all of that. And there's just way more weight than the actual playing and the health of the players that Nico Harrison obviously did not take into consideration.
Yes, I agree with all of that. And I think the thing with Dallas and talk about relevance, it's crazy to think about. Like, they have two guys that should be on the 75 all-time list, right? Like Anthony Davis is on that list. Kyrie Irving should be on that list, right? We know the off the court stuff is the reason he's not. That's the only reason. So if you think of it from that perspective, they shouldn't be irrelevant. But what you're saying is correct. Without Luka Doncic and without that gravitas that he has, I mean, we watch him, and even though we know he plays a heliocentric type of basketball and he's played that way in the past, we've seen him evolve, right? We've seen with Kyrie coming in, his ability to take a step back and actually start to get better and do other things to help the team win. And so when you see that evolution starting to happen, to say that we're shipping him out because his conditioning would never be on par is just one of the worst excuses I've ever heard. And then when you hear that, for me, where my mind goes is, if that's what they're putting out, then obviously they're being fooled or they're being coerced to do something. And that's how I feel about all of it when I sit back for a second and have some kind of clarity around it.
I know Monty's got Luka's statement. I just want to say this because I want Monty to read what Luka sent out that's circulating on social media. But last year, also during the playoffs, I got on Anthony Edwards and his conditioning because he got gassed at the end of games.
That's right.
Who was gassing him?
Luka
right?
and Kyrie, yeah.
So it can't be that bad. It's not the worst in the NBA.
Right.
And, I mean, again, if it was enough to lead him to the NBA Finals, then it was good enough. It's good enough for me.
Dan, I do not like the laughter. Okay.
I mean, am I right though? Like,
you are right.
Seriously, this is. I can't believe that Nico Harrison didn't see this. But Monty is here. Do you want to read the whole statement? You want to read just some of it, Monty? What works in it? Because I wasn't able to read the whole thing.
I think I'm going to read it all. It's not that long. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right.
So this is on Luka Doncic's on his Twitter and on his Instagram. I confirm that. So it says, "Dear Dallas, 7 years ago, I came here as a teenager to pursue my dream of playing basketball at the highest level. I thought I'd spent my career here, and I wanted so badly to bring you a championship. The love and support you've all given me is more than I could have ever dreamed of. For a young kid from Slovenia coming to the U.S. for the first time, you made North Texas feel like home. In good times and bad, from injuries to the NBA Finals, your support never changed. Thank you not only for sharing my joy in our best moments, but also for lifting me up when I needed it most. To all the organizations I've worked with throughout the Dallas community, thank you for letting me contribute to your important work and join you in bringing light to those who need it. As I start the next part of my basketball journey, I am leaving a city that will always feel like a home away from home. Dallas is a special place, and Mavs fans are special fans. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, Luka."
Oh, man.
I know.
Nico better lock his door, man.
I know.
I think the portion of it when he's talking about the community as well.
Yeah.
This is why it's not a basketball trade.
Exactly.
I don't know all the organizations that he works with, but I'm sorry, the food pantry or the Humane Society or whatever it is not going to get as much juice because Luka's not there. Like, that's the responsibility of having a super duper star on your team. And that's why it makes me so mad that Nico Harrison cannot recognize and did not recognize the responsibility of what you have, the duties you have to the organization. You think it's just winning titles. And you think it's just winning championships. And oh, how convenient are the players that he's bringing in are the closest that he was to in his previous job, Kerry, as you pointed out, at Nike. Like, how convenient is that? So are we really doing best by everything, or are we just making this a buddies fest? What is going on in Dallas?
The buddy fest is actually, it's right spot on. I mean, Kyrie Irving is there because of their relationship with Nike. And outside of that, right? So the people they're bringing in it does seem like a buddy fest. And then, Luka being there before him isn't part of his regime and who he brought in. So, I guess as a GM, as an owner, as a coach, like you want to go down swinging with the guys that, you have relationships with and you trust. And I guess that's part of it, or we can take that approach. But again, me outside of that, which is a very clear picture and very true. That is what it is. It just has to be more to it. And you just don't get rid of a guy like that.
I would like to think if Luka was not serious, and I don't want to say I've heard conflicting information. I think everybody's initial thought was Luka told them that he didn't want back in.
Right.
Like that was the initial thought. But I haven't heard a lot of stuff to back that up. And Nico Harrison didn't say anything of that effect when he spoke prior to their game against the Cavs today. Didn't say that their indications were that Luka wasn't ready to come back to Dallas or wasn't going to be there for the price tag that they would have had to pay. And again, I know it's an obscene amount of money when you're talking about $300 million for a guy. Even it's north of that, $340 million for a guy. But still, I think that his value was priceless with all of it. And I will say this about the LeBron stuff. I believe in the fact, actually, I don't believe that LeBron didn't know. But I don't think that LeBron needed to know.
Right.
Anybody would say yes, as we said. So whether LeBron knew it or not isn't I think relevant in this scenario, even though Dave McMenamin made it a point that LeBron was out to dinner, had no idea that any of this stuff was going on, setting the scene that he would have no idea. But honestly, if LeBron made this deal, I think we'd be like, pretty good deal, LeBron. Or, right? Like, we'd actually give him credit instead of always harping on LeBron getting his own way. He had to have known something was going on. I don't believe that he didn't know about it. But honestly, it would have been a deal that I would have said, good job, LeBron, if he had his fingerprints all over it.
And the other crazy part about this, I don't know if either one of you guys saw the video where AD was sitting at the locker and he was having a conversation about, we need to bring a center in. If we're trying to win again and, we need to have a center and I can go back to the 4 and the team will be complete and we can go out and compete and win a championship. And the way that the interviewer was asking him the question was like he knew something. And so like we say it was behind closed doors and nobody really knew. There's like a conspiracy going on about that too. Like the reporter was asking like he knew something. So it's definitely layers to this thing, Dan.
Man. Monty, did you get emotional reading it?
I did.
Yeah.
I got chills in a bad way. I was like, why is there a tear in my eye?
Right.
What am I doing?
Why is it so dusty?
Why is it so dusty?
And by the way, for as critical as people may be over the Lakers and how things have run, they are not dumb enough to get rid of Luka Doncic. So he will be there till the end of his career and will likely have a statue, and they'll retire 77, and that's probably going to be the route that it's going to take. And I think that's what bothered a lot of people last night. Again, the Lakers aspect of it. Why does it have to be the Lakers?
Let me throw this to you guys real quick. What if we've seen the best of Luka and Dallas has some inside thing and they know that he's breaking down or whatever? Like, just think about that for 1 second. What if we've seen the best of Luka, the best of what we can get from this guy? We've squeezed out already. He's
I will. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dan. Like, what about that?
I will entertain this, even though I don't think that it's.
Of course.
I don't think it's a legit point, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Let's look at that all options.
Yep.
Again, it's the point of it's not about basketball.
Yep.
The haul that they got does not set Dallas up for great success.
Right.
So if you're the Seahawks, like I mentioned Russell Wilson earlier, and you give him to Denver knowing that there's no more gas in this tank and he is not the same quarterback anymore, then good for you on knowing when to cut bait and selling at your ultimate high and getting your ultimate return. They didn't get an ultimate return.
Exactly. Right.
You could have, as you said, from the get-go, you could have asked other teams for it. So even if he is out of gas, doesn't matter if he's on the Lakers or if he's on any other team and doesn't do it in that city. It's the fact that they didn't get what we thought that they could have gotten in just getting one first-round pick. Mavericks have given away picks because of their other deals. So it's not like they're sitting on this treasure trove of picks either.
Yep.
They could have taken another number one from the Lakers in 2031 if they wanted, but ended up not doing that. So even if he stinks, Kerry, it still doesn't make sense because we don't think he stinks right now. And so the ultimate value of him, they did not get in return.
Yep.
He's Kerry Rhodes. That's Monty Bolaños. I'm Dan Beyer, hanging out on a Sunday, still talking about this trade between the Lakers and Mavericks involving Luka Doncic and Anthony Davis. We'll take a time out from that, shift our gears to the National Football League. Super Bowl 59 is a week away. Pro Bowl games wrapped up, and so did the Senior Bowl. Plus, there's some coordinating moves in the NFL. One that just happened, a big name is going to Vegas to try to cash in his chips. We'll tell you about it next. He's Kerry. I'm Dan. This is Fox Sports Sunday.
We are all set. Your AFC champion.
The Kansas City Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl.
Your NFC champion.
The Eagles are going to go to the Super Bowl.
We're setting you up for the big one in New Orleans.
Come on!
It's all of your big game coverage in one place on Fox Sports Radio.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
JLab Audio is changing the audio game for good, producing some of the best earbuds and headphones designed for everyday life without breaking the bank. For those looking to conquer their fitness goals in 2025, JLab recommends the JBuds Sport ANC4, offering a secure fit and super long battery life for those tough workouts. Discover your perfect pair of headphones and upgrade your audio game today. Look for the JLab Blue Box at retailers everywhere or visit jlab.com.
Cars today are built to last, but how they look is up to you, and that's where Maaco comes in. They specialize in cosmetic repairs. Let's say it's affordable paint jobs to fixing those annoying dents and dings. Maybe your car's paint is faded, or you've been meaning to fix that scrape from the grocery store parking lot. Whatever it is, Maaco has you covered. Now, here's the best part. Stop by your local Maaco, free estimate, and you're going to find out how easy it is to refresh your ride. With more Americans keeping their cars longer, now's the time to protect your investment and keep it looking sharp for years. And you can do so with the great folks at Maaco. At Maaco, they are proud to be a trusted partner for drivers across the country. Whether it's a fresh coat of paint for your car or fixing up everyday dents and dings, Maaco is here to keep your car looking its best. Get started, visit your local Maaco today, get the free estimate, and see how easy it is to bring new life to your ride. Better get Maaco.
Hello, America. This is LeVar Arrington. As a gun owner, I understand the importance of being prepared. But it's crucial to recognize that according to law enforcement statistics, 99% of all altercations do not require lethal force. Introducing Byrna, the leader in less lethal self-defense. And you know I'm all about defense. Byrna provides formidable stopping power without the complexities and legal consequences of a homicide. It's about having tools for the right situation, ensuring you can protect yourself and your family effectively and responsibly. I personally own several Byrna launchers. Byrna launchers are legal in all 50 states with no background checks, no permits, and no waiting period. You can have one shipped straight to your door, providing peace of mind when you need it most. Every Byrna launcher is hand assembled in Fort Wayne, Indiana by a proud American company. Visit Byrna.com/LeVar and get 10% discount off your purchase. That's Byrna, BYRNA.com/LeVar. Byrna, where safety meets responsibility and preparation meets peace.
Run a business and not thinking about podcasting? Think again. More Americans listen to podcasts than ad-supported streaming music from Spotify and Pandora. And as the #1 podcaster, iHeart's twice as large as the next two combined. So whatever your customers listen to, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across broadcast radio. Think podcasting can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Call 844-844-iHeart to get started. That's 844-844-iHeart.
Yellowstone fans, your journey into the Yellowstone universe starts here.
Let's go to work.
Join Bobby Bones on the official Yellowstone podcast as he dives deep into the franchise's legacy. From exclusive cast interviews to untold behind-the-scenes stories, explore the drama, themes, and culture that make Yellowstone a global phenomenon.
I look forward to it.
Listen now on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the iHeart app, search the official Yellowstone podcast, and start listening today.
In this week's Marketers Report, we hear about the importance of local radio from Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Using a Clorox disinfecting wipe to clean that stuck-on sauce from the stove feels like...
Oh, boy. That tickles. Stop.
It feels like coming home to your needy corgi after a long day.
Best part of the day, finally.
With Clorox. Clean feels carefree. Clean feels good. Use as directed.
iHeartRadio. Soundtrack Flashback.
The best-selling soundtrack in history comes from 1992's The Bodyguard. One song that stands apart from the rest is, of course, I Will Always Love You. Originally written and performed by Dolly Parton, Whitney Houston took the song and made it one of the most iconic songs of all time.
For more great movie soundtrack hits, check out Popcorn Radio on the iHeartRadio app.
We've all felt left out. And for people who move to this country, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
The Hawkeyes play here on AM 800 KXIC, Iowa City's Hawkeye sports leader.
Your home for the Hawkeyes and Iowa sports. This is AM 800 KXIC.
We have original podcasts too. Check out Unbreakable with Jay Glazer.
Welcome to Unbreakable, a mental health podcast.
Or Inside the Parker with Rob Parker for you threadheads.
Baseball.
The I Want Your Flex podcast with Dan Beyer and Mike Harmon for Fantasy Junkies. And What About Everything Up on Game presents offers. Want more Ben Maller? How about the Fifth Hour podcast? We have a podcast for everyone. And it's all on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken. Wow. You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
It's Fox Sports Sunday. He's the All-Pro Kerry Rhodes. I'm Dan Beyer. A week away from Super Bowl 59, still talking about the blockbuster deal, and I feel, Kerry, when I say that, I'm actually underselling it between the Lakers and Mavericks. It is official. Luka Doncic is a Laker, and Anthony Davis is a Maverick. We'll continue that conversation here. We'll take a bit of a timeout as our NFL insider Adam Kaplan joins us. But, Adam, I'm giving you free reign to weigh in on this because this NBA trade seemed to rock everyone's world. You're in Philadelphia. Sixers right now in the taking on the Celtics. Yeah, what were your thoughts on this trade?
Stunning. Nothing goes on even remotely close to this in the NFL. It's because of contract structure.
Yeah.
Cap. It's just different. You get cost certainty with NBA trades because you know the contracts are fully guaranteed. So you know exactly what in length and you know what you're getting. Yes, I understand the NBA sometimes, and particularly in this trade, you have to get a third team to make it work sometimes. But yeah, it was a stunner because I'm like, okay, Luka's a great player, devastating scorer. He's got great size for the two guard position. I know that the Mavericks were clearly concerned with two things: his conditioning and his lack of defense. But he's so much younger than AD, and AD is obviously this great defensive player who's, by the way, been pretty healthy the last couple of years, surprisingly. He's a great player. Just it's kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like the Mavericks were kind of desperate to change the culture there a little bit, and
sure.
I don't know. I don't know if you guys have done this. I've kind of looked at both rosters after the trade. We'll have to see how much better each team will be. I think it's a little early to figure that one out. I've tried, and I'm not seeing how. I'm just not seeing how both teams are better for this, but we'll see.
Well, also, and I've told Kerry that I don't think it matters because I think Luka was bigger than that for the Mavericks, and that's where I do think it differs in the NFL, where there is. I brought up the Seahawks, and I wasn't comparing Russell Wilson to Luka Doncic by any means because of age and because of how they are. I said that the Seahawks kind of knew what they were getting when they were getting rid of Russell Wilson. They sold high on him, but they've also become kind of irrelevant. They've also been a team that, even though they won 10 games this year, they're not the same Seahawks as they were with Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll there. And I think the Patriots are an example as well of they're not the marquee team once you lose your quarterback. That's where I thought that Dallas ended up losing everything is, yeah, you get Anthony Davis, but you do not have the cachet as a franchise as you do with Luka Doncic on your team. And I think that was a parallel that I saw, at least in the NFL, where if you do lose some of these superstars, maybe your cachet, outside of if you're a Cowboy or a Packer or a Steeler, you can kind of fall into the also-rans in the NFL as a team.
Yeah, remember, the NBA guys, you start only 5 players. So you're not going to be able to replace that type of player. It's just not. And Anthony Davis is completely different from Luka Doncic. It's like they're completely different. Could be any more different, quite frankly. Size, the way that the style of play, what they bring to the table. You don't find these type of explosive scorers. The NBA, as you know, is 3-point game. I mean, that's in the last 7 to 8 years, it's become that's what it is, and it's a stunner. When I saw it, I'm like, you know, it's kind of like you're blown away. You're like, oh, this is crazy. It's stunning. You're like, because you want to see if it's fake. You know, it's a fake story.
Yeah.
It's the first thing you see, and then you go, no, it's not. It's real. And then you try to put it together because I still follow the NBA fairly closely. So I love how though basically like both teams kept it quiet till the story broke. Like that's amazing to me in today's NBA or professional sports. It doesn't leak out that it was being worked on.
Yeah, that was the crazy thing for me, Adam. It was where it was so secretive, so quiet that nobody knew, and we were all shocked and thought it was April Fool's, right? That's the energy that we felt with it. But then you said something very, very interesting right at the end there, in the middle of what you were saying. You said the NFL, NBA different, right? So to even make that work, they had to bring in a third team. Even with that being the case, it didn't leak. That part is the part that's so crazy to me.
Yeah, because like let's say the Stafford Goff trade, I get it. It's nowhere close to the trade we just talked about in the NBA, but that was one where now myself and others knew that Stafford had asked for a trade. The situation there was that the Lions it got out kind of where they were with Stafford. I mean they were willing to do it. But it's not like that. Is that a blockbuster? Like it's very subjective when you see something's a blockbuster. This is not subjective. The trade of the NBA is a blockbuster. Like it doesn't get any bigger than that professional sports. I don't know I can't think of anything that rivals that. I'm sure there is. I know the NBA is insane with trades. Crazy trade. We don't get that in the NFL, though there's more trades in recent years than we normally would see. But that is the blockbuster of all blockbusters, what we just saw yesterday.
Adam Kaplan, our Fox Sports Radio NFL insider. Read him on the Pro Football Network. Hear him here and on the Inside the Birds podcast. All right, you were at Senior Bowl this past week. Is Jackson Dart the main headliner?
Yeah.
We got maybe him moving into the first round. What did you take away from Mobile?
Look. Let's put it this way.
I don't know, Adam. I've heard some buzz darting up the draft boards.
It's funny. It's funny. It's only 3 days of practice, and it wasn't that Bo Nix was great. It's just that Sean Payton loved the kid.
Yeah.
I would argue that he probably would not have gone in the first round, Bo Nix. But he did it. By the way, he had a good rookie season. They had a great schedule. But getting back to Jackson Dart, no, it's funny. In my reporting on just Dart, he's a guy I thought would go probably just based on a lot of coaches I've talked to have gone into his tape because he pretty much was a third-round pick about 2 weeks ago, just based on the people I've spoken with. I think he goes to the second. To go in the first, I know it's really not a good quarterback class. That's the early word here. I know that I do TV for Sports Grid, and the host Craig Mish said, look, every year people say, only 2 or 3 quarterbacks and 5 go. 4 or 5 will go, right? And that probably will happen. Right now, again, we're just in early February. I'd say there's very little chance Dart goes in the first round. Now, as more personnel people and we go through the combine, the pro days, and private workouts, if he tears it up, then you could see him go in the back of the first round. I just know that coaches I've spoken with and personnel people I've spoken with, they have an issue with his delivery. It's kind of funky. It's a 3/4. He's a right-handed thrower. But being there, sitting 10 rows back at practice, and then also being on the field, he's got enough arm strength. It's not a gun. He's just got enough to make you look at him again. So, yeah, he's one of these guys we'll be talking about because, again, after Cam Ward is the number 1 quarterback for the draft and Shedeur Sanders, it's completely wide open.
Well, it's crazy because Dart was my wild card. I liked him a lot.
He's a wild card.
I think he can play really well. And I think he can, if he's in the right system, he can thrive on the next level. But I want to talk about, you said he didn't throw a fastball, but we know who do. Dylan Gabriel threw the fastest pass of anybody recorded, correct? Is that true, or is that more lore?
I would say with Dylan Gabriel, and I've seen a lot of quarterbacks at Senior Bowl that, they don't look super imposing. He's a smaller guy. He's under 5'11".
Yep.
He's also 42 years old. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, he looks old. I know. He's 24. He turns 25 in December.
You said he looks old, Adam?
He turns he turns 25. Like all rookie quarterbacks turn 25 in December.
No. I mean, he looks older. He definitely looks older. But a quarterback, it doesn't matter as much because it's quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, remember when who was the guy the Browns drafted who was 28?
Brandon Whedon.
Right, and he went in the first round. Now, that shouldn't have happened. Obviously, he never really made it.
Yeah.
But at quarterback, it's not a big deal because you could play till your late 30s, early 40s if you don't get hurt.
Yeah.
But Dylan Gabriel, He doesn't have a great arm. I mean, I asked a friend of mine what he thought. He said rounds 5 through 7 if he gets drafted at all.
Wow.
Yeah.
Adam Kaplan.
He's a coach who's going to have to turn on quarterback grade, so he told me his early study was not great.
Fox Sports Radio NFL Insider joining us here. He's Kerry Rhodes. I'm Dan Beyer. Coordinating news just coming in. Chip Kelly's leaving Ohio State, going to go to the Raiders with Pete Carroll in Las Vegas. I actually think it works. Chip likes to run the ball. Mm-hmm. Pete Carroll wants defense and running the football.
You got it.
The Raiders' identity starting to take shape.
Well, I'm told two things. There were multiple teams interested in Chip. Texans were one of them. I don't know if they ever made Chip an offer or how far it went with the Texans, but I could tell you that he was involved there. Like, they had interest in him, but ultimately he took the Raiders job. He gets to go back to the West Coast. We know about Oregon, and by the way, the Jaguars almost hired him as their offensive coordinator some years ago after he got fired by the Eagles, and he was he was working for ESPN. The Jaguars had a lot of interest in him. It makes some sense, yeah. I mean, it does, because you know what's coming. With Chip, now, what's fascinating is, because the league figured him out. In 2013, they couldn't figure him out. In 2014, they started to. In 2015, they completely figured out his offense. I'm going to be interested to see if he adjusts at all, because his former players with the Eagles could not take his offense, because his defense would always be tired. I know the Niners, talking to some of the Niners people when Chip was the head coach, Chip was not really willing to bend at all. I know that was 8 years ago, so we'll have to see what happens. We'll see what he's learned here and hasn't learned over a number of years.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, just as an Ohio State fan, they wouldn't run a lot of plays. It was not as they may not huddle, but they weren't running a lot of plays. So I think that probably appealed to Pete Carroll a little bit as well. So you aren't keeping your defense on the field for those long periods of time.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Adam, we're talking about coordinators. I want to talk about one that just got hired in New York as well. Defensive coordinator Steve Wilks,
sure.
Teaming up with Aaron Glenn in New York. What do you think about that hire?
Like it. Wilks is now, he coaches the 43, did a great job with the Niners. They got the Super Bowl with him, but he didn't run. The system that he was running was the system that they were running before he got there, and that was not his system. So Kyle Shanahan parted ways with him, but he's really a good coach. He kind of got a raw deal with the Cardinals after 1 year.
Yep.
But the bottom line is Scott should have been in the league well before this. I know he's part of that lawsuit, but the bottom line is he should have been back in the league before this. I know he's had some chances, but now he's back. I'm happy for him. Really good person, a good coach. And, yeah, the staff that Aaron Glenn has put together here is really interesting. I'm interested to see what this thing looks like but when he's done here. But it's going to look different. There's a new energy in that building. They've got a fairly young head coach. The GM is under 40 years old, Muji, who comes over from Denver. And we'll see. It's another staff here. We know that they've had a lot of turnover with the Jets the last 25 years, but as you know, Kerry. But here we go again.
How concerned should the Lions be in losing those pieces? Because I felt, Adam, that the conversation was we knew that they were going to probably lose Ben Johnson, probably Aaron Glenn, but it felt like the Lions had this pipeline. But is there a different feeling now, losing more than just the couple of coordinators, that you have other assistants?
They lost other assistant coaches. Yeah, they lost both coordinators, other assistants. They're promoting from within, but for some of them, you saw what happened with Philly last year. 2 years ago, after the 22 Super Bowl appearance, they lost both coordinators, and they fired both coordinators in 23 after one season. So that's not good. In fact, Philly, Sean Desai, they actually reassigned him their defensive coordinator in season last year. So that's not good. Now, look, you got to give Calvin Shepard, the new who was their linebackers coach, you got to give him a chance here. He's a young guy, by the way. Gosh, I remember as a player not too long ago. But he knows the system. They'll keep the system. And Dan Campbell's got to be patient. I'll tell you what Dan Campbell is. This is a guy who lets coaches develop their systems. I mean, Ben Johnson, who's patient with. Aaron Glenn struggled mightily early in his first season. They were blitzing way too much, and they started dialing it back a little bit. There was a bye week, Aaron Glenn's first year's defensive coordinator, and they got together, and they both mutually agreed that they can't just blitz to blitz. They got to have definition with it, and that changed everything, and Aaron Glenn since then has been terrific. So wish him well. It's extremely difficult, as Kerry knows, to win with the Jets. And then you go back to the Lions. This is a lot, Dan. This is like one of my top 10 off-season storylines. Losing Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn you just can't expect it to be as good. You just can't, and that's the point here.
Adam, I don't like how you said it. It's hard to win, and Kerry knows. That was a slap to the face.
Well, look, who follows the Jets? Former players. No, but I'm just saying. You follow that team religiously.
I'm messing with it.
I know. Wait. Hang on. Were you with the? Did I ask this before? Were you with the back-to-back championship teams with Shoddy and that group?
Yeah. I didn't go the second one, but the first. The front.
Oh,
end,
you
yes.
told me that last week.
Yep.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, he was like, I'm sick of winning. I'm out of here.
Yeah. Well, I went to the Cardinals.
Yeah. Oh, they started out 4-1, and the rest was history, right?
Exactly.
Right.
I won't look that up.
Please don't, Adam. I'll look you up in New Orleans. We'll track
look forward
down.
to seeing you, man. Hope to
I'll be in midweek. So
nice. So
all right, Adam Kaplan.
Okay.
Great to talk to you. Or talk to you soon. We didn't even touch on the Super Bowl. Hey, so much to get to. He's Kerry Rhodes. I'm Dan Byer. We got to get to Monty Bolaños, who's been waiting patiently to give us the latest of what's going on. What's going on, Monty?
You know what I was thinking? Who's probably real mad about this trade? It's got to be Pat Riley, because here he is demanding all of these things for Jimmy Butler. And now other teams are going to be like, so if Luka's worth this, Jimmy Butler is worth less than that.
Yes.
So I just thought of that maybe Pat Riley is the most upset about all of this. Guys, there's one game going on in the NBA right now. It's the 76ers who are beating the Celtics after the first quarter, 29-21. The Pistons already took down the Bulls. The Cavaliers crushed the Mavericks. And the Raptors beat my Clippers in Toronto. Final score on that one was 115-108. You did mention it talking to Adam that Chip Kelly is leaving Ohio State, returning to the NFL to become the Raiders offensive coordinator under new head coach Pete Carroll. Rory McIlroy has officially won the Pebble Beach Pro-Am, ending at 21 under par overall. Shane Lowry ended in second place, 2 shots back. And lastly, here out of the NBA, no, not the trade. Chris Paul and Victor Wembanyama are going to partner up and represent the Spurs by participating in the Skills Challenge at All-Star Weekend. So good for them. They should do that. Okay, back to you guys.
Well, Bronny and LeBron are like, no thanks.
No thanks.
That was so absurd.
I know. Again, it's just a joke. It is a joke that they turned that down. People would have loved to see that.
For sure.
Yes.
Yes.
It would have been great. People would have rooted for them.
Yes, they would
cheered
have.
for them. But
no, because because LeBron's only worried about LeBron.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's
man.
got a party or something to do. Yeah.
He's going to be there sitting down. What are you talking about? That's the worst part. He's going to be there.
Yeah. He was there with his phone recording it, just like Shaq back in the day with his handheld.
With the camcorder.
Yes. She's Monty Bolaños. Find her at Monty Bolaños. You can find Kerry at Kerry25 Rhodes. Find me at Dan Byer on Fox, and our NFL insider Adam Kaplan as well at Kaplan NFL. Kerry is on one today. You are not going to want to miss it. It's next here on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, everyone.
What up?
We're on YouTube.
Oh, wait.
What? Just search Fox Sports Radio.
Starring John Hamm as Jason Smith.
Now, instead of just your ears,
Hello?
we're letting you see us.
Give him a little bit of a show.
There are all sorts of videos from your favorite shows and talent.
Yeah.
Fox Sports Radio on YouTube.
What if you could build a 6-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement creating a 6-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Brett Kitchen, best-selling author, executive producer, and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who've retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money's never at risk if the market crashes. That's right, if the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money saved, call to talk to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you can get it completely free. I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. Call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020. Again, that's 1-800-506-2020.
Lobs to Owen Freeman. He dunks it through.
Catch all Big Ten selection. Owen Freeman and the Hawkeye men's basketball team in action. Single game tickets for the 2024-25 season are on sale. This season's home schedule features Purdue, Michigan State, and conference newcomer Washington. Plan your trip to Carver by calling 1-800-IA-HAWKS.
Yellowstone fans, your journey into the Yellowstone universe starts here.
Let's go to work.
Join Bobby Bones on the official Yellowstone podcast as he dives deep into the franchise's legacy. From exclusive cast interviews to untold behind-the-scenes stories, explore the drama, themes, and culture that make Yellowstone a global phenomenon.
I look forward to it.
Listen now on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the iHeart app, search the official Yellowstone podcast, and start listening today.
Hi, this is Mike Graff from the Graff Home Selling Team, the #1 real estate team in Eastern Iowa. If you're looking for a marketing professional in the area, look no further. That marketing professional is Marty Mason with iHeartMedia. Marty has represented our marketing needs at GHSD with passion, vision, and dedication for many years. The results we see because of Marty's hard work has surpassed our marketing efforts from all other sources combined. We count on him to get things done. He works with us, and the results show it.
I'm Marty Mason, ready to work for you. Call me today, 319-360-6909.
This ain't the little itty-bitty teeny tiny bowl. This is Super Bowl. LIX. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. New DraftKings customers can bet $5, get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sports app and use code UPONGAME. That's code UPONGAME for your new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5 only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 plus age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hey, it's Alec Baldwin. This season on my podcast, Here's the Thing, I speak with musician, photographer, and philanthropist Julian Lennon.
Photography really does allow me to do that. I have empathy for people on the other side of the world that you'll never ever meet, but you'll at least have some understanding of what their life is and what they went through or are still going through.
Listen to Here's the Thing on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Here's the Thing and start listening.
iHeartRadio. Soundtrack. Flashback.
Put on your Vans because we're going back to 1982. The soundtrack to Fast Times at Ridgemont High contained the biggest names of the decade. One standout, Somebody's Baby by Jackson Brown.
She's probably somebody's only light, gonna shine tonight. Yeah, she's probably somebody.
For more great movie soundtrack hits, check out Popcorn Radio on the iHeartRadio app.
You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Sports Radio on AM 800 KXIC and the Iowa Sports Radio Network.
The premier sports lineup in the nation. You have to back it up. Well, my friends, we do. Check these names: Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox, Doug Godley. Spectacular. Cavino and Rich, Rob Parker, Kelvin Washington, Ben Maller, Jason Smith, and Mike Harmon. Is that premier enough? Listen to all those names right here. Really? On Fox Sports Radio. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
Fox Sports Sunday. I'm Dan Byer. He's Kerry Rhodes. Mary Mack is here. So is Ian Roddy. Monty Bolaños at the news desk. All three will be Kerry's lifelines coming up next hour in a game of easy as 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I did the game yesterday, Kerry, no NBA Luka or Anthony Davis questions.
What?
Yes. I know. As crazy as that sounds.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Mary.
Hey, we actually need a break from it. It was actually nice to have Adam Kaplan on to talk a little football instead of the trade that still has everyone talking. I kid you not, Kerry. This was not hyperbole when I said I woke up in the middle of the night, had to use the restroom, and said to myself, did that really happen?
Yeah.
I think other people say that stuff to try to make it like it's part of a story.
Yeah.
But I was like, wait a second. Okay, that actually did happen. I know I'm half asleep at this point, but that actually did happen, but still shocked almost 24 hours later.
What do you think is better? The fact that you saw it late last night before you went to bed, or as you were waking up, versus getting the news the next day, like some people did. What do you think is worse?
I think
Or more
it's
of a
worse
shock?
getting it the next day.
Yeah, me too.
Waking up on the West Coast, if I sleep in till 8 or 9, it's 11 or noon on the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of news happens. NFL news already has happened at, for our time, 4 a.m., 5 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like I'm missing out. So I'm glad the West Coast was able to cash in and help us last night that we weren't able to crash out. Although Kerry Rhodes still going to bed at 9:30 on a Saturday.
That's right.
Props to you. Props to you on an upcoming edition of Carry On that happens right now.
Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done.
The All-Pro tells us if he's on board or, not with it. In another episode of Carry On, I give him 5 topics to weigh in on. We start, and I probably should have asked Adam Kaplan this. I realized it after. I didn't ask him about the Eagles in the Super Bowl, and I didn't ask him about Kellen Moore as the Saints head coach. Sure seems like it's going to be that way. What are your thoughts about the Eagles offensive coordinator likely taking over in New Orleans?
Yeah, I'm off it. I'm off it. I mean, I know there isn't a lot of options at the moment, and obviously Kellen Moore's had a great year as a coordinator. I really see him only as a coordinator, and I know it's hard when you have an offensive guy that's considered a genius at this point, and he's had the success he's had. You would think he would be a good hire, but I just don't see him having real longevity at that. And so for me, I'll be off Kellen Moore.
And they're going to have to give him some time because it's going to take some time to rebuild that roster.
Yep.
You heard Monty. She said Pro Bowl games have already have now passed the NBA All-Star weekend in terms of excitement. What are your thoughts? Are you on board with the Pro Bowl games or not?
I'm giving Monty 2 thumbs down. I'm off that as well. My thumbs are still down because you guys can't see it. They're still down. I'm going to do this whole talking segment with my thumbs down. The Pro Bowl games are a joke, and I know it can be entertaining for some that are wanting to see their best players out there and taking part of something. But I'm an old school guy, even though I'm not as old as the old school. I'm around when people really cared about that game and it mattered. And you have Sean Taylor tackling the punter full speed and knocking his helmet almost off. Like, I'm a part of that time, and I missed that time. So I'm off the Pro Bowl.
All right, we'll see if you and Monty can agree on this. She didn't like the Norman Powell snub for the Western Conference All-Stars.
Yep.
What about LaMelo Ball's snub on the Eastern Conference All-Stars? Are you on board with him being snubbed?
No, I'm off that as well. The Pro Bowl game is just like what we just said, right? So we talked about the Pro Bowl, and people are enamored with their star players and the guys that they want to see perform against other star guys. LaMelo Ball is one of the most exciting young, fresh faces in the league, and he should definitely be a part of the All-Star weekend to some capacity. He should be an All-Star. I know the team is not good at all, and they will never be good again, but he should be a part of the All-Star game.
All right, Adam Silver said 10-minute quarters or something he'd like to see in the NBA. Are you on board with that?
Adam Silver, I'm off you too.
Jeez.
Yeah, I'm in a bad mood. I'm in a bad mood, man.
Thumbs down.
I'm in a bad mood right now, right? No, I'm so tired of them changing the game anyway. All the records are skewed. All the numbers are skewed. All these players are averaging these astronomical numbers, and the guys in the past are really averaging the numbers that they should be averaging. And so everything's just skewed. Let's just play good basketball. Keep it 12-minute quarters. We don't have to make everything an event. Just play basketball and play it well. So I'm off.
And are you on board the Lakers ditching their jerseys that they were 1-9 in? Heck, they didn't wear them last night and won.
I'm off to anything that Lakers right now. So I'm off that too, Dan.
Thumbs down.
Thumbs down on that too. I don't care. They just stole Luka. I don't want anything to do with the Lakers at all. They suck. Luka sucks now. No, I'm joking. I'm just off it right now, Dan. We'll talk about this later. We should do carry on next week because I'm off everything.
Man, a negative tone to today's episode. There it is. Another great episode of Carry On, even if he was off today. Hit him up at Carry Rhodes, at Carry25 Rhodes. I'm at Dan Beyer on Fox. More Luka Talk next.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Here are the top Soundgarden songs that you've thumbed up. Number 3, Fell on Black Days. Number 2, Spoon Man. Number 1, Black Hole Sun.
Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come, won't you come?
Hear more from Soundgarden and similar artists now. Search for Soundgarden on iHeartRadio. All your favorite music, all your favorite stations, all free.
iHeartRadio. Soundtrack. Flashback.
John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John. Name a better duo. 1978's Grease had a soundtrack full of hit songs in their own right and a few created just for the film, like Hopelessly Devoted to You.
Great movie soundtrack hits. Check out Popcorn Radio on the iHeartRadio app.
When you're unemployed, it can seem like there's no way out. But with the right tools, suddenly it all just clicks. Develop new skills and find your path to a new career at findsomethingnew.org. A message from the Ad Council.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When it comes to sending last-minute Valentine's Day gifts, nobody delivers like Target Circle 360. Get the perfect surprise delivered right to their door with Target Circle 360's unlimited same-day delivery on orders over $35. Start with a dozen red roses, then choose from our delicious assortment of favorite day candy and more. Crush your Valentine's Day celebration by sending something to everyone on your list. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-515-1771. That's 800-515-1771.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Your home for the Hawkeyes and Iowa sports. This is AM 800 KXIC, Iowa City.
And here's what you need to know.
Chip Kelly is leaving Ohio State and returning to the NFL to become the Las Vegas Raiders offensive coordinator under new head coach Pete Carroll. In the NBA, Tyrese Maxey dropped 16 points in the first quarter, and the 76ers are currently beating the Celtics 43-33 with 5 minutes to go in the first half. The Pistons defeated the Bulls 127-119. The Raptors took down the Clippers at home 115-108, and the Cavaliers crushed the Mavericks 144-101. Mavs GM Nico Harrison spoke to the media today regarding that blockbuster trade that is sending Luka Doncic to the Lakers and Anthony Davis to the Mavs. He said that he and Lakers GM Rob Pelinka kept things close to the chest, and the head coach Jason Kidd did not know about the trade. In golf, Rory McIlroy has won the Pebble Beach Pro-Am, ending 21 under par overall. I'm Monty Bolaños.
This is Fox Football Sunday.
Let's go! Come on!
You're listening to Fox Football Sunday, and this is the second half of the best football coverage on the radio.
You know what? Come with it. Come on.
Your football teams are repped here.
Oh, that's hard.
Fox Football Sunday is now.
1, 2, 3, let's get it!
Live from the TireRack.com studios of Fox Sports Radio, here's Dan Beyer and former NFL All-Pro safety, Kerry Rhodes.
Day one of Luka as a Laker. Welcome in. It is Fox Sports Radio as we are broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. TireRack.com will help you get there at unmatched selection, fast free shipping, free road hazard protection, and over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. We're actually going to hear Charles Barkley's opinion on this Luka Doncic, Anthony Davis trade that has rocked the sports world, has everyone talking except Joe Mazzulla of the Boston Celtics. I wanted to play his response, Kerry, but it's so short, and I think you need the Mazzulla visual of his face to really get the full experience of it. But he basically said, "Don't ask me about the trade. I don't care." And that was all he had to say. Doc Rivers made a point. The Bucs head coach was asked about it and said that he thought it was AI generated, but then also said usually in a trade, when both teams think that they got the better end of the deal, only one of them is right. and I'll tell you what, no matter what happens, I think the Lakers got the right end of the deal and the Mavericks got the wrong end of the deal. But Charles Barkley may differ in that. Before we hear what Sir Charles has to say about the trade and how things now play out in the NBA, if I were to put a number to you and say 3, and this is prior to the trade last night, that I felt that there were 3 players in the NBA that are just, you cannot trade them from their team. Would you think that there's a higher number of players or a fewer number